855-562-2141. To have your event listed on the KSVP community calendar, email calendar@ksvpradio.com. Please let us know at least 1 week in advance.
Round here, Friday night is Bulldog Night. Welcome to Artesia Bulldog Football on AM 990 and 93.7 FM KSVP and online at ksvptv.com. The season rolls on for your Bulldogs, but before we take it to the gridiron, let's take it to the Faith Baptist Church Sideline Show.
This is KSVP and K229 AS Artesia.
Operation Handling of Migrant, White House Correspondent Migrant, White House Correspondent Migrant, White House.
We do. It's been a fun week already, I'm sure, for the town, for the community, and also for the students at every school. They've been doing all kinds of things for homecoming. So it's always a big week. Had the parade today, and now it's time for Friday night lights.
Did you get to see the parade?
I did not.
You did not. I got to see it, and it was good. As always, a lot of fans. Artesia is incredible. We don't call it God's country for nothing. That's one of the reasons. We've got great community here. Well, tonight the Lovington Wildcats come in, Robbie. I believe they're still the number 1 ranked team. They're not. They dropped. They dropped. Well, they have been the number 1 ranked team in 4A. We know them well in Artesia, as everybody knows that's watching and listening to this. We've played Lovington for years and years and years and years. And they used to be in our district. They used to be in our classification, and then when the classifications changed, they stayed where they were at. We went up based on how the classifications changed. But nonetheless, Lovington got a long history with the Lovington Wildcats, and Robbie, you've got a lot of information about them and specifically about them, what we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, Wildcats coming in tonight, 3-2 on the year. They beat Santa Teresa 14-6 to begin the year, and then they beat Roswell, which raised some eyebrows, 31-25, and then they beat Alamogordo. So 2 of our district opponents they have defeated, right? And then they lost to Hobbs, which Artesia we beat, and then last week they lost to Denver City, and so they're coming in 3-2 on the year. Bulldogs coming in 3-2 on the year, as we lost Carlsbad to begin the year, and then we beat Berlin, Deming, and Hobbs, and then last week obviously lost to Cleveland. Right.
Yeah, Lovington, they're playing, they always play up. They always play us, and we're up. But then they also always play Hobbs, and they're 2 classifications above them. So tough road and then playing the Texas team as well. So tough road so far for Lovington.
Yeah, as you mentioned, long history coming in tonight. We've been playing them for about half a century, which is a long time. Throughout the years, you mentioned, we moved up and down in classification with them. We were in district for years. Now we're not. Lovington is 4A, but they're coming in at second rank tonight. Bloomfield did move above them this week. So Bloomfield's 1, Lovington's number 2. But I think Lovington does what we try to do, as you mentioned. We try to play up non-district and play the best of the best so that we can get better. And that's one of the mottos is just get better every week. New season will start when district starts. And Lovington does the same thing. They try to play up and try to get better each week so that when they hit the 4A schools, they're ready to go. Going back to 1993, which is 28 years, Joby. The Bulldogs are 26-2, which surprised me. That we're that successful against Lovington because they're usually good. Right? But we are 26-2 against them. The only losses in that time frame is going back to 95 and 2001. But we know this: no matter the record, it's always going to be a good game when the Wildcats and Bulldogs get together.
Yes, it is.
Coached by Anthony Gonzalez. You can see him behind us. They got the royal blue and white on. They got 12 seniors taking the field tonight. So pretty young team. From what we've been seeing. Non-district notables, we already mentioned that. Their district is Mendoza, Stracalis, and Silver City. Common opponents, mentioned some of those, Hobbs, Roswell, and Gordo. Players to watch tonight. I watched some of the film on them this week, and I looked at their stats, and they got 2 quarterbacks that have about the same stats. And so they got number 12, Aranda. He's 43 of 90 passing on the year for 469 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then they've got number 29, Gomez, who is 45 of 73 with 661 yards on the year with 8 touchdowns. So we need to watch those 2 guys. Most of the offense and the yards come through them. And then I put number 4, Hilliard, for defense. He's got 60 tackles so far on the year, so he is covering that field pretty well for them. But I looked at their rushing yards. They've got 1,100 passing yards, about 250 rushing yards. Right? So we know what they want to do, and what they're going to try to do, at least what they've done. Bulldogs again coming in tonight. First year Coach Maupin, ranked fourth in 5A, and again taking the field with 25 seniors. I put down players to watch, and it's hard not to put him because it runs through him. That's number 17, Nate Taylor, as he quarterbacks the offense for us. And then Jake Barrera, too. I think our running game always surprises some people. It should. We've talked about that, but it does some. And then our entire defense. We've got to play well defensively because they do spread you out and try to throw.
Yeah, when I talked to Coach this week, and folks, you'll see it later here in the pregame show, to scout the Wildcats. One of the things that he mentioned, and it's one of those things that we see every year in and year out with Lovington, is that they've got a lot of team speed. They're not always going to be the biggest team we see, but it seems like they're going to be really fast. The other thing, and he didn't talk about this much, but I was going to bring it up with you here on the show, is that one of the things I always remember about Lovington, and they do it to this day, even though they got a relatively new coach. Coach Gonzalez has been there a few years, but they really scheme well. They scheme against the opponent they're going to play, and so we see that when they take us on, because they really do a good job of knowing what to expect from the Artesia Bulldogs. Now, one wrinkle we have this year, of course, is we have a new head coach. Our system looks pretty similar to just the normal fan, but there's some things about what we do in our routes, the way we do our blocking schemes and running attacks. So that's a little different than what our district has seen over the years, as well as our non-district opponents like the Lovington Wildcats.
And not just the offense, right? We got Coach Rodriguez in as the defensive coordinator, and they are running a different defense this year, too. So scheming for our defense is also new this year to them with the new DC, and also it's going to be interesting tonight to see how they do when you play each other so much. As you mentioned, we know Lovington, they know us. New coaches come in, and you got to kind of figure out the new wrinkles and go from there.
Well, we've got a little bit different tonight. We're live right here at Bulldog Bowl, but our guest for this evening here on the Sideline Show is actually a coach that has ties to Artesia, and I think there may be a lot of fans that didn't know that, but he has ties to Lovington. He was a longtime assistant coach and varsity head coach in Lovington, New Mexico. Coach Speedy Faith is our guest, and he will be on here in just a few, just right after this break. We're going to have actually a recorded interview with him. So stay tuned right here on the Sideline Show, brought to you by Faith Baptist Church, KSVP TV, and KSVP Radio. We'll see you in a moment.
My name is Larry Dean. I'm the discipleship pastor here at Faith Baptist Church, and I'd like to invite you to something we call faith groups. Now, there are a ton of resources out there to help people better understand the Bible, but I believe the very best way to grasp the truths of Scripture is to get together with other adults on a regular basis to study the Bible. And that's what we do every Wednesday night here at Faith Baptist Church. So if you're not in a weekly Bible study, come join us this Wednesday at 6:15 for faith groups. Thanks, God bless, and go Bulldogs!
Hey Artesia, I'm Jen, this is Andy, and we work with kids here at Faith Baptist Church, and we want to tell you a little bit about that.
Yeah, on Sunday mornings at 10:30, we have a service for our pre-K kinder, and then also for 1st through 5th grade. And then on Wednesday nights at 6:15, we have our faith groups, which are Bible study groups for 2-year-olds all the way up to 5th grade. We even have something for you, the parents.
Absolutely, and if you cannot come on Wednesday night, but you want your kids to come, you can text the word BUS to 68878, and there will be a link that we send you that you can fill out and get your kids signed up for our bus ministry so they can come without you.
Thanks for watching, and go Bulldogs!
Welcome back here to the Artesia Bulldog Sideline Show, brought to you by Faith Baptist Church. And as promised, Robbie and I have pre-recorded this, as we were fortunate enough to get a guest, former Bulldog, a former Lovington Wildcat, and one of the legends of New Mexico high school football, Coach Speedy Faith. Coach, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, glad to be here. I'm having a great time.
So, Coach, a little bit about what we do. We do this sideline show every week for the Artesia Bulldogs, and this is homecoming week, and we're playing Lovington, and we were looking at guests, and Robbie said, we should see if Coach Faith could do it. So thank you for being able to join us here on this pre-recording. First thing I would like to ask you is, just for our fans out there and for the fans of both you and Lovington, why don't you share with us where you grew up and what sports did you play, if any, and what was involved in as you grew up?
Well, my dad was in the Air Force when I was growing up. I was a little younger, and some of my first memories are when he was transferred to Germany. So I spent about 4.5 years in Germany, from about the second grade to the fifth grade. Learned a little bit of German, don't remember much of it except some of the cuss words. My dad then, we came back to the States. My dad retired, and we moved to Abernathy, Texas. My dad was the assistant manager of Bilo's supermarket in Lubbock. And after that, they transferred him to Lovington. So I moved to Lovington in 1968. So that's where I grew up and graduated from there.
When you were in high school, what all activities did you play? Sports? I know you've been a coach for a long time. Was you involved in sports?
Yeah, I was a full sport.
What's up, Bulldog fans? My name is Bosch Up Church. I'm the worship pastor at Faith Baptist Church, and I just want to take this time to invite you to jump in with us every single Sunday morning. We have services at 10:30 a.m. to praise God.
We're fortunate enough to get a guest, former Bulldog, a former Loving
in Lubbock, and after that, they transferred him to Lovington. So I moved to Lovington in 1968. So that's where I grew up and graduated from there.
When you were in high school, what all activities did you play? Sports? I know you've been a coach for a long time. Was you involved in sports?
Yeah, I was a four-sport letterman for 3 years, and I was also involved in student government. So you could say I was pretty involved. So I like to keep things going. Wasn't great in the classroom, but I wasn't terrible either. So I passed and graduated. So, but I tried to stay active, and I just think I've always believed that kids need to be involved. I was never one to encourage kids to just play one sport or not be in a band or stuff like that. I always encouraged them to do activities. Still do to this day.
Awesome. Well, Coach, good to see you. And I was thinking about this interview today, and you and I go all the way back to Park Junior High School. And you probably don't remember this with everybody you've coached through the years. I remember one time you walked up to me and you just said, I'm proud of you. And I thought, man, Coach Faith is proud of me. And I asked you why. And you said, because I had wore number 11, which was your number. And I thought, man, it had nothing to do with how I played or anything.
Well, sometimes you got to lie to kids to make them feel good. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, we do back a long way, Coach, and I appreciate you coming on today. Tell us, where did you attend college and walk through your coaching history?
Okay. I attended college at Oklahoma Christian College, which is now Oklahoma Christian University, there in Edmond, Oklahoma. I went there on a baseball scholarship. And before I get into my coaching stuff, I do want to talk a little bit about playing softball in Artesia at the church league. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I had 5 home runs one night against Faith Baptist. I'm not sure, but it may have been 5, it may have been 6, but we beat the way out of Faith Baptist that night. So it was always cool playing Faith Baptist because that was my name, but playing for the Church of Christ at all. Anyway.
Just so you know, we do fact check the sideline show, okay?
Hey, that's fine. I remember it like it was yesterday. I started my coaching career in 1978, and I was a junior high football coach and the assistant baseball coach in Artesia. And I've told people that my knowledge of football, which isn't great, but I owe it almost exclusively to the staff in Artesia where I first started. Mike Phipps was the head coach. T.W. Harvey was the defensive coordinator. We had a great staff. Mike Allen, Vernon Asbill, Nick Norton. I could go on and on. It was just a great staff. I learned a lot of football those 3 years that I was there. Then I was offered the defensive coordinator's position in 1981 in Lovington, my alma mater, with Jerry Brown. So I went back there. I spent the next 25 years coaching in Lovington. 10 years as defensive coordinator, and then took over the head position in 1991, and coached another 15 years as the head coach. I retired from New Mexico after 28 years, the 3 years in Artesia, 25 in Lovington. Went to Shallow Water, Texas, and started that double dipping deal, and spent 3 years there. Then my son-in-law, Robert Areola, was offered the head football job at Roswell High School, and he took that, and I went back to Roswell to be the defensive coordinator and later offensive coordinator also. And spent 4 years there. Then I went to Hobbs for 1 year and did not coach. Jeff Curley was the principal at the high school, and I just coached that 1 year, taught 1 year in Hobbs. And then back to Lovington for 3 more years. Got out of coaching and started selling sporting good equipment for Cardinal Sports in Lubbock as a road salesman. Missed coaching desperately. I got a call one day from Chief Bridgeforth, who's the athletic director at Denver City, said they had a junior high position open, and I took it. And then they elevated me to the varsity level. So I'm coaching varsity linebackers at Denver City, Texas. So I've gone full circle. From learning Coach Harvey to how to coach linebackers to coaching them. Here we are 40 years.
Well, Coach, I didn't know you when you were here in Artesia. I was a little younger than Robbie, even though he always calls me his older brother, but I'm a little younger than him. So I didn't get to meet you when you were in Artesia, and you were here for 3 years, you said. But do you have any favorite Bulldog memories, maybe with the coaches or maybe a game or something like that?
Actually, I've got 5 of them, and I'll run down them real quick.
Okay.
I don't want to bore. The first one was in 1987. I was the head baseball coach in Lovington, and we played Artesia for the state championship in baseball in 1987. In Artesia was when the state championships kind of were roamed around. You got to bid on them. Mm-hmm. And we lost that game after leading it 5-0 in the first inning. I walked out of the third base coach's box in the first inning thinking, what am I going to say to the press after we win this game? And we ended up losing 16-6. Then in 2005 in football, we were playing in Hobbs against Artesia. Was kind of that opening deal. I don't remember what they called it, but 2 minutes to play. Coach Anderson put this big, tall, lanky quarterback in. His name was Landry Jones. The ball was snapped over his head. He retreated about 15, 20 yards and got it. Ended up throwing a touchdown pass, and we lost Artesia 14-9 that day. In 2001, Artesia and Lovington were not in the same district. That's when they had changed the classifications. Mm-hmm. And we were playing on the opening day in Lovington, and Artesia had a lead on us. I believe it was 28-7 at halftime, and we ended up coming back that game and winning it 34-28. And we went on to win the state championship that year. And I believe Artesia also won the state championship in 2001. So that was the best comeback of all time for us. 1986, I was the defensive coordinator, and we beat Artesia in the bowl 7-6. First time Lovington had done that in maybe forever. It may have been the first victory in the bowl. But obviously the top one is 1987. Artesia had beaten us in the regular season in football 27-6. At one point they had a 22-play drive on us. McPherson had his day with whatever he wanted to do, he just did it. We were embarrassed by that game. And then we ended up playing Artesia for the state championship in Lovington, one of the most memorable games of all time for me. And we tied each other 0-0. I almost said we lost because that's how it felt at the time.
It did.
And I'm sure Artesia coaches and kids felt the same way. But it still goes up on the old water tower in the back of the press box as a state championship. So 1987 0-0 tie for the state championship.
I remember
Those
well too, Coach, because I was there as well playing, so I remember that as well.
It was a very good game. We a very unique oddity. Artesia had the ball 6 plays in the first quarter, 2 3 and outs.
Mm-hmm.
They had the ball 6 plays in the second quarter, 2 3 and outs. So they only had the ball 12 plays. I've never seen that happen before or since then. So pretty memorable.
Yeah, you guys were tough defensively. I do remember.
We had a good game plan that day. Of course, like I said, McPherson just owned us the first time we played, and Carrera was a fullback. I think he had a turned ankle. He wasn't at full speed, but it was just one of those games where it could have gone either way. And as a matter of fact, another oddity about that game, that was the last tie in any playoff game or state championship game. It was right after that, and probably because of that, that the Activities Association changed the rules for sudden death or overtime, whatever you want to call it.
Well, Coach, hey, again, appreciate the memories. It's been a long time since you've been here in Artesia. So could you just introduce your family and where they are now?
Well, yeah, still married to Pam. She's a housewife and takes care of a lot of cats. My daughter, Christy, is married to Robert Ariola, who's the athletic director at Lovington. She's a librarian now, full-time. She is the owner of 2 state championships as a cheer coach, back-to-back a couple of years ago. We think we may be the only father-daughter state champions in New Mexico. I don't know. We've never researched that, so somebody can fact check that one too. And then they have 2 kids. Robert and Christy do. Brooklyn, who's a senior, and Bronx, a freshman, and at Lovington High School. My son Josh is on the varsity staff at Lovington. His wife is Rachel. They have 2 kids. Chaxton, who will be the ball boy. People will see him on the sideline Friday night. And then Diem, who's a kindergarten person. She's the one that made that famous commercial where she started crying because they made her drink out of an orange cup.
Right.
Yeah, I know everybody knows what I'm talking about, but that did make the state news and had her on TV. She didn't want to have a Bulldog cup.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good. That was good.
That was good.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. We surely appreciate it. We'll let you get back to your afternoon. And Bulldog fans, want to stay tuned right here. Robbie and I will be back live here in just a moment, live from Bulldog Bowl, so stay tuned.
What's up, Bulldog fans? My name is Maupin Upchurch. I'm the worship pastor at Faith Baptist Church, and I just want to take this time to invite you to jump in with us every single Sunday morning. We have services at 10:30 a.m. to praise God, to worship corporately as a family. And so I want to invite you. We'd love to have you. Go Bulldogs.
Hello, Bulldog fans.
Let's go,
Dogs! Go, Dogs!
Love that.
Hey, I'm Josh Howard. I'm the junior high student pastor here at Faith Baptist Church Student Ministries.
And I'm Mike Dupp. I'm the high school student pastor, and we want to invite you and your friends, 6th through 12th grade, right here every Wednesday night at Faith Baptist Church up on the porch at 6:15 p.m. Bring a friend, and let's go Bulldogs.
Go Dogs!
Hey there, Bulldog fans. Welcome back here live to Bulldog Bowl. Friday night lights are on here as the sun is starting to set. We're in our sideline show brought to you by Faith Baptist Church. We just had the fans just got to see Speedy Faith, Coach Speedy Faith, kind of a legend in New Mexico, had a lot of great years here in New Mexico, coached his first years here in Artesia. I've always found that interesting and got to talk to him a little bit about who he coached with, but not Lovington anymore. Now we got Lovington Wildcats here for homecoming, and we're going to look at the keys to the game.
Well, we are, but let me just say this. They don't call him Speedy for nothing.
Right?
Right? I mean, that's who he is, and it was a great time interviewing him. I know we had a good time and appreciate him coming on and doing that. In between practices, he's coaching the city. So we put together keys for the game to some things that we feel like each team needs to do to be successful for that evening. For the Lovington Wildcats, they need to get their offense going early. They need to move the ball, be successful, build upon that, get some momentum, get that confidence against our defense, and feel confident. They scored 31 points against Roswell, so they need to get it going and get it going early. They need to control the line of scrimmage against the Bulldogs. I'm not going to say it. So it's just the key to the game, right? It's every week, but they need to control the line of scrimmage and give their quarterbacks time to do what they need to do, and then also can slow down the Artesia offense, and then disrupt the Artesia passing game. We believe we're going to see a lot of man coverage tonight. The reason they do that is to press our receivers to go one-on-one, to try to disrupt routes, and if they're successful in that, then Artesia will struggle a little bit. So I think another key for them is disrupt that Artesia passing game.
Yeah, if they're able to disrupt with their bump and run or their bump and try to disrupt the route itself, it throws off the timing, as you're talking about, and it also allows them to bring different stunt packages, because if we've got 4 receivers, which is standard what we have, depending even when we're in different packages, and they run that man coverage, even putting a safety over the top, that's only 5. Well, how many does that leave? It leaves 6, and that matches up with our 5 linemen and our running back, right? So they've got a chance to do that. If they can throw our timing off with our quarterback in terms of the routes run by our receivers, then, and this is any team that faces Artesia, actually. Now, you said something earlier, though, Robbie. I'm going to go back to it. You said this in the first segment. You said that our running game it does well, and it does. And you said it surprises people. You know, it's funny, and you kind of laughed about it, and I agree with you. It's kind of funny, but people are surprised by our running attack, and I don't know why, because we've been 50-50 for about 50-50 run pass for a very long time.
I mean, you're right, and we've had great running backs come through Artesia in the spread offense that just absolutely would 100, 150, sometimes 200 yards a game rushing.
Yeah, and I want to mention this too, because Coach Faith talked about it a little bit in the interview we did with him. One of his highlights is he gave us 5 highlights, and they all had to do with Lovington and Artesia. One of them was in 1987 with Michael McPherson, and Michael McPherson's a running back that we've interviewed here a couple of years ago. He was on our show. He was actually here live, came in from out of town. But Michael and I got to play football together, and I was an offensive lineman for Michael and got to block for him. And he led we didn't pass back then. Very few passes. That's where your teams.
Yeah.
But then when Coach Henderson came in and he started the passing attack that has been now proven to be very good. Anyway, Michael McPherson was the leading rusher for a season for a long time. And I was proud of that. I got to block for him, and I was part of that team. But then in 2010, and that's one of the teams, and we haven't mentioned it yet, but it's a good time to do it. In 2010, the team had a running back that's now one of our coaches. His name's Andy Lopez. And we ran the ball about 50% of the time. We threw the ball about 50% of the time. It's a near and dear team to my heart, but because my son was the starting quarterback and Andy, of course, was the starting running back, Andy broke Michael McPherson's rushing record, while Josh, my son, threw for 3,500 yards and 40-something touchdowns. So we run and pass.
We do. Absolutely we do. And whether it was the more of a run team back in the 70s and 80s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, right, 50s, or the spread offense, they still run the ball.
Yep.
And so Jake Barrera comes into he's a key component of our offense, no doubt about it. I think the difference, to an extent, is Artesia will use the passing game to open up the running game.
Right.
To an extent, where a lot of teams will use the running game and then set you up for a pass.
Yeah, they'll run play action, and that's their way to get their pass going, where we'll throw it and then we'll have a run slip in.
Yep. So, and we'll also step up and read the defense, which helps a lot, too.
That's exactly right.
All right, for Artesia tonight, keys for Artesia to be successful, the Bulldogs. stop the dual threat of Aranda and Gomez.
Yep.
Again, we talked about they've got over 1,100 yards passing between them. They're about 50% on their passes, so fairly successful on that in their percentages. So we need to really focus on them and make them beat us with somebody else. So stop that dual threat. I put this down here. We need to bring the same intensity to this game that we had against Cleveland.
Yeah.
We had a great first half against Cleveland. Cleveland showed their muscle and their depth in the second half last week, no doubt about it. But the Bulldogs kept their intensity that entire game.
Yeah, they did.
And I'd love to see them come out with that same intensity tonight to start this game and maintain it, because if they do, this Bulldogs could be really successful tonight.
Right.
And then also just play a complete game. I don't think we've seen close to a complete game from the Bulldogs this year. Turnovers are one aspect of it, and then all three phases of the game. And so it'd be really nice to see a complete game tonight from the Bulldogs.
Well, it's going to be critical as the games, as we get into district, we got to start playing complete games. I agree with you, and I think everybody would agree with that we haven't played a complete game yet. But so it'd be nice to get started tonight. It's a good time. We're halfway through the season. We're getting closer to district, which we call the second season of the year. So the other thing that stopped the dual threat, Lovington seems like they've always had a quarterback or two, as we're going to see here, that just seems slippery, seem like they can get out of things and get that ball down the field. So there's no different tonight.
Right. And I'll just say this. I mentioned players to watch, number 4, Hilliard, 60 tackles on the year. I played against a guy, Hilliard. His last name was Hilliard. And I remember because he was so fast, he tried out for the Olympics.
Right.
In Lovington. And so I'm sure this is in that family somewhere.
I bet he is.
And so he'll be fun to watch tonight.
All right, Bulldog fans, we want to thank you for joining us here on the Sideline Show, brought to you by Faith Baptist Church. We are live here, as you can see us. The players behind us, if they're still back there, warming up. Robbie and I are going to head up. We got the pre-games coming up, and then Friday Night Lights at 7 o'clock. So stay tuned. If you're anywhere close, come on out to the bowl. The bowl's filling up. Got a huge crowd here, but there's still room for you. So if you're anywhere close, come on out. Otherwise, stay tuned. Pre-game, and then Friday Night Lights. Go Bulldogs. 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 Friday Night Lights. Go Bulldogs.
Time to make moves. Kickoff time is almost here as to take on the Wildcats of Lovington. It's Cats versus Dogs. Bulldog football on KSVP AM and FM and at KSVPTV.com is presented by ENMU Roswell, Artesia Animal Clinic, Artesia Ford Sales, J.S. Warden Sun Insurance, La Fonda, Sandy Stockton and State Farm of Artesia, Smile Expressions, Artesia Family Health Center and Presbyterian Medical Services, Artesia General Hospital, Roswell Seed Company, Guy Chevy, KFC of Artesia, Maupin and Brown Dentistry, Pop's Diner, Forest Tire, Western Bank of Artesia, Artesia Credit Union, Pecos Valley Equipment, Oasis Computers, Eastern New Mexico University, Catalyst Church, Brandon Williams and Farm Bureau Insurance, Cisco Equipment, Artesia Plumbing and Heating, TMJ Auto, New Hope Baptist Church, H&R Block of Artesia, Castle Reynolds, Kane Electric, Frost Mortgage, Incredible Printing, Bobcat Auto, and Tate Branch of Artesia. Now, here's your hosts, Joby Hodling and Robbie Ballou.
When I was young, I thought I had forever to prepare for retirement. But as the years went by, retirement got closer and closer. Well, I wish I'd have started saving 10 years earlier.
How you spend your retirement depends on what you do now while you're still working. We've helped a lot of area seniors prepare for retirement. Stop in and see us about saving for yours. Western Bank of Artesia. We're big on you. Member FDIC.
My name is Israel Calderon. I'm in 11th grade. My number is 21. I'm an outside linebacker. My dad's name is Elias Calderon. I have Jerry Rodriguez and Kimberly Rodriguez. I don't play any other sports and activities. My favorite college is Longhorns. My favorite NFL team is the Green Bay Packers. And my favorite thing about being a Bulldog is they welcomed me with open arms when I moved here.
My name is Jake Miller. My grade is 11. My number is 22, and I am wheel linebacker. My parents are Jamie Miller and Scott Miller. and I have a brother, Peyton Miller. I am involved in baseball and football, and my favorite college team is the Longhorns, and the NFL team is the Packers. And the thing I like most about being a Bulldog is that they take you in as a family.
My name is Jeremiah Gonzalez. I'm in the 11th grade. My number is 53, and I'm guard and center. My parents are Michael and Kristen Gonzalez. My siblings are Darian and Dry Gonzalez. My other sport and activity is bowling and baseball. My favorite college is Oklahoma, and my favorite NFL team is the San Francisco 49ers. And what it's like to be a Bulldog is just to interact with all the players and having a good time with each other and just coming together as one.
My name is Diego Wesson, 10th grade. My number is 54 and I play outside linebacker. My mother and my dad are John Wesson and Sarah Jimenez, and my brother is Dion Wesson and Chrissy Jimenez. I play basketball, I do golf, and favorite college is Texas Tech. Favorite NFL team is the Broncos, and what I love most is the tradition.
My name is Laredo Hammer. I'm a junior. My number is 70, and I play a defensive end. My parents is Laramie Hammer and Samantha Hammer. I have a sister. She is Letitia Hammer. I play track, and I am not involved in any activities. My favorite college is the Northern University of Arizona, and my favorite NFL team is Jacksonville Jaguars. Then my favorite thing about being a Bulldog is getting to play on the Bulldog field.
My name is Daedrin Kucher. I'm a senior. My number is 71. I play defensive tackle. My parents are Valerie Kucher and Richard Kucher, and I have a brother named Matthias Venegas. I play track and I do javelin. And my favorite college is Texas Tech, and my favorite NFL team is the New Orleans Saints. And I like the community that is around the Bulldogs in this town.
Guacamole. The best guacamole in the Pecos Valley is at La Fonda Restaurant in Artesia. Holy guacamole! Everything is coming in fresh by the truckload. Avocados, green chilies, jalapenos, tomatoes, and onions. The makings of our signature salsa, golden fried chili rellenos, and of course our guacamole. Holy guacamole, what are you waiting for? La Fonda Restaurant, 210 West Main in Artesia, with plenty of parking off Highway 285. Holy guacamole!
Does a robot know you like a neighbor?
Insurance Corporation will fulfill requests to cover anyone, anything, anytime, anywhere, with most standard algorithm in the order it was received. Please hold.
Robots don't know you. We do. At Farm Bureau Financial Services, getting the insurance coverage you need always starts with a conversation. It's your future. Let's protect it.
I'm Brandon Williams, Artesia's local Farm Bureau agent. Call us today, 746-2171.
When that problem arises, one call to Crouch Plumbing and Heating is all it takes. Crouch's plumbers and technicians are highly trained. No problem is too big or too small for Crouch. Whether you need a water heater replaced, a gas line run, a leaky faucet repaired, or your heater or AC serviced, Crouch can do it all. Your problem is their problem, till it's no longer a problem. Call on Crouch for timely response, quality workmanship at a fair price. Servicing Carlsbad and Artesia.
Bulldog Pride is about family. It's about being the best both in the game and in the community. It's about giving your all and having your teammates back. This is Pastor Jason Perry, and here at New Hope Baptist Church, we can relate to the Bulldogs. Our church is a family, and we focus on allowing the Lord to be the best both in our church and in our community. Here at New Hope, we know it's a new year, and there's new hope for a new you. We're praying for Bulldog victory in the game and victory in your life through Jesus Christ.
Hi, Bulldog fans. Joby Hodling here, joined by Coach Bickle and his Scout the Lovington Wildcats week coach as the Bulldogs are facing for our homecoming game the Lovington Wildcats. Class 4A, so they're class below us. We just got finished, last week played the Cleveland Storm, who class 6A, a class above us. One thing about the two teams, they're both number one ranked when they're coming into the bowl.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're excited. It's
Lovington has a rich tradition against Artesia. We've been playing for years, and so I expect us to still have a good ball game, just like we would with Cleveland and anybody else we play. We always seem to get the very best shot when people play Artesia.
Yes, we do. All right, Coach. Well, let's scout the Lovington Wildcats. Let's talk a little bit about. Let's start off with their kicking game, their special teams. Tell us what we know about their special teams, what you guys have scouted, and maybe what the fans can look for.
Okay, they put a lot of pride into their special teams, and hearing their coach speak a little bit in the clinics, it's something he takes pride in as well, and they do a good job with them. But I feel like ours is just a little bit better. We've got the best special teams coordinator in the state, Coach Olivas, and right now, I mean, the detail that he puts in to the special teams and the scouting report on that end is just at a different level. And it's really starting to show. If you watch some of our games, we're able to get some of those things and really change the game through special teams.
I agree with you, Coach, and I always say that every week too. How the Artesia Bulldogs do a fantastic, and have for as long as I've known, do a very fantastic job with that third phase of the game. As far as Lovington goes, is there anything? Do they run a starburst? Do they have a great kicker? Do they have a punter that does? Do they have anything unusual that the fans might look for? Or just you said they're good at them. Mm-hmm. Do they have anybody standing out or anything that they'll do that we can watch for?
Well, they really just have three main players that you got to watch for on offense, defense, and special teams. It's 8, 14, and 3. And as far as what they do, it's wherever they think they can take advantage of you at. Okay. And so it can vary from different games and kind of where they think they can exploit you at.
Before we move on from special teams, I ask this: do you guys expect them to kick to us? Cleveland did. They're the only team I think that has.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that
Hobbs
Lovington
did
will?
one? Hobbs did kick us once in the second. Well, last time we played them, they gave us a series of different kicks. So I don't know if that was just him trying to feel out the waters and which ones he likes, but we're going to expect anything.
All right, so let's go on to their offense. What kind of sets can the fans expect to see tonight? What kind of players do they have, speed and size-wise?
Okay, they're a traditional spread team. They're going to tend to throw a little bit more than they run. They're 70% pass, 30% run. They got some speed. They've got some receivers that can run. And the quarterback, he's a traditional Lovington quarterback. He can be mobile. He can move a little bit, and somehow he makes his receivers right. And with their speed, it really shows up.
Okay, so a lot of speed. Much size on the offensive line?
They're not. They'll probably match up better with us than some other opponents we've had, but they're as far as running the ball, they're 30% for a reason, and I think we're going to look for their answer to try to run the ball a little bit more. The last couple weeks have been a little bit off for them, so we're expecting to see their answer for that.
Okay, defensively, what set is there? Do they have a base set that we can expect to see? And will they blitz much? I guess a lot of that same speed translates over the defensive side as well.
Yes, sir. They run just variations of an odd front. They're going to run with 3 down, and it can change up a little bit behind that. But really, you can expect to see a nose and 2 ends and just dress it up on the backside. And of course, you got those kids that can run and some speed, and we'll see what they do with it.
All right, Coach. Well, thanks for joining us here on Scout the Wildcats. Bulldog fans, if you're watching this, hope you're at the bowl already and watching it on your device. As we got the game coming up here in just a few minutes, the Wildcats and the Bulldogs are getting on the field and warming up now. If you're not here, we thank you for tuning in, and stay tuned as we've got Friday Night Lights coming up at 7 o'clock. Go Bulldogs.
In Isaiah chapter 41 and verse 10, the text says, "Do not be afraid, for I am with you. Do not be discouraged, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will hold you up with my victorious right hand." We think about fear. We seem to We seem to run when fear comes upon us. But let's remember about this passage. Let's remember that God promises to be with us when life is terrifying. And so when life doesn't go our way, when life seems to be falling apart in front of us, God continually says over and over again that he knows we're fighting fear and that fear is part of being a human being. But he promises to be with us. He doesn't promise to take it away. He just promises to be with us. Is God with you? If he isn't, and you want to know about him, please come visit us at the Hermosa Church of Christ, just north of Walmart, on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m.
Through Presbyterian Medical Services, Artesia Family Health Center is your all-in-one provider for medical, dental, and behavioral health services. They have highly skilled professionals ready to treat your medical, dental, and behavioral health issues. Appointments are available via phone calls, video calls, and limited office visits to provide you a safe and easy way to take care of your health. Need a COVID test or vaccine? Artesia Family Health not only offers testing, but the Moderna COVID vaccine too. Call and learn more. 575-746-9848 or visit Artesia Family Health at 1105 Memorial Drive in Artesia.
Innovation, service, integrity, and knowledge. J.S. Ward and Son Insurance Agency. Auto and home, life and health, personal and commercial. Bonds too, since 1925. We have the coverage for you. Innovation, service, integrity, and knowledge. J.S. Ward and Son Insurance Agency.
Hi, Bulldog fans. Joby Hodling here, joined by Coach Bickle and his scout, the Lovington Wildcats Week coaches. Hey there, Bulldog fans. Joby Hodling here, joined by head coach of the Artesia Bulldogs, Coach Jeremy Maupin. And Coach Maupin, coming off last week, you guys took on the number one team in the state, regardless class, big school in Cleveland, and just a little bit of recap. I mean, it didn't go our way, but from a personal standpoint, I thought the Bulldogs did a lot of things really well, playing against a really good team. A little bit of a recap.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people just see the score line and that weren't at the game, but we thought we came out. We thought we played really well in the first half. We got a couple stops. We were moving the ball. At one point, pretty much right before half, it was 21-17, and we were excited about where we were and where we started. And then they scored right before half, and then got the ball after half and scored. And then from there, it just kind of became a trying to catch up kind of game. And I still think what I love the most is our guys never gave up.
Right.
Really till the end, we were still moving the ball. Our kicking game was a big difference. We thought we won the kicking game. Had some big returns, and did we were 100% PATs. We kicked the ball well. We got an onside recovery. We kicked a field goal. Just a lot of good things there. And then offensively, I mean, we scored 29 points, which is the most a New Mexico team has scored on them. So I guess that's the moral side of the moral victory of it. But we also they scored the most points on us as well. So we know, if we want to compete with a team like that, we got to play better football. And we talked last week, with you guys about mistake-free football, and we still, had some mistakes, 2 interceptions on some plays where, we had some breakdowns and we got out of the pocket, and just some things happened that we got to make sure we clean those things up. And but at the end of the day, there's a lot of positives that we took out of it, and we knew, on paper, we were the underdog last week, and I thought our guys really came out and really made a game of it early. I would have liked for us to have a little better second half, but excited about where we're headed.
Well, I agree, Coach. It was a well-fought game by the Bulldogs and by you guys as coaches. Well, now this week we've got homecoming, and that sometimes can create distractions, but nonetheless, you guys are gearing up to take on the Lovington Wildcats. Why don't you give us just a brief glimpse into what we're doing this week and how practice is going and what you're looking for this week?
Practice has been going well. There's a lot of things that happened this week that are cool, and really there's a lot of things that happen in this community that don't happen other places, and they kind of do a good job here of having things. And the good thing is they plan it around our practices too, so most things happen afterwards. But we got Lovington coming in. Last week we played the number one team in 6A. This week is the number one team in 4A.
Right.
And so it's not like some of the old games, the homecoming games, where you're playing a team that isn't as good as, somebody you can kind of just take care of. We're going to have to play good football. They got a lot of really good athletes. They got a lot of guys that play both sides of the ball. And two of their guys, really stick out, Henson and number 14, Tayton is his name. Really good football players, move well, create a lot of turnovers on defense, playing safety, and then on offense, they're their two best receivers. Their quarterback moves really well, runs the ball well, throws the ball on the run. So we got to be ready for that. Ultimately, well-coached football team. I think Coach Gonzalez has done a good job. They were last year they won their bowl game that they got to go play over at UNM, and so there's a lot of excitement in that community about what he's doing. And so we got to know we got to go play good football, and we got a good team that's hungry. And we've had some games, some back and forth games with these guys over the years. So we know we got to play good football, and we're excited for the opportunity.
No doubt Lovington, even though they're a classification below us, for a lot of years we were in the same district. And so there's a lot of rivalry there. They're a very, very, very proud football program. I think the second winningest program in the state behind us here in Artesia in terms of state championships, and or in that second or third. I think they're second, but there's no doubt, even though they're a smaller classification, the Bulldogs, you guys have a fantastic schedule in that you're playing number one teams here back to back. So can't ask for more than that as a fan. And that's what I am. I get to watch you guys and talk about it. But, well, Coach, thank you for joining us. Bulldog fans, as you know, the game's coming up here just in a little bit. If you're watching this at the Bowl, fantastic. If you're watching it somewhere else and you can get to the Bowl, come on down for the homecoming, as the Lovington Wildcats and the Artesia Bulldogs are preparing right now and will be on the field shortly. So we'll see you at the game. Again, if you can't make it here, then just stay tuned, KSVP Radio or KSVPTV.com, and we're going to bring you all the action. Go Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs.
Among the safest and most effective services available. We are also the only facility within 150 miles to receive a lung cancer screening center designation. Artesia General Hospital offers comprehensive diagnostic imaging services in both Artesia and Carlsbad. Learn more at artesiageneral.com/radiology.
Kane Electrical Supply is your #1 distributor when it comes to the top-of-the-line inventory. Kane Electric carries name brands such as Appleton, Burndy, Fluke, Cooper Lighting, Hoffman, Phillips Lighting, iDeck, Klein Tools, and Square D. Kane Electric has your professionals and will assist you with any information you may have on electrical supplies. Kane Electric delivers on location too. Come by Kane Electric today in Artesia at 1911 North Roselawn.
Artesia Plumbing and Heating is your authorized Carrier air conditioning dealer. Home owned and operated for over 41 years. Artesia Plumbing and Heating installs residential, commercial, and industrial air conditioners. Artesia Plumbing and Heating handles your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs, including the conversion of evaporative coolers to refrigerated air systems. Cut cooling costs with high-efficiency Carrier unit. Artesia Plumbing and Heating is a proud supporter of the Artesia Bulldogs and Lady Dogs and wishes them the very best in this sports season. Artesia Plumbing and Heating, 746-3712.
H&R Block of Artesia is proud to be a member of the community and a sponsor of Artesia Bulldog Sports. At H&R Block, tax time is all the time. They offer year-round assistance for personal or business needs. From simple tax questions to bookkeeping, payroll services, and more. You can trust the team at H&R Block to be there when you need them most. Stop by 502 West Texas Suite A in Artesia or call 746-3456 to schedule an appointment. H&R Block, proud to support Bulldog Sports. Se habla español.
Hey Bulldog fans, welcome to Bulldog Bowl. Joe B. Hodling here live with Robbie Ballou here on KSVP Radio and KSVPTV.com as the Artesia Bulldogs are hosting the Lovington Wildcats tonight here on Friday Night Lights live at Bulldog Bowl. Robbie, Lovington coming in for homecoming.
Absolutely. Wildcats coming into the bowl 3-2 on the year as they have defeated Santa Teresa, Roswell, and Alamogordo, and they lost their last two to Hobbs and Denver City. So Wildcats coming in tonight looking to get back on the winning track as they will hit district here in a couple weeks. Artesia Bulldogs coming in tonight 3-2 as we lost first game, won the next 3, and then lost last week to Cleveland. So Bulldogs also wanting to get a win tonight to get back on the right track as we go into Ruidoso next week, and then we're open and then hit district.
Yeah, so like you said, next week is our last non-district game with Ruidoso coming into town, and then, of course, the open week, and then we go to that second season with district play. Interesting to me, and you touched some on it during the sideline show, Robbie, that Lovington, we always think they're going to be salty. They're going to be good coming in to play the Bulldogs, or whether we play them there or here. But them having defeated the defending 5A state champs in the Roswell Coyotes right in our district, also defeating Alamogordo, which are in our district. So it's interesting to me that we get to see a team that's willing to play up like we do, and we know that about Lovington. They do a good job with that. So coming in here to take on the Bulldogs tonight for our homecoming, and we've got a fantastic crowd here. If you're listening on the radio or if you're watching online, I just let you know there's a big crowd here. The Bulldogs are now entering the field, as are the Lovington Wildcats. We got about 4.5 minutes to game time. Right quick, what I'm going to do, we're going to go down to Jeff on the sideline here in just a couple of minutes, not yet, but just a couple of minutes. But I'm going to run through the lineup for the Lovington Wildcats. Defensively, they've got Cesar Gonzalez, number 89 at corner, and Adam Aguilera, number 3 at the other corner position. Then they show a free safety over the top with Tayton Hilliard, number 14. He's a 6-foot, 175-pound senior, and I remember him basketball and football year before last, and last year in basketball.
Number 7, isn't he?
Well, I'm showing him as number 14 on my lineup sheet here. Is he number 7?
Huh. I got him as number 7.
Okay.
Why is that?
I don't know. Okay. So we'll watch that. Linebackers, they show a 5-3, Robbie. They drop down. They kind of bring a safety down. At least that's how the defense I'm looking at on my run. Is that the same thing you've got? Yeah, they do that. So they got Anson Marcus, Joseph Perez, DeMarcus Thompson, Anthony Gomez, and Isaac Henson kind of in those linebacker positions. They bring down really what is kind of like, I would liken it to what Urlacher played. So Urlacher, a former Lovington Wildcat, he played kind of this position at UNM, University of New Mexico, kind of a Lobo, they called it, up there. But that's what it kind of looks like to me as I look at their starting defense. And then down on the front line, they've got a senior, junior, and a senior, Brian Gutierrez, 5'10", 210-pound, 5 technique, which is a tackle. Their nose is a 6'2" junior, Ezekiel Guzman, number 60, and the other 5 technique, number 5, Caleb Neese, 5'11", 162-pound senior. Offensively for the Lovington Wildcats, the starter that we have is number 12, Ashton Aranda at quarterback. He's a junior, but we're also going to see number 29, I believe, Gomez, that we're going to see rotating in and out of there. Number 6 is shown on our sheet as their starting running back, Joseph Perez, 6 foot, 195-pound senior. They also run a spread-looking offense, so on our sheets it shows 2 wideouts and 2 slots. Tayton Hilliard, which we already mentioned, on my sheet is number 14, and you show him as number 7?
Well, yeah, on offense it shows 14, and then on defense on my sheet it shows 7.
Okay.
So we'll figure it out.
Adam Aguilera is a senior, number 3. He's a slot. Cesar Gonzalez, also a slot. He is a sophomore. And then Isaac Henson is the other wideout, and he is a senior. Offensive line, Ezekiel Guzman, the 6'2" junior at tackle, number 60. Number 78, Pablo Loya, 6-foot senior. Number 59, Brian Gutierrez, a 5'10", 210-pound senior, is the center. Israel Rodriguez, 5'10", junior guard, and he wears number 54. And number 52, Brennan Garcia, is the other tackle, 5'11", junior. And the reason, just so fans know, is I didn't give all the weights, and some of them I didn't give any heights, is because we don't have them all on our sheet. So ones I had, I gave, and the reason I do that, fans, is if you're watching or listening, if you're listening to us, you kind of get a feel for their size. If you can't see them, if you're just watching. So we got about a minute or so before game time, and so we're going to go down to the field, let Jeff tell us what it feels like down there on the field. So, Jeff, how's the temperature? I see there's no wind or a very slight breeze, but what's it look like down there?
Feels fantastic down here. It's 82 degrees. There is a slight fall breeze, guys. A lot of excitement down here. There's been excitement all week at school. I've had a chance to visit with the boys and the coaches. They're impressed with Lovington. They're very athletic in their skill positions. I think we're going to have a shootout tonight, but it's pretty electric down here right now. Looking forward to it.
All right, Jeff, thank you. We've got the time clock is up and ready to go. The kicking team is on for the Bulldogs. Kickoff return out there for the Lovington Wildcats. If you're listening on the radio or watching on the radio, I'll tell you what they look like. Lovington wearing all white, including their helmets. They got the blue numbers and some blue stripes and whatnot. The Bulldogs with the white pants, the orange jerseys with some black or dark gray on the shoulders, and, of course, our iconic orange helmet. And here's the kickoff. Parrish is going to do a little onside, little blooper. Lovington does a good job, Robbie, getting back to that and covering it up.
Yeah, number 6 for the Wildcats chased that from behind, went over him, and he just ran it down and was able to recover that for the Bulldogs. But it's good field position. The Bulldogs, as they start on, Wildcats start on 33.
So that was Joseph Perez. That's their starting running back that was playing up on that front line, anticipating. So they were anticipating us doing something like that. And you're right, he ran. He was kind of playing center. He turned and sprinted straight backwards and got to that before the Bulldogs could. So good heads-up play by Joseph Perez. All right, so the Wildcats in a interesting look. They got a back on either side of their quarterback and a running back behind him, kind of in a pistol formation with 2 running backs beside. The quarterback takes a drop. He's going to throw a go route down the field, and it's going to be caught as the receiver made a great adjustment, Robbie, and that's a big first down for the Wildcats.
I was incredible because we had great coverage down that sideline over there in Riley. And number 8, Isaac Henson, just slowed up just a bit, jumped in the air and caught that, kept his feet in bounds, and then fell out of bounds.
So they only had 2 guys out in the route, I think, Robbie. They've got 4 in the backfield. They got a wide on either side. Running back to either side of the quarterback, and the running back behind the quarterback in a stacked position, going to turn and hand it to him. Bulldogs are there, and they will stuff him. It looks like he might even have lost a yard.
Yeah, just trying that. It's kind of an off read as they pulled 2 linemen going to the left, and they give it to the back who headed up through the 2 or 4 hole. But the Bulldogs stayed home, and I think it's Barunda that was first one in there to make that hit on him.
So a loss of about a little under a yard. We'll call it a loss of a yard. 2nd down and 11 now for the Wildcats is that first pass, just a go route down the far sideline, got them all the way to the Bulldog 45, and now they're back to their Bulldog 46 as they break the huddle. Quarterback is Ashton Aranda, and now they're in a different look once again. They've got a receiver coming in motion. They're going to fake the pitch to him or the little pass, and Aranda steps up and throws it deep. He's got a man down there, and it's going to be caught again. And, Robbie, it looks like we were there, but the Bulldogs didn't go up and defend the pass.
Yeah, Molina was right there, but he was his head wasn't on the ball. He didn't find it. They're going to line up real quick here. Now they're huddling up. But number 14, Hilliard, went up and got that ball high and came down with it.
So, again, looks like we have the coverage, but unable to stop the catch. 2 great catches by the Lovington Wildcats so far on 2 passing attempts. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 11-yard line, 10:45 and counting. In the first quarter, Aranda in the shotgun takes snap, turns, fakes the handoff, runs to his right, looking for the man in the end zone. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be caught inside the 5-yard line. He threw it to the underneath man, Robbie, and that's a pickup of about 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2.
Yeah, just took the snap, rolled to his right, and his receiver was running just a drag route across there. Davion Molina was right with him, but a good throw by Aranda and a good catch.
So it'll be 2nd and 2. They can get a first down at the 1-yard line of the Bulldogs, but an impressive first opening drive here for the Wildcats as we got a different running back, and I'm going to have to look. It's number 21 or 27. Number 6 goes into motion, kind of a sniffer back on the left side. Snap is back and hand it off to 27. He's going to look to get in, and he will not get into the end zone, but it looks like he's going to be close to a first down.
Yeah, it's a little delay play there as they pulled a lineman, went up through that 5-hole, led the way. He went right behind them. But the Bulldog defense stiffened up and didn't let him in the end zone. Stopped him on the 2-yard line.
So Anthony Gomez is wearing – well, I've got different numbers on every piece of paper than what I'm looking at. I don't know who's who, to be honest with you. I think number 12 –
27 on here?
Yes, 27 is Anthony Gomez. Oh. And I thought that was 29 on our stuff, but may not have been. All right, so Gomez to the right of Aranda in the backfield. They've got a wide out to the near side, which is the short side. Slot and wide out to the far side, which is the wide side. Quarterback going to turn and hand it off. And, great hit by the Bulldog defense, and they stuff him.
Absolutely, running about the same play, trying to get him up the middle. And it looked like he had a little gap in there, and the linebackers for the Bulldogs just collapsed on him, and 2 of them hit him. Looked like Johnson and number 54 for the Bulldogs. I got to get my sheets correct here. Diego Wesson,
who is playing tonight, as we have an injured Bulldog. One of our normal starters, Pacheco, is out, and so Diego Wesson in there. And boy, he did a great job hitting that hole hard. I thought the running back was in easy, and all of a sudden he got blasted backwards.
He did.
All right, so they're measuring, Robbie. They're going to measure to see if he was able to get the forward momentum enough
to get the first down. It's very close. So it's either going to be 4th and really short or 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. So we'll let them see about that. Jeff, you're down there. We're going to come back to you. Great opening drive here for the Lovington Wildcats.
I'm really impressed with their skill guys so far. Both of those long passes, I'm sure you guys saw this. Those receivers went up and high pointed it, caught it clean with their hands, secured the ball and brought it down. They look pretty good right now. I agree with you guys. I think the coverage was pretty good, but their receivers are pretty ball savvy and they're going up and getting it. So it's a good matchup.
All right, so we've got 9:01 to go here in the first quarter. They're trying to get the sticks out there to measure. I thought maybe they'd have them out there, but working on it right now. So, Robbie, just a good opening drive here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and to Jeff's point, it sure makes the quarterback look good. You throw the ball up in the air and let your receiver go and get it, and that's what both of them did. So, as a quarterback, you look really good when you do that.
One of the things the Bulldogs, and we're early. I mean, we're only a couple minutes in. It's 9:01 to go here in the first quarter. One of the things the Bulldogs will have to do is get their heads turned around a little quicker. It is 4th down and really short, so they're right outside the 1-yard line. We know I say we know they're going to go for it. I figured that they're going to go for it. So as the Lovington Wildcats send in a person with the play, quarterback is still number 12, Aranda probably. And he's going to have in the backfield number 27, which is Gomez. He's going to be behind him. Looks like he's going to go under center. He's got trips to the left side. Ball snapped, and the quarterback will get in for the touchdown. Just a straight quarterback sneak, and they do call it a touchdown. So with 8:48 to go here in the first quarter, the Lovington Wildcats take the early lead 6-0.
We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back with the kickoff.
Well, let's do the PAT first.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're either PAT or they'll go for two.
No, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking we got that extra one in here. 27, Gomez lined up in the backfield. He tried that lead play twice, so they were linebackers and everybody's probably looking for that. Good call to have the quarterback sneak, just push it in from 1 yard out.
And now they're separating into to a look to go for two. Snap is back, and he's going to try to get to the right side, and it looks like he will get there, Robbie. 2-point conversion is good as the Bulldog defense. I don't know if they were just kind of got on their heels there. All right, so 8-0 is our score. 8:48 to go here in the first quarter. Lovington on their opening drive, take it down and score. We'll be back after this timeout.
Did you know Artesia Ford has been open for 50 years and owned by the same people for every day they've been open? I'd say they must be doing something right.
By the same people? So the person I bought my truck from might have sold my grandfather his trucks?
I bet they did. That's a family tradition I could be proud of.
Artesia Ford, open for 50 years and counting. Visit Artesia Ford at 307 North 1st Street in Artesia to be a part of a family tradition you can count on for the next 50 years.
Welcome back here to KSBPTV.com and KSBP Radio. Live from Bulldog Bowl, the Artesia Bulldogs homecoming 2021. And the Lovington Wildcats have come out here and scored their first series. They've driven down the field. A great drive by the Wildcats. I believe the quarterback, Rhonda, was 3 for 3 on that series and also had a couple of short runs there at the end, including the 2-point conversion, Robbie. So the score with 8:48 to go in the first quarter, 8-0.
Back deep for the Bulldogs on this kickoff return is Fierro, Barrera, Watson, and Estrada to run the quarterback position for the kickoff return.
We anticipate that most teams will squib it or do some kind of a short kick to the Bulldogs. Not sure what Lovington will do. It looks like number 52, one of their linemen, is their kicker. I say lineman because he's wearing number 52, plus he's a big guy. So he's getting ready to go. He gets the go-ahead from the white hat, and here's the kick. And they're going to kick it back there to Barrera. He's on the left sideline, makes a good little move and bursts forward out to about the 34-yard line.
Good carry by Barrera. They kicked it right on the sideline. If he had let that go, it probably would have been out of bounds, but he decided to take it. Tackle made by the Wildcat, number 35.
All right, so the Bulldogs offense on the field for the first time. The ball on the near hash is off in our standard A formation look. Running back is Barrera to the left of Taylor. Snap is back, going to hand it to Barrera. He tries to get around the corner, Robbie, and he will pick up a couple of yards, but pretty good job there by the Lovington defense.
Yeah, it was, and it's interesting because they were running that 3-3 stack that we saw at Berlin so much, and so they come out in that defense.
And they continue to run that defense. Snap is back, and he's looking down the field. It's going to be caught by the Bulldogs, and boy, the Lovington Wildcat was all over our receiver, Watson, but he's able to bring it in on a good pass by Taylor.
Oh, great pinpoint passing by Taylor and a great diving catch. I mean, he just kind of dove out there. He didn't have to dive, but leaned forward and got it.
And they definitely, we talked about them trying to disrupt our offense. They were trying to right there. They do bring a backer up the middle. We got a man, and he's going to be caught by the Bulldogs, and that's going to be Greathouse, I believe. Good pickup there and another pinpoint pass by Taylor.
Well, just across the middle as they're playing that man defense. He came open across the middle. Great throw by Taylor.
The safety was coming up, but a great pass, put it right in that window. He's going to step and throw again, and this time the ball is knocked down, or I couldn't tell. I think number 8 got his hand on it. Incomplete.
Yeah, I think he came across the front with his left hand and knocked it away.
So we second down and 10 at the Wildcat 32-yard line. As the Bulldogs going pretty much no huddle here in this first time out. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Snap is back, going to hand it to Barrera. He runs up into the middle. We got a flag down as Barrera picks up about 7 or 8 yards, but a flag is down. We'll see what that is.
Just a run up the middle with Barrera. Good pickup by him before number 8, Henson, made the tackle for the Wildcats.
I think they're going to call this on Lovington, but we'll see. I thought they were. So, well, let's see what he says. Offsides on Lovington. And so, what's going on?
Why didn't they mark it off?
I guess the official blew the play dead.
Oh, yeah, but they didn't move the ball.
But they got to give us 5 yards. So that's what they're going to do. Well, now he's going the other way. Now he's going the right way. So the officials getting everything straight.
First quarter for them, too.
Yep. All right, so the clock is rolling, 7:56 and counting here as the Bulldogs get 5 yards. And they must have blown it dead, Robbie. That's why. So, again, they're going to bring pressure. And there's up the middle goes Barrera. He breaks one arm tackle, and then the Lovington Wildcats able to get him down just short of the first down.
Well, I lined up with that nose tackle. 2 linebackers came through the A-gap on the left side. And so one was untouched. Barrera sidestepped him, and so he did good to pick up positive yards.
3rd down and 1 at the Lovington 23-yard line. Right, kind of in the middle of the field. Snap is back, going to turn, hand it off to him again, and he will be close to the first down. We'll see where they mark him down. That's Barrera with the surge ahead.
Well, that's just hard running by Barrera because I didn't know if he was going to get there.
And that is a first down.
Yeah.
So first down for the Artesia Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat. We'll call it the 22, just inside the 22. Bulldogs right out of the huddle quickly, ready to go. Barrera to the left of Taylor on the left hash mark. Snap is back. He's going to look to throw. Steps and throws into it, and the receiver out there is Greathouse with a great catch. Breaks the tackle.
Oh.
Then he goes to his knee. He was he swung around, Robbie, and unable, his knee touched.
Yeah, out route over there by him. Great throw by Taylor. Great catch. And then he got rid of the defender, and as you mentioned, just slipped on the turf.
All right, so they're right back at it. Taylor looking to throw, and now he's going to roll out to his left. Still looking backside, and then he's going to throw it into the end zone, and that is knocked down. Looks like number 99? 89? Got a hand on it.
Yeah, I'm looking over here. I can't tell. Well, it's a good job of Taylor extending that play. His first read wasn't there. He didn't like what he saw, so he just started rolling under control to his left, kept his eyes downfield. He even looked back to the far right corner one time.
And there was a Bulldog over there. I thought he was going to stop and throw it. He wasn't under any real pressure out here. All right, so 2nd down and goal from the 10-yard line. Turn, hand it off to Barrera. He burst into the middle. Looks like he's going to pick up close to 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and goal.
So the Bulldogs just keeping them honest. They come out, throw 3 in a row, and then they're mixing in Barrera in the run game right now.
All right, so 3rd down and goal from the 5-yard line. A formation. Taylor looks to his right. He throws it out there, and that's caught. Touchdown, Artesia Bulldogs.
That's a great route by Greathouse because he drove his guy inside, and then he broke outside, which gave him separation. Perfect timing by Taylor. Because when he took 2 steps to his right, the ball was there.
Just our normal standard out route that we've seen a million times, and it works great very difficult to defend. And like you said, good job by Great House. The Bulldogs now within 2. And looks like they're going to go ahead and line up and go for 2 as well, as we got the heavy package in with Peyton Dean's back. He's a little deeper this time. Snap is back. He's going to go to his right. He's got a gap, and he is going to get in. I think he was untouched, so the Bulldogs tie it up.
He was untouched. Calderon did a great job with the kick-out block over there, and Dean's cut right inside of him and went untouched in the end zone.
All right, so with 6:19 to go here in the first quarter, the Bulldogs answer right back. The score 8-8. We'll take a break and be back for the kickoff.
When was the last time a bank asked you about your needs or your goals? When you're a member of Artesia Credit Union, you get to use your money for something more important than fees and finance charges. You get to use your money for you. Membership is open to anyone who calls New Mexico home. Become a member of Artesia Credit Union today and see what your partners can do for you. North 5th Street in Artesia or online at artesiacu.org. Artesia Credit Union, member NCUA. It's important to know local folks you can trust. People who'll be there for you when you need it most. Cisco Equipment in Artesia, serving southeast New Mexico since 1978 and new locations throughout Texas, is the leader in equipment rentals, sales, and service. Whether it's an excavator, backhoe, or wheel loader for the pipeline, or a reach fork or man lift for the construction site, Cisco Equipment has the dirt and aerial equipment to get the job done. Call the team at Cisco Equipment today, 748-1314, serving all of southeast New Mexico and throughout Texas.
All right, we're back here. Parrish, the kicker for the Bulldogs, as he comes forward. It's going to be a little pooch kick over the middle. It's going to bounce around. Number 8 picks it up, and Bulldogs right there when he got it for the tackle.
Well, that's number 44 for the Bulldogs, just flying down the field, and that is Jesse LaRock. And as soon as the ball carrier tried to take a step forward, he wrapped him up and took him down.
And that's Isaac Kinson, who's a tremendous athlete. But, boy, what a great time there, or a great job by LaRock to be right there and make the tackle. All right, so the Lovington Wildcats with their second opportunity here offensively, see what the Bulldogs can do defensively. Lovington looked pretty tough, Robbie, going down the field that first time.
Well, traded punch for punch there, so we'll see what they come back with.
All right, so Lovington now with a formation look. Aranda in the backfield, Gomez to his left. He's going to bring number 3 in motion. He goes by him. He's going to turn and look that way and throws it deep out there, and the Bulldogs have that played perfectly.
Yeah, Pondo over there. Great coverage by him. The ball was not exactly thrown that time, but there was nowhere to go with it either, as he had great coverage.
All right, so the Lovington Wildcats will huddle up. Second down and 10, and I don't think I said where they started, Robbie. They're starting off, you might have, but 27-yard line is where LaRock tackled Henson. All right, so second and 10, an incompletion, stop the clock. 6:11 to go in the first quarter. A formation look. Aranda in the backfield. Gomez to his left, going to turn, hand it up. No, he keeps it. Gets around the right side. The Bulldogs do a pretty good job chasing him from behind, but he will pick up about 4 yards.
That's Riley Jarrett from his left defensive end position. Saw the back, did not get it. He just flattened out and chased him down from behind.
So it'll be third down. Looks like third down and 5 for the Lovington Wildcats at their own 33-yard line. 5:47 and counting to go here in the first quarter if you're just joining us. And if you are joining us here and you're anywhere near, I always encourage people, Robbie, come on out to the bowl. Fantastic atmosphere here. We got a huge crowd. Lovington brought a great crowd as well. And so great game here to come watch. All right, third down and 5. Lovington brings number 3 in motion from the short side of the field. Aranda's going to roll that way as the Bulldogs in coverage. He throws it. That's going to be caught, immediately hit. But he does hold on to the ball. Yes, he does. First down pickup.
Well, that's number 8 for the Lovington Wildcats. Let me get it on my sheet here. Yeah, that's Henson. Boy, he just sat down in a soft zone, or soft spot in our zone. Quarterback picked him up well, and then number 89 for the Bulldogs came and made the tackle. 86, I guess, Artemendaris did.
Yeah, and he hit him right as he caught it. It was a little crossing route. All right, they're back to this kind of a stack look. They got a running back on either side of Aranda, and then Gomez behind him in the shotgun. Turn and pitch. They're going to run student body left. Bulldogs look like they play it pretty good, and he will pick up maybe 2 yards depending on the spot.
Yeah, they're trying to get outside on that play or at least get a kick-out block and get some stretch on that play. But the Bulldogs immediately shut down that outside. When he turned in, Calderon hit him first for the Bulldogs, made the tackle.
All right, so with forward momentum, it was a 3-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd down and 7 from their own 44-yard line. Ball near the middle of the field as they get ready to come out of the huddle, see what they're in here. They're going to be back in a wide receiver to the far side, a slot and wide out to this side with an X-back to the opposite side on the tackle's hip. Gomez to the left of Aranda. He fakes the handoff, rolls to this side, throws the ball, and it goes in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, number 3.
Good coverage again by number 49, Thomas Riley. There was an opening there if the pass had been thrown perfectly, but Riley had good coverage and a good job by the Bulldogs to put a little pressure on him too. He couldn't roll out like he wanted to.
So it's going to be 3rd down and 7 now. That was Adam Aguilera, the intended receiver. It was just, like you said, it wasn't perfectly thrown. Maybe he'll probably say he probably should have caught it, got through his hands, but it was out in front of him. All right, so trips to the wide side of the field, ball near the near hash. No receiver. Well, they got a tight end. We better watch that on this side. Aranda will drop. He's looking to the left side. Bulldogs get some pressure on him. Oh, no, he breaks through it. He's got a lot of green grass. He's into Bulldog territory before he's pushed out of bounds at about the 42-yard line.
So it looked like our defensive line got through that time. Barunda, Reza got through, or Luna got through, and quarterback did a good job. Aranda just stepping up in that pocket and then just tucking the ball and getting what he could, which was a 1st down.
Now, I think there's a flag down on the field, and let's see what this is, Robbie. They're marching it back. I didn't see the white hat signal it, but illegal block. He was illegal block, right?
Yeah, and I wondered about the block on the linebacker for us, Wesson. It was close, so maybe they called that.
So that was from a spot of the foul, and so it's going to be 3rd down and 8. It was 3rd down and 7, but because of the 10-yard march off, it'll be 3rd down and 8. So the Bulldogs have another opportunity here to stop them and force a punt. As the Wildcats break the huddle, they've got wide out and a slot to the wide side of the field opposite of us here in the press box. Gomez to the right of Aranda. Now they bring number 3 in motion. Going to drop straight back. Bulldogs getting pressure immediately. He's got Gomez, and it's going to be caught. Boy, nobody went with Gomez out of the backfield, Robbie. He was wide open.
Yeah, the linebackers are dropping back into their coverage, and Gomez slips out from the backfield, and they didn't pick him up. So good job by Aranda by finding him, because the rest of there was great coverage by the secondary on everybody else.
So a big pickup all the way down to the Bulldog 43-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10, 3:50 and counting as the clock is rolling. Aranda looking over to the sideline to get his play.
Those are big plays, Joby. It's 3rd and 8. We hold them there. We get a punt. But when they pick up that 1st down, it keeps that momentum going.
All right, so trips to the wide side of the field, ball in the near hash. Aranda has Gomez to his left. He's straight drop out of the – looking to throw a screen. Bulldogs tip it. Boy, that could have been going the other way. Jarrett almost got his hands on it.
I think the Bulldogs did a good job of picking up on that. A couple of them kept rushing Aranda, but then some of them just stopped where they were, so there was nowhere to go with it.
And it looked like Riley Jarrett, to me, kind of slowed his rush down and got his hands up. And if he'd have caught that, he'd have been going the other direction. So good defense there by the Bulldogs. And that's certainly possible.
Oh.
I have 3 interceptions in my career from a defensive tackle
That's
spot.
True. Yes.
Yeah, on those little, I just read them, got lucky. All right, so 2nd down and 10. Gomez to the right, and we're going to draw the Bulldogs offside. So, you see that. They've been going, I think, on the first, it appears they've been going on the first count every time. That time he didn't, and we had a Bulldog or 2 jump.
Yeah, it's a good setup by the quarterback, Aranda, to go on the same count for a while and then, give that hard count, tell your team not to move. Yep. I'm going to change it up and then go.
Yep. All right, so it'll be 2nd and 5 after the 5-yard pickup. On the penalty, A formation look. Gomez to the left of Aranda, ball in the near hash. Aranda takes a snap, turns, hands it off to Gomez. Up the middle he goes, and he will pick up the 1st down. 5-yard pickup for Gomez.
Calderon came on a blitz from that offensive left side, run went up the middle, so he got him from behind with Barunda, but not before he picked up some yards.
So pick up a 5. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 33-yard line. First quarter action here, 8-8. Both teams scored on their opening drives, and now Lovington with their 2nd drive in the ball game, and they're on the drive. A formation look, ball in the near hash. Gomez to the right of Aranda in the shotgun, turn. Oh, that's number 33, and he had nowhere to go, and then he breaks outside. The Bulldogs, it was like they thought they had him. He's all the way down to the 15, inside the 15-yard line.
Had the perfect defense called. Calderon shot the gap where he was coming through the hole, and he missed him. I mean, he would have had him for a 2-yard loss, and then once there was no linebacker there, he got by Calderon. There was nobody left until our safety came and made that tackle.
So that's on Dallas Cardenas. He is a freshman, according to their lineup card here. And he was the running back and may still be the running back because Aranda in the shotgun. He's got an A formation look. Snap is back, going to turn and fake the handoff, roll out to his right. He's got a man. He throws it, catches it about the 8, and then he makes a move, and he's going to get in. The Bulldogs just missed some tackles. He's in for the touchdown.
That's a good route by, who was that? Number 3?
Well, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, it's number 3 for the
Adam Aguilera?
Yeah, it's Aguilera. So good route by him because he drove Riley deep, and then he came back towards the quarterback, got that separation we talked about earlier, made the catch, and then just made 2 Bulldogs missing.
So 14-0. They don't have a holder unless the holder was looking around. Okay, he does go back to hold now. So they are lining up in a normal PAT. They went for 2 a while ago. 14-8 is the score. Snap is back, and they're going to be a false start, I guess.
Yeah.
They're blowing it dead.
Artesia was offsides for the Bulldogs.
Oh, okay. I was watching the holder. I didn't, the snap, I missed so it was offsides. Let's see if they change their mind and go for 2 again. Yard and a half closer, half the distance. And so it looks like they got 2 coaches kind of standing out there on the 15-yard line for the Wildcats, but it looks like they're going to stay. Well, they're deciding because the holder's still looking over there at them. A while ago they did this, and then that holder went into the number 8, went in and played quarterback. And it looks like they're going to do it again. So number 8's going to play quarterback. They're going for 2. And the Wildcat formation, snap is back, and the quarterback will get in once again. Same exact play. And so the score now 16-8 with 2:24 to go here in the first quarter. The Lovington Wildcats lead the Bulldogs. We'll be back.
Your pet is an important member of your family. That's why at Artesia Animal Clinic, we strive to provide complete care for your pet. Our services include dental, lab, preventative medicine, surgery, and ultrasound, along with herd health for our livestock friends. We also know how busy you are, so we'll do our best to accommodate your schedule. Meet our doctors and staff by visiting artesiaanimalclinic.com or just drop by our clinic at 110 West Mahone, across from the Artesia Ford Service Center. Artesia Animal Clinic, serving the needs of your pets and livestock 24/7, 365 days a year.
All right, Bulldog fans, we are back here, and we're going to go down to Jeff for a minute as we've got the Bulldogs kickoff return team on the field, the Lovington kickoff team not down there. Jeff, another good drive by the Lovington Wildcats.
Lovington looks pretty comfortable, a little too comfortable. We've gotten a little bit of pressure on the quarterback, but it doesn't seem to bother him. He's pretty solid, but we're going to have to do a little better job wrapping up. We had a good stop there, and the kid broke away, but Lovington looks like they're pretty comfortable.
All right, so the Lovington Wildcats back on in their huddle in the kicking formation, so they'll break out of that. Number 52 is their kicker, and that young man is Brennan Garcia. And a while ago, he kicked it fairly deep, but just to the sideline. Let's see what he does here as he comes up, and he will kick it up right to our up back, caught there at about the 35, and he gets all the way out close to the 45.
That's Deans who just took that ball in. They're coached to do that, right? We don't have time to run the starburst with those guys, so he just catches it and gets what he can.
Yeah, he was up back on the left side, and so he kicked it right at him. He just caught it in the gut and took off. And so the pickup of about 9 yards on the carry. So on the kickoff return, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs on the near hash, 44-yard line, their side of things. A formation, Barrera to the left to Taylor in the shotgun. Snap is back. They rush 3. Taylor steps into a throw. A little high, but a good job there by the Bulldogs. And that's going to be a pickup for the Bulldogs on the completion.
Rodriguez drives his man deep, and then he comes back towards like a stop route, but he's about 12 yards deep. Taylor zipped that one in there. He had some mojo on that one.
Had a little mustard on that hot dog. It'll be 2nd down and 3. Got to the Lovington Wildcat side of things as it's on the 49-yard line. A formation, Barrera to the left. Now we're going to have a timeout taken by the Wildcats. So we're going to take a timeout as well. 2:15 to go here in the first quarter. 16-8 Wildcats, but the Bulldogs on the move, so stay tuned.
Many times, patients require skilled care for short-term illnesses, temporary help after hospitalization or rehabilitation after a major surgery, and many more conditions that can be handled in the comfort of your home. J&J Home Care stands ready to provide such care when you or your family members need it. Our highly experienced nurses, therapists, and aides have been serving Artesia and the surrounding community for more than 20 years. To learn more about the services available at J&J Home Care, call 746-2892 or visit visit us at 1301 West Grand in Artesia.
Welcome back, Bulldog fans, here on KSBT Radio and KSBTTV.com. The Lovington Wildcats and the Artesia Bulldogs in the tussle. 2:15 to go in the first quarter, 16-8 Wildcats, but a Wildcat timeout, and the Bulldogs offense coming out of their timeout. I'm going to give a quick announcement here, Robbie. The Artesia cheerleaders having a AHS Mini Bulldogs cheer clinic. That's going to be September 29th and 30th from 4 to 5:15 at the Red Brick Gym in Artesia. And we'll come back and talk about this some more here in a minute as the cheerleaders ask me to read this for them. All right, it'll be 2nd down and 3. Bulldogs in their A formation at the Wildcat 49-yard line. Barrera to the left of Taylor to snap his back. He's going to step up. Taylor does. Now he's going to throw it deep. He's got a man wide open, and that will be caught by number 20. That's Lopez. He will go into the end zone for the touchdown. I don't see any flags.
No flags. That's a great job by Nathan as he was looking out at a different route, and then they got a little pressure. He decided to run the ball, so he tucked it away, and then he saw Lopez wide open down the field and got it to him as he was running forward. So great job by Taylor, great job by Lopez to wait on that ball, catch it, and then make the defender miss and go in standing up in the end zone.
Yeah, it was just like you said, he had to wait on a little bit. It was a little bit underthrown, but still great job, as you pointed out, by Taylor, because I agree with you. I think he had decided he was running, but then he realized his eyes up, which is what quarterbacks are taught to do. Keep your eyes up and downfield, and he saw him and got it to him. All right, so we're back in the heavy formation. Peyton Deans in the backfield, going to take the snap, go to the right. They're rushing to that side. Deans is going to get in for the 2-point conversion after a lot of traffic.
Well, it looked like Lovington ran the same way we did last time, to the right side. Lovington did a much better job that time, but Deans, they had a guy right behind him, but he did a good job just picking the lane and then using that 195 pounds to get into the end zone.
All right, 16-16 is our score. Both teams have scored both possessions that they've had here in the first quarter. 2:05 to go in the said quarter. We're going to take a break. Stay tuned. We'll come back.
My name is Larry Dean. I'm the disciple pastor here at Faith Baptist Church, and I'd like to invite you to something we call faith groups. Now, there are a ton of resources out there to help people better understand the Bible, but I believe the very best way to grasp the truths of Scripture is to get together with other adults on a regular basis to study the Bible. And that's what we do every Wednesday night here at Faith Baptist Church. So if you're not in a weekly Bible study, come join us this Wednesday at 6:15 for faith groups. Thanks, God bless, and go Bulldogs.
All right, Bulldog fans, we're back here as the Artesia Bulldogs 16, the Lovington Wildcats 16, and our kickoff team now on the field with the Lovington Wildcats kickoff return on the field. And looks like Parrish will be doing the honors again for the Artesia Bulldogs. Or is that Parrish?
Yeah.
Yeah, 87. So 2:05 to go here in the first quarter. We've seen some fireworks as the Artesia Bulldogs and the Lovington Wildcats have been blasting at each other offensively. Here's the kick. He kicks it to the right side. Back, it hits the ground at about the 15. Bolt still on the ground. Bulldogs looked like they were going to have a chance to get to it, but Lovington will get it covered up.
That was number 33 for the Wildcats back there. That ball was bouncing all over the place. He was trying to get a handle on it. He finally just fell on the ground as Lopez was right there if he did pick it up.
All right, so the defense coming out for their third opportunity to stop the Wildcats. As I look over at the Jumbotron, the cheerleaders being shown up there. So Jumbotron is fun to see here for the fans, and a great job to the guys that handle that. All right, so the Lovington Wildcats will start with their worst field position on the night, back inside their 20 at their 19-yard line is where they will start, but they've looked good offensively so far, so the Bulldogs going to try to figure it out and get a stop here. Aranda in the backfield, and I'm not sure who is to his left. I didn't see the number. Number 6 goes into motion, so they got a slot and a wide out to the wide side. He looks to throw it. He's going to throw it deep, and it's going to be caught down here. The Bulldogs kind of got lost in the coverage, it looked like to me, Robbie. He's number 14, or is that 44? Does a good job catching it, and he'll pick up the first down.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there because he was just on the right sideline, and he was standing all alone, so broken coverage somewhere in the Bulldogs secondary.
It looked like our corner peeled down. It looked like he thought they were going to throw to that underneath route, and that left him wide open. The safety was late getting over to the sideline here, and I don't know if that was design coverage or just like you said, just kind of got lost out there. All right, so first down pickup. They're out to their own 33-yard line. Aranda in the backfield in the shotgun. He has a running back to his right, who I think is Gomez. It is. He hands it to him, trying to get around that right side, and Bulldogs play that perfectly.
Boy, Calderon and Barunda for the Bulldogs just stretched that out. There was nowhere for him to go as he tried to turn up, and both of them were able to get a helmet on him.
So it'll be second down, and we'll call it 10. It's a little more than 10, as it looks like a loss there for the Wildcats, but it's close to the line of scrimmage. So we're down to 1:15 and counting in the first quarter. 16-16 is our score here at Bulldog Bowl as the Lovington Wildcats break the huddle, and they're going to have the A formation look, 2 slots, 2 wideouts, running back to the right of Aranda in the backfield in the shotgun. Ball in the near hash. Number 3 goes into motion. Snap. He's looking down here. He's going to throw the a straight fly route. I couldn't speak, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, just a go route down the sideline, right?
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. So but great coverage by Thomas Riley. He didn't get his head around. Never really found the ball. But they're challenging our corners tonight on those deep passes.
So it'll be third down and long. Third down, and we're calling it 10. A little longer than a long 10 for the Bulldog defense here. Great opportunity to rise up. They're going to have an A formation look. Gomez to the right, or to the left. I think it's Gomez to the left of Aranda, the quarterback in the shotgun. Ball near the far hash. Saw some movement, didn't call it. He's going to roll away from pressure. Does Aranda. Now we got a hold in the backfield. Throws caught by Henson. He's got the first down. Morris to the 50, the 45, to the 40. It's foot race. He is fast. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. But, Robbie, that's coming back, I believe.
Wow, that was just a good job by Aranda. He extended the play. And Henson adjusted his route and came back across the across the grain, and he hit him. And, boy, that kid's fast. He's got a lot of speed.
Lots of speed, but it is an offensive penalty. And so it's going to come back after the long run for the touchdown. So Mark waved that off, and the white hat will tell us what it was. I'm thinking a hold, and that is what it was, a holding. And so you see where the flag is there at the 21-yard line. If he marks it from that spot, which is where they should be marking it from.
But he didn't.
Well, that's interesting. It's a spot foul. And so see if the coaches say anything on the Bulldog side. They've just marked it from the line of scrimmage. Okay, well, it's going to be third down and 20 for the Wildcats. And we can't hear maybe he told him, don't mark it from the flag. It was up there on the line of scrimmage. Maybe he said that. So it'll be, this one. Keep trying to get All right, so it's going to be third down and 20. They're going to go empty backfield. Aranda back there by himself. He's got trips to the near side, which is the wide side. Twins to the far side. Bulldogs defense gets ready. Snap is back. Getting some pressure up the middle. Aranda rolls away from it. Still rolling. He's across the line of scrimmage. He's going to have to run, and he's knocked out of bounds. Good job there to keep him from getting the first down. Picked up a few yards, Robbie, but it's 4th and long.
So it's good coverage, right? That's a coverage, I don't know if I was going to say sack, but there was nowhere to go. He decided to tuck it, and Seth Johnson, with his closing speed of the linebacker, just ran him out of bounds, wasn't even close to picking up the first down.
And I think Seth was probably mirroring him, for that very reason, so that he didn't have a run at it. Because we're all in coverage. They got 5 guys running out in coverage. All right, so it looks like they're going to punt. Number 8 is their punter. I think that's the same. I think that's Isaac Henson.
Barrera's back deep.
So the Bulldogs only sending one back. They got a short punt formation. He will punt it out of it. Barrera is going to let it hit the ground. It's going to take a Lovington Wildcat roll inside the 30-yard line. But a great job, Robbie, by the Bulldogs to step up there and helped by that penalty.
Well, we needed that, right? They've drove down twice and scored, so for the defense to hold there, of course they had the break with the holding, but the defense to hold, now the offense come back and we can get ahead.
17 seconds to go here in the first quarter. The Artesia Bulldogs defense does get the hold on downs, so they're forced to punt, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Artesia Bulldogs at their own 27-yard line, as we're missing an offensive tackle for the Artesia Bulldogs, and Nathan Taylor's over there saying, guys, who's supposed to be playing, and we got him hustling on now. That's an oddity. All right, so it'll be 1st and 10. Trips to the wide side, which is and they're going to hand it off to Barrera on the left side. He's down the sideline. He got around the corner. He makes a man miss. He's going down the sideline. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Artesia Bulldogs. As he goes in, and we do have a flag down.
There's a flag about 40 yards behind the play. Maybe it's a sideline. Yeah, I think they got the Bulldogs because the ref was running down the sideline, ran into him, I guess, because I just don't want the fans to say it was 40 yards behind it. Man, I tell you what, Jake Barrera's first time we've come outside with him tonight. We've run him up the middle, and his speed got just by 2 Wildcats on the outside, and that was an outstanding move. He left that guy standing there. He looked like he was going to cut inside and then just went back to the sideline. That guy didn't get a hand on him. Great move by Jake Barrera.
So it was a sideline violation. Touchdown does count. Bulldogs come out in their swinging gait. 22-16 the score. And we'll see if and it looks like the Bulldogs are a little bit of confusion down there, but they are in their swinging gait. And will they run it? Barrera goes into motion. Now they're going to stop and drop back into the normal standard PAT. 3 seconds to go. So when they got the ball, there was 12 seconds to go in the first quarter. Barrera goes down the sideline. Then he just makes a Houdini move. The guy, he runs right by him, and he ends up scoring. Kick is up. Oh, it hits up on the left side. No good. Boy, he hit that hard, but it comes back no good. So with 3 seconds to go in the quarter, the score, the Artesia Bulldogs 22, Wildcats 16. We'll be back after this timeout.
Hey friends, here's to a bright and cheery summer. Come by and let Forest Tire check your tires. Cars, trucks, semis, RVs, we do it all. We know that being there is what matters most. That's why Michelin packs more innovation inside its tires to maximize performances without sacrificing capabilities. So you can continue to go the extra mile to be there for the ones who matter most. Have fun and stay safe. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Welcome back here to the Bulldog fans as they get ready to do the kickoff and kickoff return. We're going to go down to Jeff again. Jeff, there was 12 seconds to go in the quarter, and Barrera comes around the left side, and man, you were at a good position right there watching him coming. What a great move by Barrera.
Yeah, I gave him a little inside out, head and shoulders, and it worked. But what's better than the touchdown play, guys, is the 4 guys chasing Barrera are the skilled guys on Lovington's offense. So anytime we can make them run that far like that, I think that's going to pay off in the second half.
Yeah, I agree with you. They got 8 two-way starters, so hopefully we'll see some guys getting tired. All right, so we're going to kick off here with 3 seconds to go in the lead. 3 seconds to go in the first quarter as Parrish ready to go. And here's his kick. It's another deep kick all the way back. It's going to be caught at the 11-yard line. Up to the 20. The Bulldogs, he goes down the sideline, gets by the first Bulldog, and then he spun around, still on his feet, though, and will finally be getting tackled out about the 37, 38-yard line.
Peyton Deans was the first Bulldog to hit him. He was able to shake him off, and then number 86 came in, Jesse Armendariz.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. That does end the quarter, so we're going to take a break here. Second quarter action coming up live from Bulldog Bowl. You're watching KSVPTV.com, and we're also on the radio, KSVP Radio, AM 990 and FM 93.7. Second quarter action coming back.
Hello, Bulldog fans. It's Martin from Frost Mortgage in Artesia, your local lender. While the Bulldogs are scoring high, your mortgage should be going low. Rates are at an all-time low, and it's time to cash in on it. So call Martin at 575-749-6278 to schedule your free consultation. Remember, you have a choice when it comes to your home financing, so don't be misled. Call Martin at Frost Mortgage today.
Frost Mortgage is a division of Primary Residential Mortgage Incorporated in San
All right, Bulldog fans, we're back here getting ready to start the second quarter. And, Robbie, we've seen a good game here offensively for both teams. Really, the defense is struggling a little bit against these offenses.
Well, these offenses are really showing what they're made of tonight. You got the number 2 team in 4A in the Lovington Wildcats and the number 4 team in 5A in the Artesia Bulldogs, and they're just trading punches right now. The first one to give a little bit was Lovington when we were able to make them punt, and then Artesia went right down and scored on that long run by Barrera. So heavyweight in 4A, heavyweight in 5A punching it out tonight.
And we got a break on that one because they got about a 70-yard touchdown that was called back for a holding, and then we ended up holding them on their 2nd and 20. All right, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats starting at their own 37-yard line. They've got slotting a wide out to the wide side of the field, Aranda in the backfield, and it looks like number 30-something is his running back, so it may be Cardenas. to his left, snap is back, fakes the handoff to Cardenas. He throws it. It's going to be caught. Another good catch there by the Lovington Wildcat. That ball was high and behind him, and he caught it.
It was just almost a slant route. He flattened it out just a little bit, but just ran that slant route. Good throw by Rhonda. Good catch by him as he reached up high to get that.
So that was number 26, DeMarcus Thompson, and that's a sophomore for the Wildcats. First down pickup into Bulldog territory, 47-yard line. The A formation look, 2 slots, 2 wideouts, running back to the right of Aranda in the shotgun. Snap is back. He's going to drop straight back. Bulldogs bring 4. He's going to throw it out to that back, number 33. And he will get down the field on the right side before he's slung out of bounds by the Bulldogs defender.
Yeah, so they set that up well, just kind of snuck him out on the right side and threw it to him. Jesse LaRock able to make that tackle for the Bulldogs.
So on Dallas Cardenas, shows us the freshman running back, number 33, and he's seeing some action here tonight as he catches that out of the backfield. So it'll be 2nd down and 3 at the Bulldog 40-yard line. Ball on the far hash as the Lovington Wildcats going from the south to the north. And they've got the A formation look, running back to the right of Aranda. He's going to turn and hand it off, and the freshman on the right side has nowhere to go.
He didn't. 4 Bulldogs come in there. Seth Johnson, Barunda, Jarrett, and number 59 for the Bulldogs, which is Mark Munoz. All 4 of them came in there and hit him and took him to the ground.
So a pickup of 1 with the forward momentum. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Big down here for the Bulldogs. Like to see them get a tackle for loss. They're going to go trips to the short side of the field. Cardenas remains in the ballgame. He's to the left of Aranda in the backfield. They got 1 wide receiver down here on the near side, which is the wide side. He looks to the short side, does Aranda. He's going to look to throw it deep. Oh, I thought he was throwing it deep. I will look down the field. It's caught, and number 14 just bounces off Bulldogs. He's going to score. Has the flag down. And I think it's going to be on the Wildcats. But, boy, not very good tackling there by the Bulldogs.
No, and that's about the 4th or 5th time in a row we've seen the Bulldogs there and not make the tackle. So we're going to have to fix that. But they're just sitting in those soft zones. The receivers are doing a good job of finding the zone the soft spot in the Bulldog zone and then getting yards after catch.
So it is an illegal block, and they'll march it off from the 20-yard line. It will be a 1st down, even with the penalty. So 1st and 10 at the 31 for the Lovington Wildcats. 10:44, but it's better than the touchdown. 10:44 to go here in the half. The Bulldogs lead 22-16 as the Wildcats huddled up. Their coach giving the play into Aranda. Ball on the far hash, 31-yard line. A formation look, 2 slots, 2 wideouts. Aranda with a running back to his right, and I believe it is Cardenas. Snap is back, turn and hand it off to Cardenas on the left side. Bulldogs there again, and he gets kind of blasted. Might have picked up 1. We'll see where they mark him down.
Yeah, first one there was Mark Munoz as he got him from behind, and then the Seth Johnson and the other Bulldogs came in there to help make that tackle.
So it is a pickup of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9 at the Bulldog 30-yard line, 10:25 and counting here in the first half.
Joby, tonight we got Jed Bilberry, the top Yeso Enchilada Supper ticket seller. He's ringing the victory bell for the Bulldogs.
Sweet. Nice. That's something I did not get this year. I didn't get the enchilada supper. I should have. A formation. Looks like Gomez back in there to the left of Aranda. He rolls to the left. He's going to throw it down the field. He's got a man wide open. He catches it as he goes out of bounds. Number 89 for the Wildcats, and that's a big 1st down.
Well, that's just a great route by him because he went about 15 yards, broke to his left, and got behind our defender, about 10 yards behind him. So great throw by Aranda and a great catch, moving that ball down the field.
That's Gonzalez, Cesar Gonzalez, a sophomore that makes that catch. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 11-yard line. Ball in the near hash. They're going to go with that A formation look. Gomez back into the right of Aranda in the shotgun. Now he's going to bring number 89 in motion. Goes by him. He was going forward, but I don't see a penalty. He throws it out there. It's caught by the one that was going forward, and he's going to be tackled just short of the 1st down.
Well, that's the motion man coming across, as you mentioned, and then he just went out in the flat area. Nobody picked him up, and he almost got down to the goal line before Davian Molina kept him out. Good tackle by Molina.
So it'll be a short 1 yard of the 1st down, so it'll be 2nd and 1 at the Bulldog 2-yard line. So they can get a 1st down without a touchdown. Clock is rolling. We're under 10 minutes, 9:45 and counting. Trips to the near side, which is the wide side. Aranda with Gomez to his right in the backfield. 1 receiver to the short side up there by the far sideline. And now we've got a flag on the field. It's offsides on So what'd they do? Line up in the neutral zone? Or he called off sides on the offense. That'll back him up 5.
Must have lined up too far. Wide receiver.
All right, so they move him back 5 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6 now for the Lovington Wildcats. And now they're talking about it. Did he mean it was on us? He pointed towards them, and it was on us. I was wondering why you calling offsides on them, because normally you wait until the snap before you call.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't make sense. But
so they get yard, so it's 1st and goal. So they just needed yard for the 1st down. So it'll be 1st and goal at the 1 yard line. So the penalty was on the Bulldogs. So we must have been lined up in the neutral zone. Trips to the near side. Aranda looks this way, brings number 3 in motion, crosses him, now goes back. Snap is back. He drops to throw. He's got and it's almost picked off by the Bulldogs. Good defense there by the linebacker.
Boy, Jesse LaRock read that all the way, cut in front of that slant route, and got his left hand up there and knocked it down, or got it tipped up in the air anyway.
So that slant incompletion because of the linebacker's quick move there. So it'll be 2nd down and goal at the Bulldog 1 yard line. As the Lovington Wildcats break the huddle, they're going to go empty backfield. Wouldn't be a bit surprised to see a quarterback draw here, as they've got trips to the near side, which is the wide side. Now he goes up under center, and he's just going to push forward, and he will get in. Touchdown, Lovington, with 9:18 to go in the 1st half, and the score is tied up 22-22.
Yeah, some confusion with our linebacking core getting lined up there. Seth Johnson moved outside. He's trying to get LaRock on the other side, and while they were deciding what to do, there was no linebacker over the center in the middle. Aranda saw that, so he just went under center and took it in.
All right, so 22-22, 9:18 to go here in the half. They're lining up like they're going to kick it, as number 14 is their kicker, and that's Tayton Hilliard. And the Bulldogs are off sides, so that's going to move. That same thing happened a moment ago, Robbie. It moved them a yard and a half forward, so they went for 2. Let's see if they do it again. So Bulldogs struggling a little bit here on defense tonight.
Yeah, and that's early on in the year was they played really well. Were able to make some stops and play well against the run. But tonight we're seeing the passing game really pick them apart, and the missed tackles after the catches.
That will move them forward a yard and a half, and they're staying like they're going to kick it. But a while ago, they number 8 popped back into the quarterback position and ran it in, Isaac Henson. But he does line up. Jump off sides again.
Oh, gosh.
I don't understand what's going on with the Bulldogs, but they're having a hard time. That was right over the ball. So the ball don't move.
So Lovington's had some penalties that holding, blocking the back, and some things like that have stopped one drive and then hurt them on other drives. But the Bulldogs mentally, homecoming week. I'm just going to say that.
Maybe so. Maybe that's what it is.
I can tell you as a coach, I used to hate homecoming week because there's so many distractions for your players.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, no doubt about it. So they're going to go ahead and line up like they're going to kick it again and move them a half yard short, even shorter. Bulldogs 2 times in a row jump off sides, snap is back, kick is up, and the kick is good. All right, so after a lot of time trying to get that PAT done, they finally do. So the Wildcats take the lead here with 9:18 to go in the 1st half, 23-22. And Robbie, as a fan, we struggle. I mean, you like seeing scoring. You like to see that. But as a Bulldog fan, we also want to see our defense stop some of that stuff. And really, we haven't stopped them. They've stopped themselves with that big penalty a while ago, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their scores in their games. They beat Santa Teresa. They scored 14 points that game. They beat Roswell, scored 31. Beat Alamogordo, scored 22. They did not score at all against Hobbs. And then they only scored 7 points last week against Denver City. So to be sitting there with 23 points with 9 minutes left in the second period doesn't speak well of the Bulldog defense right now.
Sure doesn't. I mean, we've got a lot of time left. They've already scored 23 points. So you're right. We're just going to have to see what happens here. Bulldogs coaching staff notorious for making great adjustments, and so I'm sure we're going to see that as the Wildcats line up to kick off here. And they've kicked it kind of squibbed, kind of short. Last kickoff, they kicked it right at an up back, and he caught it. It was Peyton Deans, and he caught it and got us out past the 40-yard line. So we'll see what big number 52 does here. Brennan Garcia, the kicker, the junior for the Lovington Wildcats, lines it up right on the X in the middle of the field. And he'll turn around, put his hand up, wait for the white hat to give him the go-ahead, which he has. And here's the kick. Going to onside it. And the Bulldogs just fall straight down on it. Great job there by the Artesia Bulldogs front 5 and specifically number 35.
Caden Solomon. Good job by Solomon. That's not easy to do. You watch it and that kick comes right at you and it comes hard in a football. You never know where it's going to go. So good job by Solomon just to get a handle on that ball and fall on it.
So good field position after that onside kick. The Bulldogs start at their own 48-yard line with 9:17 to go and down by 1. Trips to the wide side. Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun. Ball on the near hash. Bulldogs going from the north to the south here in the second quarter. And now we got a timeout, or what do we got here? The timeout, Lovington. And so, we'll keep it here and go down to Jeff again. Jeff, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Lovington able to move the ball pretty well on that last drive.
Yeah, they look good. Down here on the goal line, guys, when Lovington comes to the ball, when they adjust the ball to kick the extra point, they give a hard count, but their linemen all have their hands on their knees. And then when they give the hard count, they snap that hand down to the ground. And that's what's drawn us off sides down here. So it's lack of discipline, but good play by Lovington there, and just got them a little bit closer. But that's what hurt us on the offsides.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. We can't hear the hard count from up here, and you don't normally see a count like that, a hard count on a PAT, Robbie.
Yeah, and that's a good pickup by Jeff because we can't see their hand going down either. And any kind of movement tempts you you're just waiting for movement as a defensive lineman to get a jump on the ball to go as fast as you can across there. So that's a good pickup by Jeff telling us and explaining what's going on down there.
So that was the second timeout used by the Wildcats. They saw something they didn't like in that trips, I guess, for the Bulldogs. So trips again to the wide side of the field. The ball on the near hash. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. And Taylor telling somebody he's going to bring him in just a little bit, adjusting. He's got a safety way back, trying to hand it off and nowhere to go. They played that perfectly.
Yeah, they did. We had them uncovered over there, as you mentioned. Watson was uncovered, but went ahead and gave it to Barrera. But they had a blitz coming in, a run blitz coming, which we didn't pick up anything.
That was a really weird looking play. The offensive linemen all looked like they released, like they were. I don't know what happened. It was a strange looking play. All right, so it'll be second down and 11. They're going to bring several players. It's caught out here by Peyton Deans, and he's going to be gang tackled after a pickup of about 5.
That's number 19 for the Bulldogs, Caden Joy.
Oh, Caden Joy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they made that catch. So good throw. Taylor stepped up in the pocket. They had 2 outside rushers coming hard, and he stepped up in the pocket, made a good throw. Good catch by Joy.
I even called the number and then said the wrong name. Sorry, fans. Because Peyton wears number 12, but Joy, number 19. All right, so it's going to be third down and 6 for the Bulldogs at the 48-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats. A formation look, ball in the near hash. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun as he takes a look over the defense. They have no safety deep, Robbie. They've got their safety cheated way up. He's got man coverage across the board. He turns, he looks, he throws it over the top. That's going to be we both groan. I think 26 got a hand on it, and it threw it off for the intended receiver, number 15 for the Artesia Bulldogs.
Yeah, Fierro just ran right by his guy. As you mentioned, there's no safety, so he took off on that go route, ran right by him, had about 3 or 4 yards, separation. And if Taylor, again, lays that ball with any kind of air under it, the defender can't, dive and knock it down like he did.
All right, so it'll be fourth down and 6 as the Bulldogs will line up trips to the wide side of the field from us here in the press box. One man here near the bottom is Lopez. Barrera to the right of Taylor. Again, no safety. Now they bring Barrera. They're going to have 5 receivers. Taylor in the backfield by himself. They rush 4. He steps up under pressure, and he's going to turn and throw it. He's got a man. That's Barrera if he can get to it, and he cannot. And I'm not sure what happened there, Robbie, except for that Lovington got a little pressure on Taylor. And that's incomplete, and we turned the ball over at their 48.
So move Barrera from the backfield to the right slot position. That put a linebacker out on him, and he just left that linebacker standing there. He was sprinting straight down the field. And I think you're right. If there wasn't any pressure on Taylor, that's a touchdown. But he got the pressure on it. Barrera couldn't get over to it.
All right, so turnover on down. So now the Lovington Wildcats get a defensive stop. And that time, that was a defensive stop just because they were able to get some pressure. I mean, we didn't shoot ourselves in the foot in terms of a penalty. So they get the ball back, leading by 1, 23-22. They're at their own 48-yard line. A formation look. They're going to roll to the right is Aranda. He's looking down the field. Seth Thompson puts some pressure on him, and that, again, just a stop right out there and making everybody miss. He's still on his feet, and he is fast. He breaks through the Bulldog defense. He's down to the 20, to the 15, to the 10. He's still on his feet, Is he to the 5, and he's going to get inside the 5-yard line. Robbie, he made guys miss. He broke tackles. He speeded away from people. We do have a penalty down, but my goodness. See what the penalty is. Lovington's already coming back. All right, so illegal man downfield is what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's the case or not, but if it is, that's going to go back to the spot. I mean, all the way back. And that's what it is. I see the flag. I didn't see it initially, and then I saw it way back here, and I thought maybe it was a holding. He still hasn't told us.
So that's Hilliard for the Lovington Wildcats. He ran an out route and saw that Arana was in trouble rolling out, so he turned it up the sideline, made it an out and up. And then when that wasn't there, he just stopped and came back to the ball and got it. And then again, he made Bulldogs miss like crazy. That's just, I don't know what's going on tonight.
All right, so after all of that running and getting way down the field, it's 1st and 15, 5-yard penalty, illegal man down the field on the Lovington Wildcats. So an A formation look, ball almost on the near hash. Aranda, the quarterback, in the shotgun, takes a snap. He's going to roll out to his right again, looking. Thompson comes across. Number 3 is there, and he makes the catch.
So again, just an out route by number 3, Aguilera, for the Wildcats, and Wesson felt it, and he got some depth at linebacker, but Aguilera just too fast as he outran him to that sideline. Wesson dove for the ball, but he still made the catch.
So 2nd down and 4 for the Lovington Wildcats on the Bulldog side of things. A formation look. Snap is back. Aranda looks to his left, drops straight back. Now he starts to step up. He steps into it and throws it, and there's a catch.
Yeah, that's just number 4 coming in behind our linebackers in front of the safeties. We had cover 2 that time, and both safeties dropped deep. So he went right in the middle of them. And Rhonda, thought he was going to run, and then he saw him running wide open. So he hit him.
Alec Holkeen, and that's a big first down for the Lovington Wildcats, down to the Bulldog. Ball in the middle of the field as Aranda will take a step back in the shotgun. Looks like he's got Cardenas back in there, the freshman. Running back to his left, trips to the far side of the field. He's looking that way as the Bulldogs start to get pressure, and then it's thrown. It's going to be almost intercepted by the Artesia Bulldogs. Pretty good defense there. I think it was number 41 that broke that up.
Yeah, Finley Rascon came and got there right as the ball got there and hit the receiver, able to break up that pass. So good defense that time.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 now for the Wildcats at the Bulldog 32-yard line. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go here in the first half. The Wildcats lead the Bulldogs by 1 point, 23-22, but on the drive here are the Wildcats as they break the huddle with the A formation look. They got the ball in the middle of the field. Cardenas to the left of Aranda in the backfield as the Bulldogs showing some man coverage. Snap is back. They're going to bring a blitz. Cardenas steps into it. He's got a man running, and he goes in for the touchdown.
That's just speed, Joby. That's all it is, as we had good coverage out there by Riley. But Henson just ran right by him, and it was a great throw by Aranda again because, I mean, Henson was about 2 yards from Riley, but a good throw by him in for the touchdown. So I tell you what, I watched the film. I was not impressed in the film by the passing game of Wildcats, but they are on tonight.
They really are, and that's a touchdown. So 29-22, Wildcats lead. Let's see if they're acting like they're going to do their PAT. And I'll kind of watch their offensive linemen this time, and if they drop down. I see them in the street. Yeah, they did drop down. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is up, and the kick looked no good. Oh, it is good. It snuck in on the left side. So with 6:42 to go here in the first half, the score, Lovington Wildcats 30, the Bulldogs 22, and we're going to keep it right here, Robbie. Lovington is doing a good job. That play, the Bulldogs went man-to-man, and they did bring pressure, but unable to get to Cardenas. And as you said, he just stepped up and threw it out there to his receiver, who had got a yard or two on our defender, and he catches it and goes into the end zone. So we're going to have to make some adjustments to their passing game.
Well, the receivers are doing a great job of going to the open area, and I'm telling you as a coach, it's difficult sometimes to get your receivers to think like that. You give them a route, and they'll just run the route. Even if they're covered, even if somebody's there, what their receivers are doing a good job is finding the open spots and running to those. Rhonda's doing a good job of finding them and hitting them in time, timing so before our defenders can get there. And then just their athleticism, like on that play, he just flat out ran Riley, that play.
All right, so the kicking team comes on for the Wildcats. We have 6:42 to go here in the first half. The Wildcats 2 touchdown swing since the Bulldogs last scored, and they now lead 30-22 over our Artesia Bulldogs. Again, great crowd here for both towns. Lovington brought a great crowd. They brought their band. They brought their cheerleaders, the band on the field getting ready. They're going to do a halftime show, as are the Artesia Bulldog band. But we still got 6 minutes and 42 seconds of football action before those things happen. So number 52 for the Wildcats, Garcia, lines it up, and the kick, and he's going to kick it deep. And so that's going to get over the head of the Bulldogs. Theoretically, we might have been able to run it, but that was a good deep kick.
Yeah, it was. Fierro was lined up on about the 10-yard line, and that ball went about 3 yards deep, 2 to 3 yards deep in the end zone before it hit. So really not a chance on that. That was a great kick by him.
We've seen a lot of different kicks by number 52, and he's obviously a good kicker. He can do all the kicks that they need. All right, so the Bulldogs will start off 1st and 10 with the ball right in the middle of the field, going from the south to the north here. Second quarter action, 20-yard line. Taylor looks over the defense, has a slot and a wide out on either side. Barrera to his left, snap his back, turn, hand it off to Barrera. Looks like he's got room around the corner. He does. He's to the 30, and he'll burst into the tackle and get out to about the 37-yard line. Pick up about 17 yards.
Yeah, just running outside the tackle that time on the right side. We did it on the left side, and he scored. Come around there. Defenders were there, so he just ducked his head and picked up some more yards. Number 26 made the tackle for the Wildcats.
Marcus Thompson, sophomore. All right, so the Bulldogs in their A formation look, wide side of the field to the far side, turn, hand it off to Burr again on the left side. He will sneak through some traffic and pick up 5 or 6 yards.
That's a good job by the Bulldog line because they blitzed both the A and B gap on that side. And Barrera still able to get about 3 yards before he was touched and then drive down for some more.
So pick up of about 6. It'll be on a 4. It's a short 4. A formation, ball in the middle of the field. Slot and wide out on either side. Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun. Looks like they're showing blitz. They are going to bring 2 linebackers. Going to hand it off to Barrera. Had a guard pulling. He's in behind that blocker, and he's going to get all the way down to the Lovington Wildcat 40-yard line.
Number 74, Jacob Velasquez for the Bulldogs, leading the way all the way around that corner. And then he made one block, and he got off of it and went and made another one with Jake right behind him. So good job by Velasquez to get around that corner and run down the field. Not easy for a lineman to do that.
So it'll be 1st and 10 on the big pickup at the Lovington Wildcat 40-yard line. 5:25 and counting here in the first half. Bulldogs down by 8. If you're just joining us, 30-22 here on homecoming night. Lopez in motion, going to turn and hand it off to him. He's going to try to go around the corner, ducks back inside. And the fumble. There was a late fumble, and Bulldogs say they got it back, but there's also a penalty flag, Robbie, and I think they're going to call. It's in the area of holding, usually on offense. The Bulldogs do get it back on the fumble, and now they'll talk about the penalty.
Lopez got that and trying to go around the left side, and the receivers were not able to hold their blocks, so there wasn't much green turf for him to get to, so he just tried to duck his head and get what he could.
So it's a 10-yard penalty. It's a holding. It was right on the line of scrimmage. backs us up to the 50. It'll be first down and 20 for the Artesia Bulldogs as they're in the huddle ball on the far hash. Nathan Taylor gives his team the play, and they'll be in the A formation. 2 slots, 2 wideouts. Running back is Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun. Looks like they're going to bring a blitz. They do. He's going to run the speed option. Oh, it's a reverse option. And what's that block in the back? And they don't call it. Round the corner we go. And down to the 30, inside the 30-yard line is the Bulldogs for a big pickup. We have not seen that wrinkle.
We haven't, and that's just one of the things that Coach Maupin is throwing into this offense, is that was number 89 for the Bulldogs. And who is that?
That's Matthew Sykes, a sophomore.
Matthew Sykes came around there and basically a reverse play and came around and picked up the first down for the Bulldogs.
All the way down to the 27-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats. So first and 10, ball on the near hash as they were running the speed option from a slot or a wideout. I don't know where he was lined up out on that side, and takes the pitch going the other direction. So like a reverse, exactly. They do bring a blitz. Taylor drops the ball, picks it up. He's got a man, and it's going to be blocked, knocked down. He kind of floated it, Robbie. It was short. That was Peyton Deans, I believe, number 12 in the slot. So incomplete.
Snap was low, and Taylor is on the ground in front of him. And he just calmly reached down, picked it up. Peyton Deans had no one around him, but Taylor he did lay that one up in the air, and Peyton tried to wait on it, but the defender able to come knock it down.
All right, so it'll be second and 10 with 4:38 to go here in the half. Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat 28-yard line. A formation look, ball in the near hash. Looking like they're showing blitz again. Going to hand it off to Barrera on the right side. He does a good cut back. He's to the 20. He's going to cut back inside the 20 to the 15 before he is tackled. Great run there. Running behind his blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. As his blocks are out in front of him, and he doesn't outrun them. A lot of running backs will do that. He patiently waits behind them and looks for a gap, and that time it was inside. So he just planted that right foot and cut back inside before number 8 for the Wildcats came and made that tackle, which is Henson.
Yeah, Henson's all over the place. Jeff talked about this. Those guys are playing. There are a lot of them playing both ways. All right, so it'll be first and 10 at the Lovington 13-yard line. Taylor takes a snap, hands it off to Barrera. He's got the gap. He's to the 5. He is going to get in for the touchdown, Bulldogs.
That's that running game for the Bulldogs we've talked about. We've had some open receivers deep, and we hit one earlier, but not able to hit them lately. But Jake Barrera that time just down the field in the running game, and that's just credit to the Bulldog offensive line and Loya, Velasquez, Angiuano, Soleas, Bays, Gonzalez, Wooten. They come in and out. They interchange. Good job by those young men. Anytime your running game's going, the offensive line is doing a great job.
So 28-30, looks like Taylor's going to stay in. We are going to go for 2 here, try to tie things up with 4:04 to go in the first half. The Artesia Bulldogs and Lovington Wildcats in a slugfest here on homecoming night at Bulldog Bowl. Taylor will be in the shotgun. He's got Barrera to his right, got a little bunch set in the short side of the field, which is near us here in the press box. 3 bunched up receivers. One man on the far side is going to turn and quick pitch it, and Barrera is going to go into that right side. He gets in. He split the defenders. He gets in.
Absolutely. Boy, run it to the short side of the field. Just a quick toss to him. And I tell you, there was about 3 Wildcats there, and I thought there's no way he's getting in. And he dove and split 2 of them into the end zone.
We're going to go down to Jeff for a minute here as the Bulldogs tie things up. And, Jeff, just a good drive there by the Artesia Bulldogs. What are you seeing down there at the field level?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, what an athletic play by Jacob Velasquez, getting out and pulling on that run by Barrera earlier.
Yep.
Just to give you guys an idea of Jacob Velasquez, he's a state qualifier in the javelin. So he's a big kid, but he's very athletic. And also, I think we're wearing them down up front, guys. I think those two-way kids are going to get tired, and we're going to keep pounding them, and that's going to pay off for us in the second half.
So good running attack, Robbie. We talked about it in the sideline show. We talk about it every week. The Bulldogs are going to throw it. We're going to run it too. And when you have these offensive linemen opening up holes for a running back like Jake Barrera, you're going to see some great runs, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
Well, and Jake Barrera doing a good job too. He's fast, he's quick, he's shifty. He's got the breakaway speed. We saw that earlier. But he also has great vision. That separates backs, right? You can hand a good back the ball, and they'll just run some people over. But he's got great vision to find just any kind of crease and burst through that and then pick up more yards.
Yeah, and the other thing that you mentioned on one of the runs in that last drive is he does a fantastic job of not overrunning his blocking. He'll let them set up, and then he'll make cuts off of it. So good job there. And Jeff brings up Velasquez. He is a big offensive lineman for the Artesia Bulldogs and very athletic getting out there on that pull. So good job by the Bulldogs. So it's tied up, 4:04 to go here as Jacob Parrish will line up to do the kickoff again for the Artesia Bulldogs. 4:04 to go in the first half. 30-30, here's the kick. He's going to kick it, kind of a pooch kick over to the right side. It's going to hit the ground. Bulldogs have a chance, and we get it. The Bulldogs, it's still on the ground, but I think Lopez had it. First down, Artesia.
So it hit the ground, and the Wildcat just kind of stood there for a little bit. And then Lopez, as usual on the special teams. Is it Lopez? Yeah.
That's who I thought it was.
Oh, no, Watson, I think. I don't know, but he came flying down and just dove on that ball.
First down for the Bulldogs at the 27-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats. And anytime that ball hits the ground, you've got an opportunity on kickoff, and that's what it was. And the Bulldogs do a great job recovering it. So now the offense right back on the field. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Standard A formation, ball in the near hash. They look to show blitz. They bring it. Barrera up the middle, and he will pick up a couple of yards, and we're going to have a penalty late from the far line judge. So that's an interesting call there from way back there. We'll see what the call is.
Got an update here. Roswell 29, Mayfield 14. That was updated 3 minutes ago.
Interesting score right there. Roswell getting better every week, sounds like.
They are. Valencia 28, Bloomfield 14. Bloomfield the number one team in 4A, so that's 4 minutes left in the second quarter.
Valencia over Bloomfield.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Valencia 5A. All right, so we've got an offensive holding on the Artesia Bulldog. Boy, he called that from way over there. So he probably saw some jersey being pulled. So that's going to march you back 10 yards from the spot of the foul. So it's going to be first down, and we're at the 32 now. So, or I'm sorry, 33-yard line. A formation. Taylor with Barrera to his left. Snap is back. They bring a linebacker up the middle. Taylor rolls away from pressure, and now he'll toss it over the top. He made the linebacker commit. Barrera will make a man miss. He breaks a tackle. He's got the first down.
And there's a flag. A great job by Taylor as Barrera just went out and sat in the flat out there, but Taylor kept looking downfield to try to find an open receiver behind Barrera. And then as the sideline got closer, Taylor just tossed it over to Barrera and let him pick up the yardage.
So the official's still talking about the penalty. The Bulldogs look like they're backing up. And so another hold. Is that illegal? I can't tell.
Block in the back.
Block in the back. I forgot we had our spot right there shot. So, all right, so that moves the Bulldogs. It'd be first down again, but it's going to be first down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 yards. First and 15 at the 32. So, in effect, to pick up a 5 on the penalty. A formation, snap is back and hand it off to Barrera, trying to get around the outside. This time, Lovington is there, and that's a tackle for loss.
That's a good job by linebacker number 27, just shooting the gap. And seeing that already is Anthony Gomez. Barrera unable to get outside of him, and he made the tackle for a loss.
Gomez is starting running back for the Wildcats. We've seen him in most of the time, but he's also being spelled some on offense and obviously playing defense. That's a tackle for loss, as you said, Robbie. So it'll be second down now at the Wildcat 36-yard line. Got to get to the 16, so second down and 20. A formation, snap is back, fakes the handoff, rolls out to the left. He's got blockers out there with him, and he's going to throw it down the field, and that's going to be incomplete. So it'll be third down and 20.
Trying to hit Randall Hamilton coming back towards him, but I think he held on the ball too long that time. Fierro came from the right side, was wide open over the middle, and Taylor rolling to his left. Hamilton gone down the left sideline, was trying to work his way back to him.
Yeah, everything was developed too close to that sideline, really. He was on top of the sideline and really nowhere to go with it. So it's incomplete. Third down and 20. Bulldogs at the Lovington 36-yard line. 2 down territory for sure. Just need to get some good positive yards here. Snap is back, hand it off. Barrera, nope, he keeps it, and he's looking back this time. He does throw it to a wide open Barrera at the 15, 10. He's to about the 6-yard line, so wide open on the backside to the running back.
So what they did is it's that backside throw that we always see to the wide receiver on a post route, and Caden Joy had cleared it out. Barrera came in underneath him, so good job. Great design on the play.
Yeah, that's a play we have seen in years past, and we hadn't seen it yet this season, but he rolls out to the left. Barrera sneaks out into the flat and then just kind of goes up a little bit and, like you said, wide open. First and goal, snap is back, handed off Barrera. He's going to get in for the touchdown on the left side.
Again, good job by Loya on that offensive line as he just took his guy and drove him away from the hole. And Barrera just goes through, got touched at the goal line, but they didn't get him down.
So the Bulldogs take the lead back. It's been back and forth. The score now 36-30. The opposite swing, we've now scored 2 touchdowns back-to-back without a touchdown for them. They've done it once to us. Now we're back on the upside, 36-30, 2:18 to go here in the first half, and we're going to go for 2 again, Robbie. So it's been a 2-point conversion fest as Taylor is in the back. He's going to hand it off. Barrera fumbles it, so the Bulldogs are going to not get in this time as the ball rolling around still on the ground. I don't know why they blew it dead.
Yeah, Coach Maupin's throwing a fit, and he should. That ball was live on the ground, and the officials blew it dead.
And that's going to be an inadvertent call, but that's what it is. They're not going to be able to overturn it. They blew the whistle.
Oh, my gosh. That's a good – and, you know, it went into a pile in the middle, and the referee or the official on the right sideline was the one that I believe blew the whistle. But that came squirting out of there, and then Bulldog picked it up and went into the end zone.
Yeah, it was Greathouse, I believe.
Yeah.
Jeff,
So.
you were right there. Did you? I guess the whistle blew. That's what they're saying, right?
Inadvertent whistle, guys. That ball was in a pile there for about a second, and they blew the whistle, and then it squirted right out there, and Greathouse picked it up. But they're not going to change that call. Coach Maupin's pretty fired up, but inadvertent whistle.
Yep, that happens. It happens at every level, from high school all the way through the pros, and that's exactly what it's called, inadvertent whistle. Nothing you can do. They've already blown it dead. So we don't get it. 36-30 is our score as the Bulldogs did just a little pooch kick on the last kick, and were able to get it as it hit the ground and popped around, and the Bulldogs were able to cover it up. So they're back on the field, are the kicking unit for the Artesia Bulldogs, and it'll be Jacob Parrish, the sophomore, doing the kicking honors. And we've seen him kick this season. We've seen some others kick, but Jacob seems to be our guy that can do about any, kind of like their guy, kick it deep, he can kick the pooch kick, and kick the onside kick. So the sophomore will back up and wait for the white hat.
It's Henson back deep for the Wildcats and number 33.
And 33 is that freshman. You know, you don't see a freshman play very many times in varsity football at this level. But we've got a freshman on the field for the Wildcats. Kick is off to the right side. It is deeper. And going back and catching it. And they're going to, did he say he fair caught that?
Yep. Number 24.
So a fair catch on the kickoff by Cayman Ochoa. That's another freshman. They've got 2 freshmen on the field here.
Well, we talked about on the sideline show, they're fairly young as they only had 15 seniors on the roster. And so they are young, but as you mentioned, even being young, you don't usually see freshmen playing.
They've got 6 on the lineup that have a number. They've got several more that don't have numbers, but 6 freshmen according to the lineup sheet. All right, so it'll be 1st and 10 at their 22-yard line. Ball in the near hash. They're going to look in what looks like our standard A formation. Aranda with running back to his left. Snap is back. He does drop the throw. Bulldogs bring some pressure, and they're bearing down on him. It's going to be, whoa, that looked like it should have been intercepted. What happened on that play?
I don't know, because coming out here in the flat, Calderon did a good job in his linebacker position of watching the back out here in the flat, but it looked like the back started heading back inside, but I don't know where the ball went. I'm like you, I don't know where it went.
Well, it looked like we were going to go the other way with the touchdown, and I don't guess our defender saw it because it looked like it went right across the face of one of our defenders toward the sideline. All right, so we 2nd down on the incompletion, 2nd and 10 at their own 22-yard line. Again, that A formation look for the Wildcats. Aranda in the backfield. Bulldogs switch, and there's going to be another penalty, and I think they're going to call it on. They are. So when our cornerback came running in toward the slot, they said he got in the offside. He broke the plane.
Yep.
So 5-yard pickup. It'll be, boy, that's just one of those. Again, Robbie, we're in the 6th game of the season, right? So we've just had some plays tonight that's not typical. This shouldn't be typical this late in the season. But nonetheless, an offside penalty there on the Bulldogs will give them a 2nd down and 5.
Well, Harmon Darius usually plays safety and Pondo plays corner, but they flipped tonight. Pondo has a soft cast on, so I wonder if that's why.
All right. No, they moved, so we'll see what this call is. Bulldogs were coming. They are going to call it false start, so back it back up 5. So the right tackle moved. The Bulldogs came across hard, too. That was another hard count by the Lovington quarterback. So the white hat says false start.
Got number 32, Blaze Burns, a senior cornerback in for the Bulldogs right now, playing corner. And I don't see Pondo's out there, so Riley's out right now.
Okay, so 2nd down and 10. That's what we had before the 2 penalties. We had a penalty where they moved up 5. Now they move back 5. Aranda brings a man in motion, number 89. Going to put trips on that side. Boy, he starts moving forward. They could call that, but they haven't yet. There's going to throw it back across his body and not able to come back to it is number 14. Boy, Johnson got Aranda over there.
Yeah, Seth Johnson closed quickly, but I tell you what, Wesson did a good job that time in coverage. He picked up his man and went man-to-man on him in that zone. He didn't just fall back to his zone and not see what was happening. He stayed right on the receiver that time, so there just was nowhere to go.
All right, so it'll be 3rd and 10. This is a big opportunity for the Bulldogs right here. Need to stiffen up and force the punt. 2:01 to go here in the first half. 36-30 Bulldogs, as they will have that A formation look. That is the sophomore Cardenas in there with the quarterback Aranda to his right in the shotgun. Aranda takes a snap, straight drop. Bulldogs bring a lot of pressure. They're going to throw it out there, and it's dropped. So just a little, he had to get rid of that too soon, Robbie. That's what happened. Bulldogs brought the pressure.
Yeah, but the pressure is number 33, broke out the running back into the right flat, and he tried to lay it over there to him, and it was over his head.
And that was really, I would give all that pass being long and over his head due to the pressure by the Bulldogs.
So good call by the defensive coaches, right? Just to bring the house.
All right, so force them into the punt situation here. I would be very leery here, as their punter is number, looks like it's going to be Adam Aguilera, and I know he's fast. Is it number 3? So he takes a look. Snap is back, and he will punt it over to the right side. It takes a big bounce for the Lovington Wildcats, and Barrera just needs to get away from it, which he does. Great punt. That rolls all the way down inside the 20.
So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, about a 60-yard punt with the roll.
Yeah, it rolled about 20 yards. He did a little running kick, like a, what do they call those? A soccer kick, a rugby kick. And he kind of kicked a low-line driver, and when it hit the ground, it just rolled. Took a good bounce. And so the Bulldogs, though, with 147 here, we need this swing because we get the ball when we come out.
Yeah, I was going to say they left us too much time.
We need to score and then hold them or score with no time left, and then we come out and get the ball back.
And let's say that's a great job by the defense there.
Great job by the defense. All right, A formation ball at their own 18-yard line. The Bulldogs quarterback, Taylor, takes a snap. Oh, he's got a man wide open, but he's going to have to get away from pressure. Now he turns, and look, he's going to heave it deep. And down there for it. Oh, go get it. And good job by Lopez to come back and try to get that ball.
So let me go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. He threw it about 50 yards in the air. Henson's back there in coverage. Henson had a good shot at it, but Lopez able to come back and be the defender basically on that. Let me just say this. Taylor rolled a little bit to his right, then and for the Bulldogs, number 56.
And that's Andrew Anguiano. Anguiano, the center.
He came and picked off, and he's playing tackle tonight. But he came and picked off the guy that was giving Taylor problems back there.
Oh, I thought he was playing center. Okay. All right, so A formation once again. Snap is back. Fake the handoff. Oh, we had a man again wide open. He's going to throw it over here, and that's pass interference. And they got there really early. No call. Boy, Greathouse, Robbie, they'll see that. The coaches will see that Greathouse had his man beat by 5 yards.
Yeah, Lopez over here on the sideline. Taylor was going to hit him, and Henson came through him before the ball got there. So Lopez unable to make the catch.
It'll be 3rd down and 10 now for the Bulldogs. 1:30 to go here in the first half. 36-30, the Bulldogs lead. Bulldog defense with a great stand to force the punt, and now the offense has an opportunity. They need to get a first down first, though, at their own 18-yard line. A formation ball in the middle of the field. Taylor looking at and there was an offsides. They do call it offsides, so the hard count gets number 59 to jump.
All right, so looking at the line real quick, because we got, and there he goes. I'm telling you, on our starting lineup, right, we've got
Anguiano at center, right? 56.
Yeah. But he's played left tackle. That play he was right guard, and now he went back to left tackle.
So they're moving around up there. All right, so it'll be 3rd down and 5 now, so the penalty helps us out. Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun, A formation. Snap is back. They bring a linebacker. He turns, throws the out route. It's going to be caught by Greathouse. He's hit immediately, but he got the first down, I believe. He did. He got the first down.
Well, it's a great catch by Greathouse because number 26 hit him immediately in the air and drove him down.
Yeah, the sophomore, DeMarcus Thompson, with the defensive play there. But first down pickup. Bulldogs in the hurry-up offense. Snap is back. Taylor looking. He's going to throw it deep. There's a safety over the top, and he is going to catch that and step out of bounds.
Yeah, Taylor looked at him the whole time on that go route. He didn't look off the safety, so he just stared Lopez down on the right side, so the safety cheated over. And when he laid that ball up there, he was able to come over, and that's number 14 for the Wildcats that came and made that interception.
Peyton Hilliard. All right, so it's kind of like a punt. As it goes back, they're going to have the interception. First turnover of the game for the Bulldogs. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats with 1:06 at their own 32-yard line. So the Bulldogs had a great opportunity there with a big stop by the defense to go up by 2 scores going into half. They still have that chance, but turnover. So Lovington now with the football. A formation look, ball in the near hash as they go from the south to the north. Aranda will take snap. Bulldogs are going to bring a lot of pressure, and that is bearing down on him. He's going to get it away. It's intercepted by the Bulldogs, and there's going to be a turnover right back, and we got it down on their 38-yard line.
Well, it's a good job. It starts with the pressure, as you were calling as the play was going, and then he just lined up there, and number 41 for the Bulldog defense came across there, and that's Philip Finley Rascon that made the interception. So right back like that, Joby, we're going back in on offense.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat 37-yard line. 56 seconds to go, and the fans come to life here. They've been alive all game long, but they really got up for that turnover. All right, A formation, ball in the near hash. Taylor looking over the defense. Snap is back and turn, hand it off. No, he fakes the handoff. He's going to look to the backside. He's going to throw it to the backside. It's going to be in through the hands of – they played that better that time. They went back to the well, and the defense was there.
Yeah, they did. They faked the handoff to Barrera, and then one linebacker held on to his jersey as he was trying to break down that right sideline, so it kind of disrupted the play some.
I think they called that, too. We got a penalty flag, and I think it's on Lovington, so it may be a defensive hold. We'll see. And so the white hat's going to tell us holding defense, and you saw it and called it. So that's a pickup of 10. That'll be first, and it's from the from the spot. So it'll be all the way down to the 27-yard line. Well, actually, we were on the 37, so it's a 10-yard pickup. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Artesia Bulldogs, and they don't have the yardsticks moved yet. So I'm not sure why. But they have, so the coach, I don't know what they're doing here. They can't just take a timeout without calling a timeout.
Well, the coach is out there talking to the
I know, but you don't do it that way. So they've stopped the clock, and they're over there talking.
And here's what I'm wondering, right? It's why I didn't say it, because Barrera, when you fake the handoff to him, the linebacker came in to try to make the tackle, and then he just kind of held on to him.
Yeah.
So when you fake a handoff, they can grab a hold of you.
They can, but you can't do what's happening right now, or I don't think you can. They obviously can because they did it. But normally you'd have to call a timeout to get to talk to the officials that long.
Right.
All right, so it looks like everything is going to stand, but we'll see because the White Hat's walking back in to talk. That would have been very weird if that had been something that had been turned over there. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat 27-yard line.
Whew, been quite the half, Joby.
It has. 55 seconds to go. We're not done yet. Barrera to the right of Taylor. Snap is back. Going to run a little inside screen. He's going to get it out there, and good job by Greathouse as he goes up and gets it 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Artesia Bulldogs.
That's a great job as he lined up on the right side in that slot position. Ball snapped. He comes behind the offensive line, gets out there, and he got caught up in traffic a little bit. But Taylor did a great job of laying it up there. He made a great catch, and that's where we saw his speed. He just turned on the jet and made it to the end zone.
And I'm going to see what Jeff has to say about it before what I say about it. We'll go to Jeff here in just a minute after the PAT. The Bulldogs go up 42-30. We're still in the first half.
I know.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so the Bulldogs got a man getting on late. Can't have two guys in motion at the same time. So the Bulldogs will swing out of that and go to the PAT. Now he's coming off. So the same guy that now they're going to call it. Yeah, they got to call something right there. So a mental breakdown there by the Bulldogs. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, I'm
going to write men on the field, yeah.
I'm going to write down our numbers on the offensive line because I think we got some guys playing tonight that either weren't on the starting lineup or weren't intended to play.
So an illegal substitution, and so that'll back us back up. But Greathouse has a tremendous leg. I mean, he's a great kicker, so not really that big of a concern. But it will be put down at the 15-yard line, so it'll be a 25-yard PAT here. 42-30, 45 seconds to go. Greathouse with tremendous speed, and he showed it as the Bulldogs line up for the PAT. Barrera, the holder, he puts it down. Kick is up, and it's blocked by the Lovington Wildcats. Boy, they got in there, and they knocked Barrera, just ran over him. Looks like he's up and okay. So blocked. 42-30 is our score. And, Jeff, I'm going to go down to you, and that last play was that slip screen, right, from our slot on the right side, goes right across and then goes up and gets that?
Yeah, it was. He sneaks into the hill line of the offensive line. He leaks across the formation there and gets open. But I tell you what, Greathouse is getting better week after week, guys. He's getting better with his hands. I think he's getting into a good rhythm in our offense. He's understanding what to do, and he's really catching the ball well. And I think he put his speed on display there, which got to the end zone. So he's going to be a great player for us.
So he's just a sophomore. And what I was going to say, Robbie, is that pass was a little high. He went way up in the air and caught it one hand. I mean, he went up and brought that ball down. Just an athletic play there by the sophomore Greathouse. So 42-30, the Bulldogs up by 12. There's that 2-touchdown swing I wanted to see, and we get the ball first coming out. So we just got to hold them here on their offensive series. They've got 45 seconds to do something with it. If we don't get it back on the kickoff here, is Jacob Parrish on to do the kicking. We've already gotten one recovered fumble or recovery on the onside. This one's going to be kicked a little deeper, caught about the 21, and number 33, that's the sophomore or the freshman, as he gets all the way out near the 40-yard line. Cardenas with the run back.
So if we're going to update the scores here, Farmington 36, Del Norte 0, Nemi 17, Loving 0 at the half, Santa Fe 14, Manzano 7, halftime. Volcano Vista 34, Sandia 7, Durango 42, Piedra Vista 0. I was looking for that Roswell update. If we could, well, Valencia 28, Bloomfield 14 at half.
All right, so the Lovington Wildcats will hustle up to the line. They got the A formation look here. Aranda with, I'm not sure if that's Gomez in the backfield. He's to his right, the running back. Aranda takes a snap. Bulldogs are going to bring some pressure. He throws it over the middle, and it's going to be caught. And the Bulldogs will tackle him, but a big pickup for the Lovington Wildcats.
That's Pondo and Finley back there. And they come up to it quickly, but he threw it right in the middle of them. Two safeties. Perfect throw, great catch.
That was Aguilera with the catch, number 3 for the Wildcats. So they're in their hurry-up offense, down to 22 seconds. And now we're going to have, what? Timeout by the Wildcats. So we've got 19 seconds to go here in the first half. And timeout taken by the Wildcats. See if you're going to look for a score update for Roswell. Roswell playing Mayfield. They were beating Mayfield. Mayfield has been the bigger classification for ever, I guess, and this year they're playing at 5A level as they're now in the district with Deming and Santa Teresa and those schools. So a timeout on the field. I think that was Lovington's final timeout, and there's 19 seconds to go here.
Los Lunas 14, Goddard 7 in the third period.
Matchups, all about matchups. Yeah, we talk about that year in and year out. Goddard and Los Lunas match up well from their size and their running and their defensive, the way they go at each other is a really good matchup there. I guess what I'm saying is Los Lunas matches up well with Goddard. Goddard's always big, and they run the ball very well, and Los Lunas is the same. They can run it, and they're big. So it sounds like a 3 yards and a pile of dust there, whereas we got a high-flying game here. All right, 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 26-yard line. Aranda in the backfield takes a snap. Bulldogs are going to bring some pressure. He's going to throw it deep, and it's going to be a good job by the defensive back for the Artesia Bulldogs. I believe that's number 32.
Yeah, we mentioned him coming in earlier. That's Blaze Burns. Great coverage by him as they're just running a go route down the left side, and he was right there giving the receiver trouble all the way.
There was some hand checking by both him and the receiver. Good, I believe, a good no call there by the referee. All right, so it'll be 2nd down and 10. There's 14 seconds to go. Aranda in the backfield. He's got a looking set. He's got a running back. I believe is Gomez to his left. Snap is back. Bulldogs going to bring a blitz again. He steps into his throw. He's got a man. It's caught, and that's a touchdown. Wow. So the Lovington Wildcats answer right back, and he just, not much I can say. He turned our DB around and ran by him.
Yeah, it's Pondo in coverage there. He ran that flag route, set him up on the inside, then broke out, and with Henson's speed, once he had a couple of steps on Pondo, all it took was a good throw, which Rondo gave him, just in stride over the shoulder and went into the end zone.
So it looks like they're going to line up for the normal PAT here, 42-36 with 9 seconds to go. So they had, I think, 49 seconds or 50 seconds to go, and they have scored. The Bulldogs look like they get in there to block it, but it gets through 2 guys. I don't know how it got through there, Robbie. And it barely gets into the it's counted good. So 37-42, what an offensive showing here by both teams. There's been a couple of times where we've seen some good defense, but really – overall, just offensive firepower here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 79 points scored in the first half with 9 seconds left. I mean, it's a track meet. We're going up and down the field, and teams pretty much are scoring at will right now.
All right, so the Bulldogs will line up in their kickoff return, and my guess is they're not going to give us any chance to return it. I mean, I would think they'll just squib it and try to run the clock out. The Bulldogs do have time. I mean, normally you don't say this, but with 9 seconds left, we might score again. I mean, the way it's been going, as you said, they're scoring kind of at will, both sides. And I liked what we were at there with under a minute to go, and we had a 2-touchdown swing, and we were getting the ball coming out in the second half, and then Lovington just pieces together about 3 passes, and they score.
I'm telling you, I'm glad we have Josh Howard here tonight keeping stats for us, because I'm going to be interested to see these stats in the offense tonight. We could have 1,000 yards of offense tonight.
Good chance if things don't change. There's a great chance of that in the second. You add the second half to it. I mean, we've had a whole football game here in the first half. 42-37 is our score. The Bulldogs up by 5, and the kicker number 52 for the Wildcats in the huddle. I'm expecting an onside here. We got some fireworks going on over there on the parking lot. This must be just people shooting fireworks because nothing scheduled here for the Bulldogs to do it. All right, so 52 coming up for the kick, and he will kick it a little squib to the right side. It'll go out of bounds, so no time off the clock. And we make them kick again, or do we take it at the 35? What does Coach Maupin do here? I think we take it at the 35. I'd hate to give a turnover. They kick a little squib, and we they're not going to kick it deep to us.
Nah, he's got a really good leg, but moving him back 5, I doubt he can kick it in the end zone from there. And then you don't want to kick it deep. They're going to make him kick it again.
Well, I just meant he may kick it right at an up front guy, and it goes off of him. They get the ball back. But we're going to make him kick it again, so be it. So that'll move them up move them back 5 yards. So they'll kick from the 35, and the Bulldogs can't. They're too far. They're too close there. They got to back up. Front line for the Bulldogs up 5 yards from the kicker. All right, so let's see what Wildcats do here. Again, I would expect a squib. He didn't really squib that. He kind of just kicked it at an angle. Little line driver that was more like a kick than a squib, but we'll see what 52 does here. 9 seconds to go in the half, 42-37. The Bulldogs lead the Wildcats here in a slugfest, first half of offense for both teams. So he's got the go-ahead and the kick. He is just going to kick it another squib kick over. It's going to go out of bounds again. Back him up 5. I guess you're on that roll. You might as well do it again, Coach.
I mean, yeah. Because if they do squib it and we eventually cover it, we may be at the 50 or better, even their 45. Yeah. So or our 45. So, which is a throw into the end zone.
So they're going to back them up to the 30. So the Bulldogs now front line are going to be on the Lovington 40, which is normally where they kick it from, but 2 out-of-bounds kicks. And we're back kicking from the 30 are the Wildcats. And you know, I don't know if I'd kick it deep or not. I mean, we're playing them pretty shallow. For the Starburst, but on the other hand, where you're kicking it from and how shallow our backs are playing, maybe he kicks it over their head. I don't know. 52 lines up. He's already got the go-ahead, and here's the kick. And he does just that. He's going to kick it deep, and it's going to go. They're going to have a chance. Going to get it was Barrera, and it's going to come this side. Barrera, and he will get by the first man, and then and then he's tackled, and that's Alec Holguin for the Wildcats. Gets him on a shoestring. Darn. There's 1 second left, so Bulldogs here can throw it deep, or they can kneel on. We'll see what they do, but going into the half here, 42-37 with 1 second to go in the first half, and the Bulldogs will huddle up. Going to go A formation. Barrera will be to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Ball in the near hash. Snap is back. Taylor's going to drop. They bring 4. Steps up into the pocket. He's going to throw it deep. And it's going to be up in the air, and it will be incomplete, and that will end the half. I don't see any flags on the field, so that'll end the half.
Rodriguez running down the left sideline, just a go route sprint, and a great throw by Nathan. He laid that up there, and it hit the Wildcat defender in the head. In the helmet.
Yeah, he was running step for step with our wideout, and so it worked out defensively for him to hit him on the head. All right, so halftime, 42-37 here at the Bulldog Bowl. The Artesia Bulldogs will get the kick coming out in the second half, and we're going to take a break. We do have some stats tonight, so stay tuned here on KSVPTV.com and KSVP Radio. We'll be back.
Hey Bulldog fans, I'm Pastor Nolan Frederick with Catalyst Church. We're cheering the Bulldogs on to another victory, and we would love the opportunity to tell you about the victory you can have in Jesus Christ. I invite you to join us at Catalyst Church on Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. The dress is casual, the teaching is helpful, the music rocks, and your kids will have a blast. We hope to see you this Sunday at Catalyst Church at 13th and Hermosa in Artesia. Go Bulldogs!
Holy guacamole! The best guacamole in the Pecos Valley is at La Fonda Restaurant in Artesia. Holy guacamole! Everything is coming in fresh by the truckload. Avocados, green chilies, jalapenos, tomatoes, and onions. The makings of our signature salsa, golden fried chili rellenos, and of course our guacamole. Holy guacamole, what are you waiting for? La Fonda Restaurant, 210 West Main in Artesia, with plenty of parking off Highway 285. Holy guacamole!
Homecoming is back on the High Plains at Eastern New Mexico University. Join us September 27th through October 2nd as we celebrate Homecoming 2021, coming back to life. Don't miss out on all the fun events, including Songfest, the Powder Puff football game, a theater performance of Blythe Spirit, and of course, the annual Homecoming Parade, tailgate, and football game versus Lincoln University on October 2nd at 6 p.m. Be sure and check out the list of events and purchase your tickets today by visiting enmu.edu/homecoming.
Hi, it's Maria and Prisa with the Tate Branch Auto Group. Inventory may be low around the country, but here at Tate Branch Auto Group, we've got the resources needed to get you in the vehicle you want. Maria, really? How is that? With all 4 of our dealerships in Artesia, Carlsbad, Hobbs, and Roswell, we have a great selection of vehicles on hand. And now you can view them all in one place. Just go to www.tatebranch.com and you will have direct access to all our websites. That's right, you're just a click away from all of our amazing inventory. TateBranch.com.
Welcome back to the Tate Branch Halftime Show, and it's time to meet our Tate Branch Fan of the Week. And this week, Tate and Perry have selected Thad Phipps. Thad, thanks for doing this.
Well, thank you very much. I sure appreciate Perry and Tate thinking of me.
Yeah, you and I were kind of joking the bottom of the list, but they've got a really long list, Thad. So you're not at the bottom. So.
Well, I probably should have been, but I'm very honored to be here.
That's great. Now you grew up. Your dad was football coach here and superintendent and high school principal. What was it like growing up with your dad being the football coach? Did you spend any time around the football stadium at all?
Probably so. I think the first time I walked up to Bulldog Bowl by myself was when I was 3. My mom and dad kind of joke about that. My dad calls and said, "Hey, Kathy, do you know where Thad is?" And she said, "Yeah, he's out front playing." And she went out and looked, and of course I wasn't there. And he said, "That's because he's up here, Kathy. He's 3. He's up here at the bowl." And so, yes, I did grow up in Bulldog Bowl. I grew up in the field house with the boys, and some of them will probably tell you that wasn't always a good experience, but and probably Perry would be one of them. So,
because I think he would, and Perry and Tate were probably around the
77 to 79 is when those guys were up there at the field house. And of course, I was 4, 5, 6 years old, and they locked me in the lockers if I got too ornery, and so I appreciate Perry and folks like Coach Combs, Larry Combs doing that. So
yeah. So you grow up around the field house and you grow up around a coaching family. When you get into high school or get into school where you can participate in any kind of activity, you decided to get into sports and athletics?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I started at Zia. Back then we could start in the 6th grade, playing football and basketball and running track. Did all that through the junior high school. And then when I got into high school, I played golf and football both.
Okay. Didn't actually get to play for your dad, but you did get to play under Coach Cooper Henderson.
I sure did. Coach Henderson's first year was 1989. That just happened to be my sophomore year, and so Coach Henderson's been my coach and mentor and colleague for almost 20, 25, 30 years now, so long time.
Don't even think about it because you'll just feel old when you start doing that. Sure. Now, where'd you go to college?
Started at Eastern New Mexico University in Portales for a year, and then I played golf at Southwestern Oklahoma State at SWASU, and then finished up at Hobbs for my bachelor's at College of the Southwest, and then got a master's degree from New Mexico State University.
And was there any question in your mind whether or not you were going to come back to Artesia?
Oh, no. The whole time I knew I was going to come back home at some point and get into the education system and coach and do what I'm doing. So.
And you did some coaching, and of course you're in administration now, but what did you get to coach when you came back?
When I coached, I started at Zia, and where most folks start, and Coach Wilbanks and Coach Taylor, Colby Taylor, and I were together for a couple of years down there before we moved over to the high school, and I taught biology and taught and coached at the high school for 5 years before I got into administration.
Which is where you are now. And like your father's son, you had some children that also came through the Artesia schools.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Brianna and Michaela both graduated from Artesia High School. Brianna's still living here in Artesia. She's 28, married to a wonderful man, Kevin Willard, and Michaela's over at Wayland Baptist at Plainview, and she's still running cross country and track over there and studying Christian ministry. So both of them were Bulldogs and just had a great time in all of our activities, band, choir, FFA, and athletics were those girls' things to do. So
yeah, what's been some of the more rewarding things about being associated with the Artesia program, whether it was playing or coaching or now in the administration level?
Well, just being a close-knit community, having all the community support is second to none across the country, and then developing relationships with kids when I got into teaching and coaching was very important. When you walk around this wonderful community, people don't stick out their hand, they come up and give you a hug, and that's just a testament to how close we are here in Artesia. I love hugging all the young men that I coached. We still try to keep up with one another, and so all of that is very special and to this community. And so
it really is. Now, what do you do for the administration right now?
I'm the assistant superintendent for operations, and so I'm in charge of like transportation, cafeteria. Scott Seimer and Scotty Stahl and I manage the construction. Between the three of us, pretty much. Insurance, school safety, that kind of stuff. Not necessarily the classroom stuff, but all the buildings and things like that.
Pretty important stuff right now. Now, you played football. We're playing Lovington for homecoming. Do you have any Lovington game memories from when you were a player or even as a coach?
Oh, certainly. Playing over in Lovington when I was a senior. Pilar Carrasco was he was the quarterback, and I just remember him being kind of one of those man amongst boys, kind of like Lovington has from time to time, and Brian Urlacher. But Pilar was very much the same, and just him running the option and me hitting him with all 145 pounds that I could have and bouncing off. And so that's my memory of Wildcat football, was me hitting Pilar. But of course I had a whole host of friends, Brian Solman and Lance Wilbanks and all those guys, Stanley Hammond behind me, that were tackling him. But I just remember that was the best effort I had, Pilar. Sorry, I just couldn't quite get it done. But
you just bounced off.
Yeah, bounced off of him. He's a pretty solid guy. So
yeah, well that's great. Well, it's great to have games again. We're here at the Bulldog Bowl. We've got the homecoming festivities going on. As an educator, as a coach, and a former Bulldog, that's got to be great to look up in the stands and see all the folks that are enjoying Bulldog football.
Oh, absolutely. It's like we said just a minute ago. It's a community effort, and a Bulldog football game. There's three components for the students. We have the pride of the Pecos Valley. We have the most outstanding cheerleaders, period, and then you've got the football team, and so there's three curricular activities that are going on all at the same time, and they all should be able to participate. Thank God we are now. And then you just got this sea of orange of a community supporting all those children, and it's just there's no other place like it in the country, period.
That is true. That is true. Well, for being our guest on the show today, we have a couple of gifts for you, Thad. We have this is a $50 gift card from the Adobe Rose.
That's awesome. Thank you guys very much for sharing this with me.
Yeah, and in the box, we took it out of the box. Here's a custom mug, and it says Bulldog #1 fan, but it also says State Branch Fan of the Week on here as well. So that's yours as well. And again, we thank you for all that you've done for the schools, and appreciate working with you, and thank you for everything.
No, thank you, Gene, and thanks to Tate and Perry for choosing me as a Fan of the Week. I appreciate it.
All right, our Fan of the Week this week, Thad Phipps. Thank you for joining us, and we've got more halftime coming up next on the Tate Branch Halftime Show.
Surprised. I thought they had higher standards than that. Hi, this is Jim Gill from Roswell Seed Company. It may seem like rides and even scarier food, but it's really a tribute to agriculture in eastern New Mexico, and especially the 4-H and FFA kids who've worked hard all year raising their animals in hopes to get a blue ribbon. So when you visit the fair, take a stroll through the livestock barns and see what they've accomplished. Just watch where you step.
Since 1957, the Artesia Bulldogs have won 30 state championships, and we choose to honor these players tonight. Starting in 1980, under the leadership of Coach Mike Phipps, the Bulldogs, with a record of 13-1, defeated Raton, Socorro, and Bloomfield for the 11th state championship. We have several members of this championship team on the field tonight. If they will wave at the crowd: Lee Hawkes, Israel Carrera, Paul Juarez, John Acosta, Scott Runyon, Charles Nell, Albert De Hoyos, Tony Garcia, Alfredo Navarrete, Ricky Perez, and head coach Mike Phipps. The 2001 state championship football team, coached by Cooper Henderson, with a record of 11-2, defeated Deming, Farmington, and St. Pius for the 22nd state championship. Representing the 2001 football championship team tonight, Michael Granado, Kyle Greathouse, Cody Carter, Cale Jackson, John Adrian Sice, James Turner, Scott Laura, Coach Steve Hatanis, and Coach Thad Phipps. Also representing Jacob Carbajal is his son, J.C. Carbajal. Jacob passed away in August. The 2010 state football champions under Coach Cooper Henderson, with a record of 8-4, defeated Farmington, Goddard, and Aztec for the 27th state championship. Representing the 2010 football team tonight is Eric Sanchez, Zeke Montoya, Dalen Romine, Aaron Acosta, Gary Vaughn, Tim Grantham, Dalen Grotto, Anthony Martinez, Daniel Salinas, Jerry Flores, Dustin Dolan, Alex Donaghy, Adrian Hotling, Abram Mendoza, Dakota Garthwaite. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2010, 2001, and 1980 state football championships. Congratulations.
Tonight, we also honor our band alumni who are dedicated to our loyal band program. Thank you, current band members and alumni, for marching out homecoming. It's great to be a Bulldog.
If you're missing a tooth or several teeth, a dental implant may be the ultimate solution. Implants look and feel so much like real teeth that you probably forget you have an implant. Maupin and Brown Dentistry is one of New Mexico's most experienced implant providers, with literally thousands of implant patients who are absolutely delighted with the results. Call Maupin and Brown today for an evaluation. You'll be surprised how affordable implants can be. Maupin and Brown, your choice for experienced, state-of-the-art dentistry.
Hi, Cambria here from your Artesia KFC Taco Bell. As a mother of 2 young boys, I know how hard dinner time can be. So let us take the stress out of your day and do the cooking for you. Come try our $35 fill-up meal. It includes 8 pieces of original recipe chicken, 10 extra crispy tenders, sides, biscuits, and a half-gallon of lemonade or Pepsi. It's everything you need for a complete family picnic. We hope to see you soon at your local Artesia KFC Taco Bell.
The lobby is open. Come dine with us at your KFC Taco Bell in Artesia.
Dean's Inc. of Artesia provides a superior choice for all your electrification, communication, and supply needs, with a vision to be the premier industrial electrical service provider in New Mexico and West Texas, providing unparalleled quality in supplies and service with highly skilled and conscious personnel. We pledge to our customers to exhibit the utmost in integrity and reputation while providing superior quality in all we do. Dean's Inc., located at 409 Commerce Road or online at deansinc.com.
Per play. Passing tonight, Lovington so far is 17 of 28 for 271 yards with 1 interception and 3 touchdowns. Artesia Taylor, 10 of 20 for 171 yards, 3 touchdowns and 1 interception. Rushing tonight, Wildcats are 14 rushing attempts for 46 total yards, averaging 3 yards a carry. Bulldogs, 14 attempts, 184 yards for 13 yards a carry. Penalties, Lovington has 9 for 60 yards. Bulldogs have 7 for 52. Turnovers, Lovington has 2. Artesia has 1. Lovington has punted twice, 52-yard average. Bulldogs have not punted tonight. And just individually real quick, Arianda, 17-28, passing, 271 yards. Taylor, again, 10 of 20 for 171. Receiving for the Lovington Wildcats, number 8, Isaac Henson, has 5 receptions for 133 yards to lead the way for them. He's averaging 26 yards per catch. For the Bulldogs, Peyton Greathouse, 5 catches, 81 yards. He's averaging 16 yards per catch. He has 2 touchdowns, and Henson has 1.
All right, we're going to go down the sideline right quick with Jeff and get his thoughts about coming out of halftime. Jeff, going to play some defense here in the second half. What do you think? What do you think the coaches told the boys at halftime?
I hope they told them let's tackle them a little bit better, but let's come out and get going to a real fast start, guys. I think the faster we can play right here, the better that'll be for us in the fourth quarter. Maybe that fatigue will catch up with Lovington. So I'd like to see us come out and go deep a few times right away to stretch out the field.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So we do have the clock set up now with 12 minutes to go here in the third quarter, and the kickoff team for the Lovington Wildcats on the field, the kickoff return team coming out of their huddle for the Bulldogs. 42-37, Bulldogs up by 5 as the teams traded punches. We've talked about it really ad nauseum there in the first half, and you heard those stats that Robbie gave. So right here in the second half, Robbie, what we're hoping to see as Bulldog fans is we continue our ways on offense and get a little tougher on defense.
Yeah, well, it's coach's quarter again, third quarter. You're going to make the adjustments, so we'll see what adjustments each team has made. Try to pick those up and share them with everybody, and hopefully they'll begin to work on defense and slow this Wildcat offense down.
All right, so we do get the kickoff here as number 52 for the Wildcats, Brennan Garcia, will kick off. We've seen him kick it pretty much any way your kicker can kick it. And on this one, he's just going to go onside. It's knocked down, and then they kind of spear our guy, but no penalty. So who caught that, Robbie?
Blaze Burns, again. He got one in the first half and was able to get a hold of that and fall on it.
And those are not easy. That ball was kicked hard right at him, and it did kind of bounce off of him, but went straight down, and he fell straight down on it. So the Bulldogs will start right at the 50. So literally where he was standing, he fell straight down on it. So 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line. Great field position here to start the second half as the Bulldogs will go trips to the near side, which is a little bunch set that they run, which is also the short side of the field. Barrera to the right of Taylor. They're going to bring a blitz. Are the Lovington Wildcats, and Barrera will just go up the middle and pick up about 7 or 8 yards.
Good call by the offense as they blitzed the outside, both linebackers. And so we took Barrera right up the middle for a good gain.
So it'll be 2nd down and 4 for the Bulldogs after a pickup of 6 by Barrera. The ball near the middle of the field. If you're just now joining us here on KSVP TV or KSVP Radio, thanks for tuning in. We got worldwide listeners Bulldog fans everywhere. Okay, trips to the short side of the field, ball near the middle of the field. Snap is back. They're going to blitz again, and again we're going to go right up the middle, and it looks like he's close to a first down. Maybe not as close as I thought. So a big bunch there in the middle.
Just a run up the middle again. They're pinching their defensive tackles in because they're blitzing on the outside a little bit, so they're not to try to cut down that run in the middle.
So a pickup of just 2. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for the Artesia Bulldogs. Ball in the middle of the field on the Wildcat 42-yard line. Trips now to the near side. 1 receiver to the far side. They're going to go out there and double team him. So that's interesting. Barrera to the right of Taylor. They've run the ball twice. They're going to run a speed option. Pitch to Barrera. He's got a lot of room. 40, 35. Goes outside. Breaks a tackle. He's inside the 30 before he's tackled. Great running there by Barrera.
Yeah, great call by Coach. They just set it up, run at the end, unblocked, and pitch it off of him. That was an easy first down to pick up.
And Barrera out there breaks a tackle and gets about 6 more yards because of that. So it's 1st and 10 at the Lovington Wildcat 25-yard line. Ball on the far hash. Standard A formation for the Bulldogs. Barrera to the left of Taylor. We've run the ball every down here in the second half. Snap is back. Going to fake the handoff. Taylor's going to roll to his left, looking down the field. He's going to snap throw it, and that ball is going to be incomplete. That was a dangerous throw, Robbie.
Yeah, the defender was right there with Rodriguez, and Nathan, that tends to be where he gets in some trouble is when he's rolling and he tries to fit it into a window that's really not there. As the defender cut in front of Rodriguez and could have intercepted that.
Yeah, it was dangerous, but it does fall incomplete. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 at the Lovington Wildcat 25-yard line. And Taylor was right there on the sideline, so he's talking to Coach Maupin, getting the play. He's now jogging out to the huddle. 10:06 to go here in the third quarter. The Bulldogs up by 5, 42-37 as they break the huddle. They're going to go trips to the near side. That's going to force Lovington into a man coverage over here. Their safety is really cheating up. Going to hand it off to Barrera, though, on the right side, short side of the field, and he'll pick up about 4.
Yeah, so spread him out on the left side and ran towards the short side of the field with Barrera. Again, just trying to spread him out and let the offensive line do some work in there.
And that was on 2nd and 10, so it's now 3rd and 6 for the Bulldogs as they've got the ball down to the 22-yard line of the – so it's actually 3rd and 7. And we're back in the A formation. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the backfield. Ball on the far hash. Snap is back. They do bring a blitz. Taylor looking that way. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Bring up 4th down.
Yeah, hit Lopez in the hands. The defender hit him right after it got there, but he had his hands on it. It just went right through his hands.
So 4th down now for the Bulldogs as they've kind of sputtered here as they drove down the field from the 50. And now 4th and 7 at the Wildcat 22-yard line. And it looks like Taylor will stay in, so it is 4-down territory here for the Bulldogs. 9:47 to go in the third quarter. Bulldogs break the huddle. And now we're going to have a timeout taken by Lovington. So an early timeout taken by the Wildcats. We're going to go ahead and take a timeout as well. Bulldogs 42, 37 for the Wildcats. 9:47 to go in the third quarter. We'll be back.
Castle Rentals has a huge selection of top-name brand appliances now in stock. Washers, dryers, refrigerators, stoves, and freezers are in stock now at Castle Rentals, 2616 West Main in Artesia, your local family fun rent-to-own furniture store.
It's coming. The Pops Mobile Diner. All the food, fun, and flavors of the 50s street side. The same great food, the same phone number, and the same name. Stay tuned to find out more about Pops Mobile Diner. Coming soon.
Welcome back, Bulldog fans. I'm going to do a quick promo here for the cheerleaders. I started it in the first half and didn't finish it. The Artesia cheerleaders are having an AHS mini Bulldog cheer clinic. It's scheduled for September the 29th and 30th from 4 to 5:15 at the Red Brick Gym at the high school. Grades or ages is 4 years old, preschool up to third grade, and then grades 4 through 8 will have their clinic for the Artesia Goddard game later in the season. Registration is $20 per child. All right, we're back here, 4th and 7. Bulldogs going for it. They're going to throw the little screen on this side. We're going to get the first down, Robbie. Greathouse has a lot of room. In fact, touchdown, Artesia Bulldogs.
That's that slip screen again as he comes behind the offensive line from the right side, and they just let the play develop. Greathouse comes out in the flat, They toss it to him, and with his speed and the blocking of the receivers down the field, he just makes one cut, runs into the end zone.
So the Bulldogs go up 48-37, and will they line up for the 2-point? Nope, they're going to line up in the swinging gate. See if they go for 2 here or if they go ahead and kick the PAT. Looks like they're going to swing out of it and go for the standard PAT. 9:38 to go here in the third quarter, and the Bulldogs come out in the first drive of the second half, and they're able to pick up that fourth down. Not only get the fourth down yardage, but get a touchdown on the play. And Lovington is getting in there close to blocking the field goal every time. I'm not sure what's happening there. All right, we're going to go ahead and take another break. 48-37, the Bulldogs now up over the Lovington Wildcats. 9:38 to go here in the third quarter. We'll be back.
It's Chevy Truck Month at Guy Chevrolet Company in Artesia. Right now, you'll receive $1,000 in GM accessories when you purchase a new 2021 or 2022 Chevy Silverado, Colorado, Suburban, or Tahoe. So, will it be floor liners or a different tailgate audio system? It's all up to you. Hurry in today to Guy Chevrolet Company on the corner of 1st and Main in Artesia or buy online at GuyChevy.com.
Making a great deal better every day.
Bulldog fans, we've got the kickoff team out there for the Bulldogs. Kickoff return team about to come out. Jeff, we're going to come down to you right quick. Did that last play that was a touchdown, was that screen again from the slot, but did he fake the running back screen to the right side and then throw it back to the left?
Yeah, he's looking that off to the right and then coming back to Greathouse. I think it's set up that way. Same play we scored on earlier. But I think maybe we saw the adjustment there, guys. It looks like we're only on that possession. We only passed when we had to. Ran the ball, used a little bit of clock, taking advantage of the lead.
All right, so 49-37 is our score. 9:38 to go here in the third quarter. And the kickoff team with the kicker Jacob Parrish on the field. Here's the kick, and it's just going to be a little blooper in the middle. And we got an offsides on the Bulldogs. And Robbie, I'll tell you right now, they've been close to offsides every time, and that time it's called. So that'll back us back 5. We'll kick from the 35 there. That was in that no man's land. The Bulldogs were streaking down the field. As none of the Lovington Wildcat, now they're kind of saying, hey, one of you guys go up in the middle there. I'm seeing the guys pointing. So that'll back us up 5. We'll kick it from the 35. 9:38 to go in the third quarter. Fantastic crowd here on just a beautiful night at Bulldog Bowl. The American flag moving a little bit, but really just a nice calm night here. There's an orange moon up over there, and that's Bulldog color moon. And so a great night here for Bulldog football. All right, here we go. Kickoff once again. Going to do a little pooch kick to the left side this time. Hits the ground, and number 26 is there to catch it. He goes around the left side, still on his feet, but he's chased down and tackled out there by a host of Bulldogs, led by number 86, Jesse Armanderas. So it's going to give them great field position as you take that risk when you run those onsides or those little pooch kicks. So the Lovington Wildcats will start up, plus we had the 5-yard penalty. So the Lovington Wildcats will start off at their own 46 here for their first possession. So the Bulldogs started out at their own 50 on their first possession, and then the Wildcats will start off at their own 46. And Robbie, I was watching our Bulldog defense down there, and Seth Johnson, the middle linebacker, was giving it to his teammates. So he was saying, hey, let's go. You like to see that. All right, trips to the near side, which is the wide side of the field. Lovington going from the north to the south. Man going in motion is number 4, back towards the quarterback. Now he'll set up over there as a slot, so more of a standard A formation look. Aranda will drop. Bulldogs putting some pressure on. He throws it over the middle. It's caught, and that's going to be number 3 with the catch. He spins out of one tackle and then forced out of bounds at about the 39-yard line of the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs lined up 3 down linemen in a 3-point stance that time, and then Calderon came from his linebacker position. So rush 4, but it was a different look. Riley Jarrett was the one putting the pressure on the quarterback.
All right, so big first down to the Bulldog 39-yard line. 9:20 to go here in the third quarter. 49-37, the Bulldogs lead. A standard, I call it our standard A formation look here for the Wildcats. Aranda with the running back to his left. He brings number 3 in motion, snap his back, going to hand it off to him. Goes around that left side, which is the short side, and he'll pick up, looks like he's going to pick up about 4 yards.
Just nothing there on the outside as 4 Bulldogs were there. Seth Johnson, the first one, and he just went out of bounds. He didn't want to take all 4 of them on.
So it'll be 2nd down and 6 from the Bulldog 35-yard line for the Lovington Wildcats as the Wildcats get that long pass, and now a short run and trying to answer back here as the Bulldogs take a 2-score lead over the Wildcats with their first drive in the second half. Aranda looking over the Bulldog defense, ball in the far hash. 2 slots, 2 wide outs, running back to the left. He's going to hand it off to his running back. He's got some room up the middle, breaks the tackle. He's all the way down to the 20-yard line. A big run there by number 27, Gomez.
Seth Johnson on the tackle for the Bulldogs, along with Armendariz for the Bulldogs.
All right, so a big first down. They're all the way down to the just inside the 20 of the Bulldogs. They're going hurry up here. 2 slots, 2 wideouts. Gomez to the left of Aranda in the backfield. Going to turn, hand it off to him again. And again, he breaks into the middle. But this time, a Bulldog meets him about a yard deep.
Yeah, that's Seth Johnson. He read that quickly and met him in the hole and drove him backwards.
So forward momentum gives him a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9 at the Bulldog 19-yard line. 8:39 and counting here in the third quarter as Lovington trying to answer the Bulldogs score. Driving down the field. Inside the red zone now are the Wildcats. And taking a little more time here in their huddle than they have for the most part in the ball game. But they do break the huddle. They got 2 slots and 2 wideouts, 1 on each side. Running back to the right, I think, is Cardenas of Aranda in the backfield. Man comes into motion, snap back. Looking to the right side. He's got a man, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown.
Number 8 for the Lovington Wildcats, Henson. That the ball was there. Armendariz was there. He just went up and got it. And Armendariz wasn't able to get a hand in there and knock that ball out. That's a great job by Henson.
Well, it looked like Armendariz never knew the ball was coming. He never turned his head, and the ball just went right by him and into the arms of the receiver. So, touchdown for the Wildcats, 49-43, as they're deciding whether they're going to line up and go for a 2-point conversion or if they're going to kick it. And it looks like there's a little confusion there as the center, the only guy up on the line, and now he's turning out looking. Looks like they're going to go for 2. Down by 6. Aranda's still on the field, the quarterback. And
that's a delay game.
And it is a delay game. Nope, they call a timeout. So that's, that bodes well for the Bulldogs. That's 2 timeouts burned here early in the third quarter. So that's their second time. So they've only got 1 timeout left in the ball game. 49-43. They couldn't decide quite what they wanted to do, Robbie. We're going to go ahead and keep it here. Do you got any updates on? I see you're looking there. Any updates on scoring?
So I got a final score: Los Lunas 17, Goddard 14.
Woo, tight one.
So Los Lunas wins that one. Farmington 50, Del Norte 0. Farmington is real deal this year. That's final. And I still don't see an updated score on Roswell.
And Roswell was playing Mayfield, so a good matchup there. And Roswell was winning the last score you had. So this timeout looks like it's going to come to an end. That seemed like a long timeout to me. Maybe it wasn't to me. I just thought it was. But 49-43, they look like they are going to go for 2 here as number 12, Ashton Aranda, is still in the ballgame. He's got the freshman running back to his right. He's going to drop the throw. He does throw it, and it's going to be easy as he turned the DB. Turned him around.
Yeah, that's Blaze Burns and coverage out there, and he ran the slant route, took 3 steps, cut inside. Blaze turned his hips to go with him, and then he just stopped and went outside, and it was over.
All right, so the score 49-45, 8:09 to go in the third quarter, and we're going to take a timeout. Stay tuned for the kickoff.
This is Renee.
Happy to be here.
She's not some influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker, turning her 4-acre lot into a little slice of heaven behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Renee runs with us because the most important job is the next one.
That's all I got.
Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear Renee's story at Deere.com.
Stop by Pecos Valley Equipment in Artesia and Roswell, or visit us online at pecosvalleyequipment.com.
Kickoff team coming onto the field for the Lovington Wildcats. The Bulldogs kickoff return team on the field, and a continuation of the first half, Robbie, as the Bulldogs and the Wildcats both score on their first possession. And I think you got an update for us on Roswell.
Roswell 29, Mayfield 21 with 8:26 left in the fourth quarter.
So a good battle there for the Coyotes and the Trojans, as the Bulldogs awaiting the kick here. And as I said, it's been a continuation. So both the Bulldogs and the Wildcats score here in the third quarter on their opening possessions, as they did in the first quarter to start things off. Here's the kick, and he's going to do an onside kick over to the right side. Bulldogs need to get on that or let it go out of bounds, and they do get on it at about the 40, actually to the 37, 38-yard line.
Rodriguez, I think he did a good job that time. That ball was going to go out of bounds, but the Lovington Wildcats were flying down that left sideline. So he just went ahead and took it, and his momentum carried him out of bounds. I think it's a good decision by him.
And he does get another yard out of it from where I thought they were going to spot him. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Artesia Bulldogs at the 39-yard line, their own 39. Ball on the far hash as Nathan Taylor comes back onto the field into the huddle after getting his final words from Coach Maupin on the sideline. So we're in the third quarter, 49-45. Big scoring game here for both teams, as Taylor has Barrera to his left, A formation. Now coming in motion is the slot back, which is Greathouse. Going to turn, hand it off to Barrera. And boy, the Wildcats right there on that play, no gain.
Watching motion man, and then when I look at the handoff, there's 3 Wildcats standing in our backfield. I don't know what they did there, but it's like we didn't even block them.
Yeah, that's the second time that it looked to me like our lineman released. I mean, the second time I've seen that, and that's a weird look. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they, who knows. But you're right, they were right there. So no gain. 2nd and 10, A formation. Ball on the far hash. Barrera to the right of Taylor this time. He's going to turn, hand it off to him again. And again, Lovington is there, but the Bulldogs do get a surge. And we'll pick up maybe 3 yards. It'll be 3rd down and long.
So we see a little bit, said we talked about it, Jeff alluded to it earlier, the Bulldogs are coming out running the ball second half. Just almost determined to run it up that middle.
So there's a Wildcat way over there by the Bulldog. I don't know if he was lost or what. He was standing about right next to the huddle, but he finally realized, hey, I'm on the wrong side of the ball here. 3rd down and 7. 3rd down and 6 for the Bulldogs, actually, as they got the ball near the far hash. This time they're going to go trips to the wide side, which is near us here in the press box. Bulldogs going from right to left on your radio dial, south to north. 3rd and 6, and now Coach Maupin calls a timeout. Did not like what he saw. So I tell you what, let's take it down to the field to Jeff. And Jeff, we got a 3rd down and long here. The Bulldogs and the Wildcats really been trading punches in the first half. They just come out in the second half and do the same thing on their opening drives.
Yeah, we got us a track meet. I've always been an offensive guy. I kind of like it. I'd like to see a little speed option away from the trips. We had success with that in our first drive, and it looked like maybe that's what we were getting at here. So I think it's a lot of fun to watch.
All right, you think they'll go? So you're saying that to the short side of the field, the way they had lined up there?
Well, it's hard to tell. Is the ball on the hash or is it middle to the hash?
It's near the far hash, nearer the hash than it is the middle.
The speed option to that short side.
All right, well, we'll see what the Bulldogs do. Thanks, Jeff. They were in trips to the wide side that time, Robbie. They had a wide receiver just by himself over there right on the sidelines. We'll see if they come out in that again. Something that Coach Maupin immediately didn't like, because as soon as they lined up, he called timeout.
Yeah, I was thinking with Randall Hamilton and our other wideouts, they are not our slots, but our wideouts have been really quiet tonight.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen much out of them in the way of big plays.
Yeah, I think there was one big play by Lopez, and other than that, and it was just I think it was a stop route down there, and he made some more out of it. But all right, so trips to the near side, same look. They're going to bring a big-time blitz. He handed off to Barrera, and he's going to burst through the middle and pick up the 1st down.
I'll tell you what, he hits that hole so hard. I mean, just handed him the ball, and he had those shoulders up in front of him and drove his legs, and he was determined to get that 1st down, and he did.
Just a crease there. It looked like just a crease. They brought like 6 guys, and he just burst through the offensive line on the left side. Looked like maybe the 2 gap or maybe the 4 gap or the 3-5 actually on this side. But good pickup there for the Bulldogs, and they're on the Wildcat territory. Trips to the far side, ball in the middle field. They're going to bring it off the corner again. He's going to turn and throw it to Barrera. Little swing pass. He's going to get to the 40, makes a man miss. He's to the 30. He's to the 25. Turn around and block him. And he will get in. Touchdown, Artesia Bulldogs.
So they've been handed it to him up the middle this half, and then they just swung him out of the backfield there. Taylor got it to him early, used his speed to get around, and then he set 3 Wildcats up as he planted that foot, came inside, and then burst with the speed between the defenders. And, boy, he just got down that field quickly. He's an electric player.
He's an electric player, no doubt. 6:14 to go in the third quarter. The Bulldogs now 55-45, up by 10. Going to go out of the swinging gate, man in motion, and now they will set up and swing out of it and set up for the PAT. And, you know, the Lovington Wildcats have already blocked 1 PAT. I don't know how they're getting in so fast on us, but we'll see on this play as the Bulldogs get ready to go. Snap is back, hold is down. They're in again, and they block it again. That is the weirdest looking thing to me. They're coming untouched, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right, so 55-45, 6:14 to go here in the third quarter. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back.
Hi, it's Maria and Brisa with the Tate Branch Auto Group. Inventory may be low around the country, but Hi, it's Maria and Brisa with the Tate Branch Auto Group. Inventory may be low around the country, but here at Tate Branch Auto Group, we've got the resources needed to get you in the vehicle you want. Maria, really? How is that? With all 4 of our dealerships in Artesia, Carlsbad, Hobbs, and Roswell, we have a great selection of vehicles on hand. And now you can view them all in one place. Just go to www.tatebranch.com and you will have direct access to all our websites. That's right, you're just a click away from all of our amazing inventory. tatebranch.com.
Welcome back here to Bulldog Bowl. The alumni cheerleaders are down on the field. We've had a lot of, it's homecoming, so we've had a lot of that. We had former band members down there with the band when they set up after their halftime performance in the A formation to play the fight song. We had 3 former state championship teams that were mentioned and talked about during the halftime show by Coach Vernon Asbill. And then we just had cheerleaders down there. So a lot of alumni here for the Bulldogs.
Great crowd here tonight for the Bulldogs as the home side is packed, and they're even standing up around the rail, around the burn. So, and a good crowd from Lovington traveled over here an hour away to watch them play.
Yeah, Lovington really filled up the middle of the stands over there, and then got their band on the north side. The Bulldog fans on the south side of the visitor stands. So we've got a full house plus. You know, our whole side's full, plus we got about a third of their side. All right, the kickoff's going to be a little pooch kick, and it's going to be caught at about the 25. As coming forward was a Lovington Wildcat, and then he's going to break a tackle or break an arm tackle. He's to the 40, the 45, to the 50, and into Bulldog territory. Finally tripped up. And they're going to mark him down at about the 45 of the Artesia Bulldogs.
Well, he was able, it was kicked to the right side. The wall was setting up on the left, and he was able to get around to the wall. And then he was able to make it. But Lopez, from behind, was able to just to stretch out there and hit one of his feet and trip him up.
But outstanding field position as he comes all the way across the field and is able to get into Bulldog territory on the kickoff return. So 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 45, 55-45. Bulldogs up by 10. 6:06 to go here in the third quarter. Trips to the wide side. Aranda in the backfield by himself. Twins to the near side. Bulldogs defense ready to go here as Aranda takes a snap. He's going to drop straight back looking to the short side of the field. He's going to throw it out there. It's caught by number 4, and wrapping him up is number 54, and then 2 other Bulldogs help out.
So Wesson's up tight on him in coverage, in press coverage. He got his hands on him immediately when the ball was snapped. He rode him about 5 yards, but then what the receiver was able to do was push off of Wesson, you know, and it was legal just to get that separation. Wesson was right on there, just unable to. It's a great route and a great throw by Aranda.
So 2nd down and 5 after the 5-yard throw and catch. So the Wildcats now in that A formation look of the Bulldogs. To the left is Gomez of Aranda in the backfield. Aranda takes a snap, turn, hand it off to Gomez. Or actually, that's not Gomez, and he's up the middle. That's the freshman running back that picks up the first down, Cardenas.
Yeah, it just goes right in the heart of the Bulldog defense, and Blaze Burns, first one to hit him and take him down after he gained the first down.
Aranda gets his call from the sideline, steps into the huddle. First down pickup, puts him at the Bulldog 27-yard line. Ball near the near hash, almost on it. They've got a slot and a wide out on either side. Running back to the left of Aranda in the backfield. Snap is back, going to turn the handoff to him again. He does break an arm tackle, but then is pulled down from behind for a pickup of about 2.
Yeah, so pulled the left guard to come kick out for him. Going to run up right behind him on the right side. and he had to cut back a little bit in that hole. Calderon able to make the tackle for the Bulldogs from his linebacker position.
2nd and 8 for the Wildcats as they huddle up. Rhonda given the play. 4:37 and counting in the third quarter. A slot and a wide out on either side. Running back to the left of Rhonda in the shotgun. Ball about middle, a little bit middle between the middle of the field and the hash. He's going to roll to his left. He's going to throw it out there. Man set up. He breaks a tackle inside the 15 down to about the 10-yard line. Pickup of about 15.
That's Henson again for the Wildcats, just running a great route, settled down, got the ball quickly, and then I can tell you, he does a good job with his arm, stiff-arming the Bulldogs. As the first one to him, he stiff-armed him, then he went on down the field to get some more yards.
So it'll be 1st and goal at the 10-yard line for the Lovington Wildcats. Second drive for them here in the second half, and they're on the march as the Bulldogs have scored on both of their drives. Trips to the short side of the field. One man down here on the wide side, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go this way. Snap is back. He is looking this way. He's going to throw it, and that's behind him and is incomplete.
Trying to see who that was. Hang on. Okay, it's Pondo. So just the inside slant route down here on the end zone is tough to cover. Pondo did a good job there. The throw was low, but Pondo was right on him.
So they definitely had Pondo out here on an island, and that's where they went, but the throw was low and a little behind. And so it'll be 2nd down and goal from the 10-yard line. Slot and a wide out on either side. Rhonda in the backfield with the running back to his left. Snap is back. That was a false start they didn't see. The running back, Scott Broom, he's to the 5. He's into the touchdown. 10-yard run.
Just a run right up the middle. Bulldogs a little confused on defense. Look like they've set up. But a good job by the Lovington Wildcats to get a hat on people, and he didn't get touched to about the 1-yard line. Momentum carried him into the end zone.
So 55-51, the Bulldogs have been unable to get any extra points the last couple of times, and so the lead has continued to dwindle, even though it's still a lead. Now down by 4 of the Wildcats, and they're going to line up to kick the PAT this time. 55-51, could be a 3-point game here if he's able to get this to go through. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is up, and the kick is good. All right, so a 3-point game. We've entered the century mark here, 55-52, 107 points scored, and we're still in the third quarter. We're going to take a break. Bulldogs kickoff return coming up.
Hey CVE members, have you scheduled your no-cost home energy audit? If not, we're getting close to fall and cooler weather. It's time to sign up. Call 575-746-3571 to get your name on the list for a free home energy audit. Weather stripping, new door sweeps, minor repairs, and much more. Start saving money and keep that purchased air in your home. Central Valley Electric is happy to partner with Green Metal Energy for this valuable audit. Again, 575-746-3571 to sign up. Call now.
(55-52), the Artesia Bulldogs up by 3 as the Wildcats answer the Bulldogs' touchdown on their second possession of the second half with their touchdown on their second possession. So both offenses have scored. They've both had the ball twice, and there's been 4 touchdowns scored here in the second half, Robbie. And again, the slugfest that we saw in the first has continued. Offensive slugfest has continued here into the second half.
Yeah, and to be positive, the offense, 6th game of the season, they're meshing, their timing is there. The offensive line has figured out different looks, so they're able to protect better and block better. So both offenses are looking really, really good tonight. Whether that's the defense playing bad or the offense making them look bad. It's both ways, 107 points so far in this game.
All right, so 52 on again to do the kicking for the Wildcats, and he'll come forward, and he's going to kick it over to the sideline. And guess what? I thought they were going to get that. Looked like 33 could have picked it up and run with it. I don't know if he realized he could have.
Did go out of bounds, so we'll see what Coach Maupin wants to do here.
You know, he's a freshman. I mean, literally, it looked like he could have caught that and ran. He just kind of ran through it and didn't try. It didn't, and maybe just where I'm at, and it wasn't as close as I thought. But, yeah, I thought he could have caught that. Does go out of bounds, and what's Coach Maupin going to do? He's going to make them re-kick?
I think he's going to take it on the 49.
Okay, gives the field position because you get it where it goes out of bounds. Yeah. Or the 35, whichever's greater. And so it's going to be on the 49-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats. where it went out of bounds. So Bulldogs will take that, and the offense on the field. The ball is going to be on the near hash. The Bulldogs going from south to north here at Bulldog Bowl. Going to have trips to the wide side. Barrera to the right of Taylor. He's going to hand it off to him. He comes to the short side. He'll get down to about the 46-yard line, so he'll pick up a 3.
Boy, he turned the jets on to get around that outside guy, and he wanted to plant and go up the sideline, but he couldn't. He was too close to the sideline. His momentum carried him out.
So it'll pick up a 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 now for the Artesia Bulldogs. 3:37 on the clock as he said, he ran out of bounds, so that stopped the clock. Trips to the wide side. One man to the near side. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Ball in the near hash. It looked like they're bringing a blitz. Going to hand it off to Barrera. He burst into traffic. He's still on his feet. He bursts through. He's making people miss, and he's going to run all the way down inside the 30-yard line, and they're going to mark him down at the 25.
Barrera does a good job with the hand that he's not carrying the football with. As defenders reach out to get him, he slaps their hands away so they can't get anything on him. And all that traffic in there, I saw him do it about 3 times.
Good run by Barrera, and so the Bulldogs have 1st and 10 down to the 25. Good blocking by the Bulldog offensive line as well. So 1st and 10 at the Lovington Wildcat 25. A formation, Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Ball in the near hash. Man in motion is Watson. Going to hand it off to Watson. He's got people out in front of him. He's going to break it. Oh, and he gets slung down. Looked like he had a lane, Robbie, but then a good tackle out there after a pickup of about 5.
Well, I think he did a good job because the defender took away the outside. So then he just cut inside of him, and the defender grabbed him with his right arm and kind of slung him around. But I think it was a good decision by Watson because he wasn't going to get outside of him.
Yeah, pick up a 5, so it'll be 2nd down and 5 at the Lovington Wildcat 20-yard line. Clock running, 2:33 and counting here. The Bulldogs up by 3, 55-52. I keep saying that. Sounds crazy when you're in the 3rd quarter. All right, a formation, ball in the far hash. He's going to hand it off to Burr up the middle. He's going to spin through one tackle. Looks like he may have got enough for the 1st down.
So from tackle to tackle on offense, you always count the defenders inside the tackles. And right now they're running 4, maybe 5 guys inside those tackles, which it basically dictates to run the ball up the middle.
Didn't quite get there, so we're going to call it 3rd and a little less than 1. We'll call it 3rd and 1 as the ball is near the far hash. The Bulldogs in their huddle. Wildcats have taken 2 timeouts. The Bulldogs have taken 1 here in the 2nd half. And we're going to go a little bunch set real tight to the short side of the field. Snap is back, hand it off to Barrera. He tries to bounce it outside. He's going to struggle forward and get the 1st down, but just does.
That was all Barrera.
Yeah.
He got hit in the backfield and, again, used that offhand to kind of fight the defender off and then fall forward and fight for that extra yard to get that 1st down.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Artesia Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat 19-yard line. And we saw a Wildcat kind of getting up slow there, but it looks like he's okay as they'd come out to, and they are going to send somebody out to replace him. And it was number 59 that kind of gimpy getting off the field. Hopefully he's okay. All right. Bulldogs bring a man in motion. Snap, going to hand it off to him. Around this side, he's going to cut up. He's still on his feet. That's Greathouse, and boy, just some good running there by Greathouse.
It's going both ways tonight, right? We can't just say it's the Bulldogs because Greathouse had a guy get both arms around him, and he ran right through that tackle and just kept going.
Showing some strength for the sophomore and speed. Yeah.
It's crazy.
So he picked up 6, 2nd down and 4 for the Bulldogs at the 9-yard line, at the 8-yard line. So the ball on the near hash now, a formation. Boy, their safety's right up, so they're definitely going to hand it off to Barrera, and he's just going to struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Actually may have picked up 1 or 2 yards.
Barrera's going to be sore tomorrow. I mean, he is having a great game. He's touching the ball a lot, passing and rushing. And so he got hit 3 different times on that one play and fought through them.
So he does pick up a couple. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 as the Bulldogs are going to bring out their big package. And they're down to the 6-yard line. 35 seconds now and counting here in the 3rd quarter. And the Bulldogs are going to have to run a play. They're down to 12 seconds on the play clock. As big package definitely in. Peyton Dean's in the backfield. He's got a linebacker up in front of him either side. 3, 2, One, snap it, and they do. He's going to go to the right side, run hard. He's going to have the first down. He gets slung around. Looked like they had him by the face mask. Still a scrum, push him forward, and they get close to a touchdown. I'd already kind of given up on it. The 8 seconds left. It's first down and goal, and he got down to about the 1 foot line, Robbie.
That's a big difference in Peyton Deans right there, because the first of the year when he ran that play, he ran with his shoulders up, and it was easy to take a shot at him. That time, boy, he got his shoulders out in front of him, and he ran hard.
So we've got the end of the quarter. The Bulldogs lead here 55-52, and
it's a good basketball game.
Yeah, I was going to say it's kind of like a high school basketball game, but we are playing football. And I told Robbie off air, it reminded me of the 2010. That was one of the teams that was recognized tonight, the 2010 state champions. First game of the season that year, we played the Lovington Wildcats here at the Bowl. And the final score in that game was 63-49. They had a young man named Jamison as their quarterback, and he was very similar to what we see here from the Lovington Wildcats in terms of he was just slippery. He was a great runner. He was a great thrower. He broke, I think, every record ever made in Lovington that year as a starting quarterback. I mean, he threw for a gazillion yards. And I remember telling everybody around me, Lovington's going to win the state championship in 3A. That year they were 3A, we were 4A. That was before the 6A. And they did. They went on to not lose to, I don't think they lost to anybody else that year besides us, the very first game of the season. And that's kind of what this Lovington team reminds me of. Yeah, again, I watched the film on them this week, and they weren't real sharp. They weren't real crisp in their routes, and they played 2 quarterbacks. We talked about that in the sideline show. Looking at a dual threat, they were about even, but Aranda has stayed in.
Yeah.
The whole time. And I don't know, we had him as number 29. Didn't you have number 29, Wyatt Gomez? Or who did we have in our – I was trying to say that earlier I was talking to one of the other folks up here in the press box and in our sideline show, because you had the stats. It was 29, Gomez was the other quarterback. We have not seen him tonight. Aranda has gone the whole way.
Yeah.
All right, so we're down on the goal line trying to go in for the go-ahead score here as the actually, is this 2-point conversion? No. Yeah, this is for the touchdown. Heavy package, first and goal. Snap is back. He's going to run straight in there, and that's touchdown Bulldog.
He had a defensive lineman hit him, and Deans just basically ran over him into the end zone, and neither one of them went to the ground. But, yeah, he was determined. They were not going to stop him on that rush.
So 61-52, Bulldogs on top here. 11:56 to go here in the ball game, as they're going to go back out into their swinging gate. A little different than what we've seen in years past from the Bulldogs. It's still a swinging gate, but different than we've run it in years past. Coach Maupin with a twist on it. And let's see if we swing out of it. And we will. So they blocked 2 PATs tonight, Robbie, the Lovington Wildcats have. Bulldogs line up for the PAT. Let's see if they can block them this time. Snap is back. Oh, it's a fake. He's going to toss it out there. It's going to be 2-point conversion for the Artesia Bulldogs. Great house showing some quarterback move there. That was a nice pass.
Yeah, it was. As he just laid it up there, number 44, Jesse LaRock for the Bulldogs, slipped out into the corner of the end zone, made that catch. 2-point conversion's good. I was going to say on that heavy set, Joby, we saw it. Jeremy brought that from Los Lunas. And the first 2 or 3 games of the year, it always went off tackle. It was either right or left off tackle. And we're seeing some new wrinkles to it, as that last play was right up the middle, directly up the middle. Peyton took that snap and then just, again, right over the center. And we hadn't seen that this year from that heavy set.
The other thing, too, is that they positioned those running backs up in front of him instead of all being equal. And that's given them he's not, if you'll remember, they were all lined up in a row the first part of the season. Now he's standing behind them, and that gives them a step in front of him to go make a block. The other thing I was going to say about that PAT, that's a difficult snap for the center, because he snapped it directly to the kicker, which was Greathouse. He turns, and he was wide open. It was LaRock out there, and wide open, just a nice soft. That's sometimes a hard throw to make because you haven't thrown the ball. All he's been doing is running down the field catching balls, the kicker, but he just put a nice soft touch out there, and wide open receiver catches it. 2-point conversion is good, and so the Bulldogs go up by 11, 63-52. So the kicking team's on the field. Kickoff return for Lovington. Kickoff for the Bulldogs. And Jacob Parrish, the sophomore, ready to kick as he gets the go-ahead from the white hat. The kick is going to be over to the left side, and it's caught over there by Lovington Wildcat. And again, great field position. So both teams, the kicking game, were given a lot of good field positions both ways.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the Bulldogs, I don't know if Lovington runs a starburst or not. I know why Lovington's doing it. Maybe the Wildcats run a starburst or version of it as well, so we're just kicking away from them. But another great field position start for the Lovington Wildcats is they'll start out at their own 45-yard line.
We've kicked it deep like 3 times tonight. Number 33's gotten it, and they don't even set up a starburst.
They don't. You're right. Now that you say that,
Yeah.
You're right. So interesting that we keep kicking those little short ones when we don't. All right, so they got actually trips to the short side of the field. Aranda in the backfield with a running back to his right. Now he brings one of those trips into motion to the left side. Wide side of the field this way. Now they set up. Snap is back. He's looking to his right, which is the short side. Now he starts to roll away from pressure and then in pressure. And he breaks a tackle. He's to the 50, to the 45, and then he'll be hit and tackled there down inside the 45-yard line at the 42 of the Bulldogs.
Well, we're only rushing 3. They did a good job putting pressure on him. Riley Jarrett came in, had a hand on him, but he ran through that. And then Pondo comes up and makes a good open field tackle.
So the big pickup, first down to the Bulldog 42-yard line. They started at their own 45, so pick up a 13 for Aranda. Trips to the wide side of the field, ball on the near hash. To his right is the running back, Aranda in the shotgun. As he takes a look at the Bulldog defense. Snap is back. He's going to drop the throw. Bulldogs rush 4, putting some pressure on again at the Bulldogs, and then he gets it away out of bounds.
Yeah, I think he threw that one away because Seth Johnson was closing fast on him. There really wasn't anything there. I think he just threw it away to save the sack.
So good job there by the secondary to make sure no windows open. And as you said, Johnson was coming. I think, and I said this earlier in the first half, Johnson has been mirroring Aranda the whole game, and also putting pressure on there. Kind of got to the Aranda was able to get outside of Jarrett as he did a inside move and then had to chase him, but he definitely put pressure on as well. All right, so 2nd and 10, trips to the far side, which is the wide side, running back to the right of Aranda. Snap is back, 4-man rush. He's just going to let it fly, and it's going to be caught.
Oh my gosh.
So number 8, that's a good throw. He put it right over his shoulder, and our defender unable to get his hands up. I don't think he got his head turned around, didn't realize the ball was coming. And so it just falls right in there to the Lovington receiver for a first down. So it'll be 1st and goal at the Bulldogs 6-yard line. And the Wildcats have played throw and catch on those long passes where the Bulldogs seem like they're in pretty good position, but they don't get their head turned around. All right, so a formation look, ball in the near hash, running back to the left is Cardenas of Aranda. He's going to turn and hand it off to him. Bulldogs are there, nowhere to go.
That blitz is called on that play, and Jesse LaRock came from the right side and was able to break down because he tried to cut in. The running back tried to cut back in, and he was able to wrap him up, and other Bulldogs came in to help make that tackle.
So 1-yard tackle for loss. It'll be 2nd down and goal at the Bulldogs 7-yard line as Aranda looking over to his sideline to get his play. We're down to 10-28 and counting in the ball game. The Bulldogs lead by 11, 63-52 here on homecoming. High-scoring affair. Aranda has Cardenas, the freshman, to his right in the backfield. Shotgun, a formation look. Now a man comes into motion. They got trips on the left side, which is the short side of the field, so that leaves a man on an island on the right side. He's looking that way. He throws it that way, and did he catch that? He caught it. He caught that. It was a slant. They went to the wide side, which is just one receiver out there. So as I said, a man on an island, Robbie, and he popped that up in the air and then caught it on the rebound. So we've seen every offensive series here in the second half result in a touchdown. And the score now 63-58. Bulldogs up by 5. They're huddled up. They're going to go for 2 and try to get back within a field goal. As Aranda sends out a slot and a wide out to both sides, ball in the middle of the field. He's got the running back, the freshman running back, Cardenas, to his right in the shotgun. Now he brings the man in motion. Snap is back. He's going to roll that way. Throws it back across the field. Good job there, Robbie, knocking that 2-point conversion down by the Bulldogs.
Number 41 for the Bulldogs. That's Finley, I believe.
Yep, Finley Ruscombe. and he just got a hand on it, just reached out there and slapped it down. So incompletion takes the Bulldogs keeps their lead at 5, 63-58. And we're going to drop down to Jeff again down on the sideline. And Jeff, I said just a minute ago that every possession has resulted in a touchdown for both teams here. Bulldogs coming back here on offense. What are your expectations for them? What do you think they should do here? Try to continue pounding the ball?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's been pretty effective this quarter. We seem to be able to have success running the ball. They can use the clock wisely here. We can take it way down and take advantage of the score. I think we keep running it.
All right, so 63-58 is our score. The 2-point conversion, no good. There's still 10 minutes left. I mean, they scored, I think 2 touchdowns scored in the first half in the last minute.
The Bay City ISD Police Department is searching for Elicity Aravia, Hispanic, female, 17 years old, 5 foot tall, 180 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, and last seen wearing a black Adidas jacket with white stripes and blue jeans. Police are looking for Sharif, black, male, 22 years old, 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, in connection with her abduction. The suspect is driving a black 2017 Dodge Ram with a Texas license plate number of PTD 4629. The suspect was last heard from in the 400 block of 7th Street, Bay City, Texas. Law enforcement officials believe this child could be in grave or immediate danger. If you have any information regarding this abduction, call the Bay City ISD Police Department. News media point of contact is Bay City ISD Police Department at 979-236-6905.
Lovington territory. What a great run by the Artesia running back.
The defense for the Wildcats was moving that way. They were trying to get that outside contain, but Barrera just gets a corner on him. And I tell you what, he headed up the sideline. I'm watching it real close. They got him by the face mask on the sideline, turned his head around, but then he was able to run through it.
I think that's the call, face mask on the Wildcats.
I never saw a flag, so I didn't know.
No, it's on the Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I should have looked at our monitor. I didn't see, I think he said it was an illegal block.
Yes, blocking back.
So that will bring the ball back to the Bulldog 44-yard line. Spot foul, 10-yard penalty. So great run there by Barrera, but it is negated somewhat. 10 yards back, basically from where he was at. So it'll be 1st and 10 from there. Standard A formation. Snap is back, handoff, and Barrera up the middle. He's to the 50, to the 45, to the 40, to the 35, to the 30. What a great blocking there at the point of attack, and then Barrera just breaking arm tackles.
Yeah, they got 5 guys in the box, 3 down linemen and 2 linebackers that time. So it's 5 offensive linemen against those guys. Barrera gets the ball. They each get their block, and he's into the secondary before anybody can do anything.
And then just does a fantastic job. I don't know what the record is for single game rushing, but he may break it the way he's running. All right, so the Bulldogs with the ball in the far hash. They got an A formation. Barrera to the right of Taylor. Now they're going to bring him in motion, and they're going to hand it to him. And so he's going to go try to work his blocks, and Lovington just does a good job stretching out. Plus we have a penalty flag, and the offensive lineman all turned to look. It hit one of them in the back. And so that's never a good sign when it's right at the offensive line.
Sice is the ball carrier for the Bulldogs, and he was trying to get outside, and it wasn't there, and he thought about going inside. It wasn't there either, so then he tried to bounce it back out.
So they're going to take the penalty or decline it. They're going to take it. So he lost yardage, but they'll take the 10 yards, which is more than he lost. It'll be 1st down from the 40-yard line. Got to get to the 18. So first down and 22 for the Bulldogs at the Lovington Wildcat 40. 9 minutes and 11 seconds of counting to go in the ball game. Trips to the wide side of the field. Ball on the near hash. Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun. Looks over. It looks like he changed the play. Snap is back. Going to hand it off. Barrera's going to go up the middle again. Keeps his feet driving forward, and he busts through the middle. Picks up almost the 10 yards that they lost.
Watching Lopez down here wide out against number 3 on their defense, and he just ran him deep. And you know, as a defender, that just gets old. On a running play, he doesn't know it's a running play because he's not reading his line. The defender's not. He's just watching Lopez.
All right, so the Bulldogs taking some time here between plays, and smart move, leading 63-58 with 8:20 and counting here in the ball game. A formation, ball in the near hash. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the shotgun. Snap is back, going to turn and hand it off. Barrera got a gap, and he busts through it. He is tripped up. He'll pick up about 7 yards. Another good run by Jake Barrera.
Yeah, just going to, again, your number in the box dictates a lot of what you do. And it looks like Lovington just decided at half that they were going to stack on the outside and then try to get the Bulldogs to run up the middle and see what they could do.
All right, so we've got third down, and looks like 7 for the Artesia Bulldogs. They're at the 25-yard line. And break the huddle. We're going to go A formation. And Barrera comes off, so we got a different running back in the backfield. I think it's Deans. Snap is back, going to fake the handoff to him. Pressure being put on by the Wildcats. Throw is caught. That's Greathouse. He has the first down and then turns and gets inside the 15-yard line.
So great drag route there by Greathouse as Taylor's rolling to his left. Pretty much pitch and catch for them as he found the open seam. Good throw by him, and Josh just came over and told me that Jake Barrera does have over 300 yards rushing, just rushing in this game.
Yeah, and he's got a bunch of receiving yards as well. We'll see what that is. He may break the total yardage for a game for the Bulldogs, which would be tough to do. We've had some players over the years get a lot of yards, but over 300 rushing, and he's got a bunch of passing reception yards too, so outstanding game for the young man. First and 10 for the Bulldogs at the Wildcat 13-yard line.
Barrera's back in.
Trips to the near side. Barrera back in, handed to him up the middle. Tries to make one man miss. He sidesteps him, and it looks like he picks up about 2 yards. So it'll be second down and 8 at the 12-yard line. Clock is running. This is where I'd let that 30 seconds tick off. Instead of getting right back in the huddle, they're going pretty fast. I'd let some time run here. Trips to the near side, which is the wide side. Barrera to the left of Taylor in the shotgun. Ball in the far hash. They look like they're going to bring blitz up the middle. They do bring. Oh, quick pass. Greathouse in for the touchdown.
You're going to give it to him? Because he fumbled it as he went in. Yeah, they're giving it to him.
Yeah, it was a touch. He dropped it. I think he dropped it after he got in.
So he put that ball in the belly of Barrera. They've been running it time and time again. And then Taylor pulled it out quickly, and his release was really quick over the middle. Greathouse wide open. Caught that and went into the end zone.
All right, so lining up in that swinging gate formation are the Bulldogs.
Another wrinkle that we haven't seen.
Another wrinkle. And it just makes teams that watch the film, which they all are that are going to play us, have to prepare for it. 69-58 as Greathouse back to kick. Barrera the holder. Snap high. Barrera fumbles it, and we're going to have another. And they pick it up, but in high school, I don't think you can advance it, so they blow it dead. All right, so 6:10 to go. Another botched effort on the kick. Means the score is 69-58, 11-point lead for the Bulldogs. 6:10 to go. And, Jeff, we're going to come down to you. Describe that last play for us. That was a touchdown pass to Greathouse.
Looked like RPO, guys. I don't know if we've seen much of that yet or not, but Taylor did a fine job of reading the linebacker. The linebacker bit on the play fake, so he just pulled it and threw it. Greathouse made a good catch and got right in the end zone, so good offense.
And from your standpoint, could you see, Robbie and I couldn't quite tell, that he dropped the ball, but he did it after he got in the end zone, correct?
He dropped the ball as he crossed the goal line, but he recovered the fumble.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if they might have took it back if somebody else had to pick that ball up, but he recovered it. So It was a touchdown.
Okay, but it was a fumble. That's what we were talking about. Wasn't sure.
It was close.
Okay. All right, Jeff, thank you. 69-58, 6:10 to go here in the ball game as the Artesia Bulldogs and the Lovington Wildcats. What an offensive output here by both teams, and I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, we've seen some good defense in spots, but really just all offense.
Yeah, and just for the fans, in case you don't know, Jeff refers to an RPO. That's a run-pass option. The quarterback will put it in there, and if the linebackers all pull up, he'll pull it out and hit Greathouse behind the linebackers. So it's a good read by Jeff there.
All right, so a little deeper kick this time down to Cardenas, number 33, at the 20-yard line. He flattens out. Now he's running up the field, and he breaks a tackle, and then is going to be tackled from behind by the Artesia Bulldogs.
Scythe in on that tackle for the Bulldogs, but he never really got going. He was just kind of picking his way through everybody and the blocks that were being thrown, and was able to run through one arm tackle. But as you said, Scythe came from behind him and caught him because he was just kind of picking his way through there.
And again, that was number 33 on Dallas, Cardenas, the freshman. We've seen him a lot at running back and obviously back there returning kicks as well. And he gets it out to the 34-yard line. He caught it at about the 20, so a 14-yard return. 6 minutes to go in this ball game, 69-58. 1st and 10 on the far hash for the Wildcats. They've got an A formation look. 2 slots, 2 wideouts. The running back to the right of Aranda in the backfield. It was Cardenas. He's looking to throw. He throws the out route. Good job there by the Bulldogs defense as he breaks that out route up.
That's LaRock, as he has been seeing that all night. So he just got right in his back pocket, and the ball got there. He stuck his left hand and knocked the ball away. So that's the kind of coverage you love to see.
Yeah, and it was an out route that was a long ways. A good throw there, really, by Cardenas, as he had to throw that. I mean, not by Cardenas, by the quarterback, Aranda, because he threw that all the way from the far side, deep out route on this side. All right, so they're going to go again, A formation look, back to the right of Aranda in the backfield. Snap is back. He's going to drop the throw again. Bulldogs get some pressure, and he throws it. It's caught, man, over the middle, and it looked like we were right there, but number 3 comes down with it. He's still up. He stepped out of bounds. Well, he's still running. I thought that he stepped out of bounds. He's going across the field. He's to the 40, to the 35, to the 30, still on his feet, to the 25, and finally will be tackled. The official, I thought he threw down his, well, I don't know what he did, Robbie, but he didn't call him out of bounds.
No, he didn't. And again, I'm watching this pretty close through the binoculars. I saw about 4 blocks in the back. Yep. I saw 1 tackle. Riley Jarrett just got absolutely tackled by one of the linemen, and nothing called. So, I mean, it's first down. That's just frustrating.
Very frustrating. All right, 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 20-yard line. 2 slots, 2 wideouts on either side, or a slot and a wideout on either side. Snap is back. Bulldogs in there quickly, and there's a fumble. It'll be first down Bulldogs.
I tell you what, they fired up Riley Jarrett on that. He shot through there and got to Aranda, quickly knocked the ball out, and then was recovered by the Bulldogs. I think 44, The Rock recovered it for the Bulldogs.
So a big turnover. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Artesia Bulldogs at the 27-yard line. So a turn of events here after a crazy play right before it where I thought he stepped out of bounds. There was all kinds of crazy things going on. As you said, it might have just fired Jared up because he shot through there that time.
I'm telling you, when that guy tackled him, he got up, fired up.
He was mad.
He was.
All right, so the turnover puts the Bulldogs back on offense, and 5:05 and counting to go here. A formation look, ball in the middle of the field. They're looking to bring the blitz. Man coverage across the way. They're going to hand it off to Barrera, looking to get outside. He makes one man miss. He's to the 35, and he will just burst forward and pick up about 7-8 yards.
Just a good play. Again, there's somebody right in his face right after he gets the ball, but he makes that guy miss, and that's just a sign of a great running back. And then once he gets past that guy, he picks up yards.
So a pickup of 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2 for the Bulldogs, and we're down to 4:35 and counting as the Bulldogs lead by 11. 69-58 is our score as they break the huddle. Ball on the near hash. Going to go A formation look. A slot and a wide out on either side. Barrera to the right of Taylor in the backfield. Snap is not back. That's offsides on the defense. That'll be a 5-yard pickup and a 1st down.
So let's say this real quick. The Artesia offensive line, Loya, Velasquez. Let me make, they've got different ones on 53.
53 is Jeremiah Gonzalez.
74.
74 is Jacob Velasquez.
67.
67 is Alonzo Baeza.
56.
That is Andrew Anguiano.
Those guys all night long. You don't have 400 or 500 yards of offense without them playing a great game.
So goes. That's what they call them. So goes the line, so goes the offense. All right. First down and 10 at the 41-yard line. Snap is back. We're going to run that little crossover. They're going to get it to Great House. They'll run around the first guy. He's going to pick up about 7 or 8 yards. Lovington, he kind of read that, but just the speed, he ran away from the guy trying to cover him.
Yeah, I was number 60 for the Wildcats. Well, I was chasing him from behind. It's a nose guard, Guzman, but he just couldn't catch him. Great House, too much speed.
So I would say it's a good read by the nose guard because he saw him coming across his face. He just turned and tried to chase him, but, of course, Great House is a speed demon, so difficult. Pickup of 8, second down and 2. They're at their own 49, just inside their own 49-yard line. A formation, snap back, handed off to Barrera. He comes across the right side, and he'll pick up 7 or 8 yards, about 5, down to the 45-yard line for a first down. So it'll be a first down pickup, first and 10 at the Lovington Wildcat 45-yard line. And we are under 3 minutes with an 11-point lead, 69-58, and we're driving. As Coach Maupin taking his time calling in the play. Play clock down to 19 and counting. And so he'll call in a play here and make sure we don't get a delay of game. But Bulldogs definitely taking some time off, down to 2:40 and counting. And we got 10 seconds to get up on the ball and snap it. A formation look, Barrera to the left of Taylor. Snap is back, turn handed off. Barrera on the right side. He bursts through the middle again, and he will get close. Let's see, he'll pick up about 7 yards to the 38-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats.
Deming 20, Amargoto 9. That one's final.
Well, we got a timeout on the field as you're looking for scores. The Lovington Wildcats will use their last timeout with 2:18 to go, and the Bulldogs on the drive once again here, leading by 11. It's been a big night here, a big week here in Artesia. We've had a great homecoming week. There's been all kinds of things from the grade schools all the way up through high school. There's been different dress-up days every day. There's been we had a bonfire of sorts for the first time in a long time Monday night. Here, right over here in the Bulldog Bowl parking lot, and the kids had a great time from everything that I was told. I didn't go to it. Did you happen to go to that?
I did not.
I didn't either, but my daughter's a senior and a cheerleader, and she said they had a fantastic time at that, and they've just had stuff all week. And as you pointed out, as a former coach, Robbie, it's not one of your favorite times, the favorite week of the year for a coach and the coaching staff, because there's a lot going on at most schools. But it's been a good week. We had a really good homecoming parade today. There was a lot of classes represented here, all the way back. I think the oldest class was the 1966 class, so it was their 55th year reunion. There was a good group from that class here, and so it's just been a great week. The Artesia Bulldogs, barring, well, there's still a lot of time left. We've seen some crazier things happen, but right now lead 69-58 with 2:19 to go, and we're going to have a stoppage of play, so it must have been either offsides or false start on the Bulldogs. They'll back them up 5. So it was 2nd and 3, now it'll be 2nd and 8. Back at the 43-yard line of the Lovington Wildcats, ball on the near hash. So 2:16 to go here in the ball game. Bulldogs break the huddle. Barrera to the left of Nathan Taylor in the shotgun. A formation look. Snap is back. Going to run the speed option. Barrera will break through and pick up about 3 yards. It'll be 3rd down. And we got a late flag coming in here. And I don't know, there was a quarterback and a lineman talking to each other in the backfield, and the referee on this far side, Robbie, threw the flag right at those two. So Nathan Taylor and the just two guys just talking, it looked like. The flag comes in, we'll see what the call is. Pick up a 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down or 3rd down and 5, but there is a penalty. And so the white hat looks like he's talking over to the Lovington side. They are marking it off Bulldogs, so we're going to have what? Unsportsmanlike? Personal foul on the Bulldogs.
So I got a final score here. Valencia 34, Bloomfield 21.
So Bloomfield, the number 1 ranked team in 4A. Valencia, a 5A school.
No, they're 4A.
Valencia dropped to 4A?
Yeah, they're ranked 9th. Bloomfield's ranked number 1 in 4A. Valencia's ranked 9th in 4A. And number 9 beat number 1 tonight.
Well, Valencia has been 5A for a long time, so I guess they dropped maybe this year. Or I thought they had. Snap is back. That was 2nd and 15 for the Bulldogs, and they read that perfect. And did we catch it? We do, but we lose yards on the catch.
That was he could have gone either way with that screen as Jake Barrera went on the left and Watson was on the right. But number 8, Henson, read that all the way and came and put a lick on Watson.
Yeah, it was a loss of 5. We had a 15-yard personal foul on the Bulldogs. Now it's 4th down and forever. So I'm thinking we'll kick it. It'll be the first punt of the ball game for the Bulldogs. We're down to 125 and counting as they can't stop the clock. And we may take a timeout after another 12 seconds runs off. So there's not going to be much time left on the clock, Robbie, and see if he takes timeout or the delay game. I guess probably a timeout. 3, 2, 1, timeout. And so with 1:07 to go in the ball game, it'll be 4th down and a long ways. Let's see. They got to get to the – they're not going to go for it, I don't think. They get 35-yard line is where they got to get to, and we're at our own 42.
Peyton Deans is the punter, and he's in there. So I would think Coach Maupin would punt it away, and with the minute 7, give them more yards to go to even score a touchdown.
Now here's my worry. They have come through our punting. Well, we haven't punted yet, but they've come through on our kicking game like running water or hot knife through butter or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to see that happen here, Robbie. I mean, I don't think we will, but I know they're coming. I mean, they're going to come after it.
Oh, yeah. You're right, they will, and the way they've come through our extra point blocking, it is a concern. I think you're valid in your concern.
Have we punted? Let me think about this.
No.
Have we not punted? I didn't think we had.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so, yeah, we don't want them to get to the punter right here because that could be – I mean, there's only a minute, 7 seconds to go, but we saw 2 touchdowns score in a minute and something in the first half. So we don't want to see that here in the second half.
I guess one of the good things is Peyton is your punter. So if he were able to read something or see something, they have options.
Well, they got to go a long ways for a first down, but you're right. He is the backup quarterback, so he could throw the ball for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 4th down. Deans is back. Need a good snap and a good clean punt here. Bulldogs make them go out on receivers, so that helps a little bit. Snap is good. He does run up. He does throw it. It's caught. Is he going to get the first down, Robbie? He is. Can you believe that? We're going to get the first down. There's not a penalty flag on the field, and we got a first down, Bulldogs.
I'm telling you, they opened the gates. They rushed hard, and Peyton Deans hit Jesse LaRock right over the middle. LaRock picks up the first down, and boy, what a great call. That's a gutsy call by Coach Maupin. That is a gutsy call.
I did not think he would call that. I thought, well, we spread them out to make it where they got less guys rushing. They're going to have to cover.
So, and let me just say this. Everything tonight offensively has worked, has looked great. I mean, we got all kinds of wrinkles in there. We got to fix the extra point.
Well, plus we get 15 yards for the roughing the kicker.
Oh,
roughing
gosh.
The passer. So I saw the flag, but I didn't know, but – so it's 15 additional yards or half the distance for roughing the passer. So we're at 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line, 57 seconds to go, and we don't have to run another play. We're going to go into the victory formation. So barring somehow fumbling the ball and then running it back, this ball game is, for all intents and purposes, over. Snap down and kneel down. So Robbie, we're going to have a little bit of time to talk about this later, but what do you take away from this as a coach when you go into the locker room tomorrow to watch film?
Well, offensively, I mean, obviously we're clicking now. We struggled the first of the year with 6 turnovers against Carlsbad, but the offense is really clicking. They've done well tonight. Defensively, let me just say this. Josh and I were talking about at halftime. We got 4 players in on defense that didn't start the year on defense. We got players moving around. We got corners playing safety. We got linebackers playing defense. Calderon played defensive line most of this game. So we've got some injuries that have really affected our defense because defense looked really good early on against the run especially. But injuries play a part in that. And so I think the defensive coaches just say, guys, we won the game. We don't like 70 points last week and 58 this week. But we can get better. We get people healthy, and we can get better.
All right, so the ball game is over. They kneeled one more time while we were talking, and the Bulldogs win 69-58 on homecoming. We're going to start the Guy Chevrolet postgame show. When we come back, we'll have some comments from the sideline from Jeff, and we'll also have the final stats. So stay tuned right here on KSVP Radio and KSVPTV.com.
It's Chevy Truck Month at Guy Chevrolet Company in Artesia. Right now, you'll $1,000 in GM accessories when you purchase a new 2021 or 2022 Chevy Silverado, Colorado, Suburban, or Tahoe. So, will it be floor liners or a kicker tailgate audio system? It's all up to you. Hurry in today to Guy Chevrolet Company on the corner of 1st and Main in Artesia or buy online at GuyChevy.com.
Making a great deal better every day.
Incredible Printing is open for business. Located across the street from the Derek Floor statue in Artesia, Incredible Printing is Artesia's only local printer. Incredible Printing makes your business that high-flying brochure needed to advertise those new services or products. Incredible Printing also specializes in all carbon copy books and material. Georgia and her team at Incredible are excited for 2021. Incredible Printing is open in Artesia, across from the Derek Floor statue.
The demand for registered nurses continues to grow. Now is the time to apply for New Mexico's #1 ranked nursing program at ENMU Roswell. A new class of first-year students will be accepted for this coming January 2022 semester. Receive state-of-the-art training with experienced faculty who will prepare you for a rewarding career in nursing. Application deadline is November 5th. For more information, call 575-624-7468.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Just like the Bulldogs, you too have a chance to win big on tire rotations and oil changes. TMJ Auto is giving away a free tire rotation and oil change every quarter of the year. Surf onto their website, tmjautorepair.com, and find the Register to Win tab. Your name will be placed in the drawing and no purchase necessary. Plus, find other great deals and savings on tmjautorepair.com.
Summer vacation is here, but just because you're on vacation doesn't mean your teeth should be. Protect your teeth this summer with a few summer tooth tips. First, drink lots of water. Believe it or not, most of the problems start with a dry mouth. Keep yourself and your mouth hydrated and happy. Avoid sugary drinks and avoid chewing on ice. Sure, it cools you off, but it's not great for your teeth. Don't forget to brush and floss regularly and dry out your toothbrush. Save your teeth for summer's sake. These tooth tips brought to you by Dr. K. Youngren and Smile Expressions, 2520 Hermosa Drive, Artesia.
You've changed thousands of diapers, cut off hundreds of crusts, played hours of peekaboo and duck, duck, goose. But you'd do anything for your kids. That's why it's so important to protect them with life insurance from State Farm. State Farm agent Sandy Stockton will help make it easy and affordable to help you protect your family, no matter what the future holds. Because for the people you'd do anything for, life insurance could mean everything. Call State Farm agent Sandy Stockton in Artesia today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Can't do it. Welcome back, Bulldog fans. I was telling our scorekeeper to stop talking. It's okay. Now we're going to go down to Jeff right quick. Jeff, give us your final one or two thoughts here on this ball game.
First thing, what an opponent with Lovington tonight, guys. Man, fantastic. Had a great scheme for us tonight. Really challenged us. Got some great athletes that played hard, so we want to take our hats off to Lovington. They really played well. The second thing is for us, I think you guys were talking about it. We're really starting to click offensively, especially. It's good to see us. I think tonight might be the first night we've won the turnover battle, maybe, but I think we won that one tonight. So making progress, getting better, and scoring a lot of points. So just going to have to shore up that defense a little bit, but great game in preparation for district play.
All right, Jeff, thanks as always. Good job down there on the sideline. And Bulldog fans, we've got some stats for you tonight as Josh Howard has taking up that post for us and doing the stats for us. So, Robbie, if you've got what happened here?
We just lost the crowd, Mike. I don't know.
We lost everything. Are we still there, Gene? Go ahead and give those stats.
There, guys.
Oh,
we're still there. Okay, go ahead.
So total offense tonight, 1,166 yards between both teams. Lovington had 516 yards, while Artesia had 650 total yards of offense. Lovington ran 61 plays to Artesia's 68. Lovington averaged just over 8 yards per play, and Artesia 9 yards per play. Passing tonight, Lovington was 24 of 38 for 413 yards. Taylor for Artesia was 16 of 28 for 276 yards. Lovington averaged just at 17 yards per pass. Wow, Artesia was there too. Lovington was 17.2 yards and Artesia was 17.3 yards per pass play. 5 touchdowns were thrown tonight by the Wildcats with 1 interception, 6 touchdowns. So Taylor threw 6 touchdowns tonight with 1 interception. Rushing tonight, Lovington ran the ball 23 times for a total of 103 yards. Artesia, 40 rushes for 374 yards. Penalties, Lovington had 11 penalties, total of 80 yards. Bulldogs had 12 penalties for 97 yards. We did win the turnover battle, as Jeff alluded to. Wildcats turned the ball over 3 times. Bulldogs only turned it over once. That was 2 fumbles and 1 interception for the Wildcats and 1 interception for the Bulldogs. Lovington punted the ball 2 times for a 52-yard average. Bulldogs did not punt the ball tonight. Time of possession was even, Joby. 23 minutes and 25 seconds for the Wildcats, 24 minutes and 34 seconds for the Artesia Bulldogs. Lovington had 27 first downs. Bulldogs had 30. 8 of those came by way for Lovington of the rush, 18 by pass. For the Bulldogs, 16 rushing first downs and 11 through the air. Lovington did pick up first down by way of the penalty, and Artesia had 3 by way of the penalty. Third down conversions, Lovington was 3 of 9, 33%. Bulldogs were 10 of 13 on their third down conversion tonight, 76%. Lovington was 1 of 1 going forward on fourth downs. Bulldogs were 1 of 2. So tonight, just individual statistics. Ashton Aranda was 24 of 38 for the Lovington Wildcats for 413 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Nathan Taylor for the Bulldogs, 16 of 28 through the air, 276 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 1 interception. The leading receiver tonight, well, let's do the rushing. Leading rusher was number 33 for the Lovington Wildcats, and that was, what was his name again?
Number 33,
Cardenas. 8 rushes for 49 attempts. He averaged 6 yards per carry with 1 touchdown. Jake Barrera leading the way tonight. Yeah, and this just might be a school record. 33 attempts for 334 yards. He averaged 10 yards per carry, and he also had 3 touchdowns. Leading the way receiving tonight for the Lovington Wildcats, Isaac Henson, 8 receptions, 203 yards, averaged 25 yards per catch with 2 touchdowns. And number 3, Aguilar, 6 receptions, 145 yards, 24 yards per catch with 2 touchdowns. For the Bulldogs, Peyton Greathouse, 9 receptions, 142 yards, 15 yards per catch, 4 touchdowns for him. And Jake Barrera, 2 receptions for 77 yards. So he had over 400 yards tonight just himself. 38 yards per reception, and he had 1 touchdown through the air. So there's your stats for tonight.
Big-time offensive stats for both teams. The Artesia Bulldogs come out on top here on homecoming night. They extend to 4-2 on the season. Lovington falls to 3-3. And next week we've got the Ruidoso Warriors coming into Bulldog Bowl for our final non-district game, and then we have a week off when we start district play. This weekend we've got the Artesia Lady Bulldogs volleyball team up at, I think it's called the Rio Rancho Jamboree. And so they're up there playing we'll get a chance to play a lot of good quality teams up there in the Albuquerque, in Rio Rancho, so the Albuquerque area. So we want to root the Lady Bulldogs on up there. So, Robbie, on behalf of Gene Dow and all of our crew, we want to thank you for tuning in. Robbie Ballou and Joby Hodling saying thanks to all the fans out there worldwide. We love everybody. We'll see you next week, and we love you, Gaga. See you next week.
That concludes this broadcast of Bulldog Sports.